Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. If it's a Saturday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, usually, whatever it is when the weekend comes around, the long week's ended, and ready for a long Labor Day weekend, as is this weekend, your classic gaming stop is right here. Tonight we're going back to a game that we started about a year and a half ago. We have not had a perspective on the schedule in order to get this set. It's one I had to figure about when I was ready to do it, when I was going to be able to get back to this to figure myself as far as the setup, but I think we're set tonight. We're going back to Game Dev Tycoon. We started playing this about a year and a half ago, almost. Playing the Switch version. It's also on the PC. Came out in 2012 for the PC, and 2020 for the Switch by Greenheart Games. You guys, Greenheart Games, right? Yeah, I have my notebook from a year and a half ago with the entries for the game. Yeah, we're going to come back. We started last time by going through the 35-year motor, starting that way. Getting to 15 years. So we're a little under halfway. And tonight's show, we're going to see how far we get. I think we might be able to beat this game tonight. I'll see. If not, we'll come back to it in a couple of weeks. It's also, by the way, going to be our last live show for 2 weeks. Next week's show is actually not going to be here. It's going to be on the YouTube site. I'll indicate that when we get to schedule later. But also a couple other housekeeping notes to go into before we start the game. Well, first off, we're going to talk about the stuff that came out on the Nintendo Direct a couple of days ago, including Castlevania Dominus Collection. We'll talk there when we get there a little later. As well as a demo of Epic Mickey Rebrush, Emmy of the Smiling Man, which just came out, and Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, which is out next week. Those are demos of all those things as are. We're going to talk about that. I do want to emphasize one thing, which is I have new mic equipment. Because I ran into cases with the microphone going on weird when we played Outrun a few weeks ago. I said, what's going on with this? It was like the first case I had that happen. It was like, it's doing hissing. I was like, I got to figure something. So I have a new setup. Inherent Knock helped me out with this one. I'm grateful to him for sure for that. So I'm going to try this. If the audio goes bad on the show, please let me know. Or if it stops working, because apparently this thing has about 5 hours worth, or they say 7 hours worth as far as the setup on this. So that's one thing. So let's get ourselves started. But also one thing I do need to go into. Well, one other thing, which is that when I get this to the YouTube site, there's going to be a copyright question on this game because it's public domain music. But for some reason, it is something that you still get a copyright question, but you can use it. It doesn't mute the audio of anything. So we set to that, but I do have to deal with one elephant in the room, which is also the reason why it's taken me a little bit longer to get to this, and I apologize for that, and also for what I'm about to talk about, because, fine, we started the game a few years ago, a year and a half ago, as Tamsoft, the company that made Battle Arena Toshinden and the Onichambra games, amongst other stuff. And if you do put the name in as an actual company, you get an achievement. We'll show the achievements off later, because even on the Switch, this game does have achievements as far as in-game stuff. So one thing we're going to do, though, is I'm going to get set as far as load on game, because actually what you do, one thing before I talk I'm going to have to mention, is that you have cloud saves in this game. So you have an autosave here, and you can save it to another slot, or the about 6 slots the game has, or 5 for normal. But what happens is if you hit the Y button, you can do an upload of your save to the cloud server and then download it into any of the save files you want. So for the purpose of my practice, I used this, went through this to actually beat the game. So I've beaten the game off screen, and my autosave there going on for when you play out further, because you can play out after the 35 years ends. We're at year 15, month 8, and week 3. This is what we did last time. Oh, actually, fine. It was sort of this one. I set up more than one just because I want to make sure that, hey, I'm not going to lose this. So this is actually when we first got here last time as far as the final office building. Let's just load this one. In fact, I'll tell us, because it's been a while, and I'm going to have to remind, I guess, of what's going on with it. Yeah, we moved into our new office. We have more space to increase the size of your team, because we have about 5 or so members of the team. And it's close to some universities, which means you can run and get new talent. You can also do new stuff for training. We'll do that later. But here we are. As far as it, also one thing, okay, there we go. We have our team. We have 5 people, including ourselves. Now, do have to go on this. It's a little bit of an elephant in the room. I'm sorry to go into this, but we're going to have to. It says C in Proterova. That's just short for Captain in Proterova, because Proterova wanted to see this game as far as how it was a couple years ago. We got to doing it. We did a preview program, and we did the first part was the actual full set of the game. They will be linked in the link list below, and I have the edit of this on our YouTube site next week, which, by the way, we do have a new logo, both here on Twitch and on the YouTube site for the set of that. So yeah, a little more official as far as, and I do like as far as what we came up with. But yeah, let's talk about Proterova's case because he's not with me. As I said earlier in the year, part of it was a scheduling thing because like, hey, you know, he had stuff going on, so it was like, yeah, we couldn't figure out how schedule was. I didn't indicate that way. It's like, hey, we're gonna have to go this, and I'll feasibly have to come back myself. But also, yeah, you can definitely hear my voice. I'm getting a little more somber and after talking about this, which is Proterova took himself off the show because of his horrific behavior on this show. The way he treated myself and the way he treated the chat in particular. And I said no. After GoldenEye did it once, I said, you're getting one warning. Don't do that again. Nocturne got the message, at least from she did with Sonic Mania. But Proterova didn't. We got to part 6 of Lunar, just him and I on specifically. That was the last straw. I said no, to the point where I almost ended that play right then and there. But I said, you know what, that's not fair to Blood Spice Moon, who was on that show, and to Nocturne, who was on that play, as it was too. But I had to make the executive decision saying, yeah, the lack of respect coming from Proterova to myself and also to the chat, and also the fact of completely a lack of gratitude. I said, yeah, there's a toxicity coming from him I'm not accepting on this program, and I'm not going to accept it anymore. I don't care who it is as far as guests, because I think it has to go without saying, don't be a fucking asshole. Unfortunately, with all due respect to Proterova, he was. He kept doing it after I warned him. At that point, he's gone for good, but at the same time, I'm going to show off the idea as far as what the game is. I'm going to continue to play. I will finish the game because I said I'm going to hold to that principle as far as how things are going in cases where audience people, or fine, people in chat, they get in trouble. I'm going to stop that. People in room, gotta stop that too. Sometimes it's a tough thing to have to make a decision like that, but I said for the purpose of the show and to keep the positive perspective that we go here, and the idea that should be going out with saying to be showing some respect, I'm gonna say fine, we're gonna have to do it that way. So we're gonna complete the game though, because that's the other thing. I'm not gonna leave games hanging. So if it has to come something like that, we'll finish the game what it was through hell or high water, depending what it takes. And that's where we're at Game Dev Tycoon tonight. I just want to get that out of the way. I will not feasibly bring it up again, but it's also something that every guest specifically needs to understand, the idea that you have to show some respect on this program. You have to show some gratitude, the fact that, hey, I'm helping to get the idea of showing the game you want. And show respect also to other people who say, hey, they want stuff that they want to see. Don't come in here and say stuff like, I'd never want to watch most of the stuff that you show on your show the way Proterova did. He said that to me off screen. He said other horrific things off screen. It was to the point where I was like, yeah, that was awful. It's one thing as far as attacking me. It's one thing I can take. But I said, I don't want other people to get in that situation. And I'm determined saying, no, nobody's going to get in that situation. I'm not going to let it happen. Because remember, I am the executive producer and director and editor of the program. So it is your show as much as mine, but if something like that happens, I got to take ownership of it. I'm sorry I let that happen. I feel like I personally failed everybody out there. But that being said, that is a massive weight off of my chest. I've sort of mentioned this the past couple of months, but we're in a set case. I'm not going to redress it again, but at the same time, we're going to keep going, and we're going to have the aspect of Game Dev Tycoon, and we also will have other stuff going on tonight. I'll take a drink of water. Including talking about the stuff that came out on the Nintendo Direct and having a nice rest as far as, you know, the weekend. So, sorry to have had to go into that, but it was necessary to be said. All right, so now that we are at year 15, we got the new office. So we're gonna see what's going on here. You have new training options, which are over the university over on the side. Now, go over there, you can basically increase your skills as far as your team members or yourselves. We won't pay you for it, but the teaching of studies will give you extra skills. Hello everyone, hello Dolly Finn, so good to see you tonight. We're returning to Game Dev Tycoon, running the Switch version. It is also on the PC. And also, the people who made this, Greenheart Games out of Australia, they have a new game that they've been in development for quite a while, that being Tavern Keeper. It is coming out this year, actually. It is coming out on November 5th. It's been a while since we come back to this game. We are doing game development. Or if you've ever played like the Tycoon games, it's not tied to the franchises of that, like Roller Coaster and things like that. But it is pretty interesting. It has a nice tongue-in-cheek perspective, and I think changes that were made over the PC version, for the fact there was an 8-year gap between on Switch, which is his only console port, by the way. Neat. All right, glad you think so, and feel free to sit back and relax and have a good time. Feel free to let memories flow on this game. You played it, other ideas of your elements of gaming, period, because this is a game where we're going through the gaming industry, trying to get to the top with Tamsoft. We named it after the company that made Battle Arenas Toshinden and Guardians Crusade, and also the Oni Chambara games. If you put in the name of famous company that the game recognizes you get an achievement. We did, and that was the idea of what it was. So yeah, we're doing our perspective of that. We have our team here. Also, any game suggestion, you're like, hey, I want to make something. You want to see something made in this game, we can do that. As you try to get through the next 20 years, which is going to be the end of the game as far as how it is. We'll see if we do it tonight. If not, we'll do it in a couple weeks. And thank you for stopping by. As last time, the thing we had, we made Game Dev Tycoon. You can make Game Dev Tycoon in Game Dev Tycoon. Talk about Inception. They call it the game within the game. We were almost perfect score. It sold 1.5 million units so far. We're feasibly on top of the world right now, but the idea is that now we have the new office, we have to pay more for the purpose of everything we're doing and other stuff as we're seeing all little things on the side. You have the reference to, on the shelf actually there, actually fine. You need a design specialist open to research development lab. Yeah, they do tell you this, which is you can train specialists to get an R&D lab running, but you have to have their skill level specific, and train technology specialists, which is for other things. We'll show that later. I meant to hit, okay, wow, the office is amazing and the location's perfect. So Monica Olson saying, part of our team, let's open up a research development center. It could be able to research and allow us to attack bigger projects and innovations, but it's not gonna be cheap. So you have to manage your money. It's a little bit of an economic perspective, but it's saying, okay, after that we'll hire a team of researchers though, but we have to have a design specialist to get the ball rolling. Yeah, because you're also seeing on the shelf there some references to other aspects of gaming. There's an achievement for perspectives of finding a Easter egg, although I don't know how you actually select the Easter egg. So on the shelf there you have Meat Boy from Super Meat Boy, you have the main character Bit Trip Runner, I think you have the mice from Choo Choo Rocket from Dreamcast, and you have the cases, looks like Pyramid Head from Silent Hill, and I don't know what that one's right, maybe it's Shrek. That's gonna go to a Nintendo Direct announcement. Anything you saw in the Nintendo Direct a couple days ago for their indie and third-party stuff, feel free to have it going. But all right, so we have the game going. Well, just to take a look at what we've got, just to make sure, we didn't do a game report. So yeah, anytime you make a game, you want to run a game report to see hints or unlock hints. So we made Game Dev Tycoon for the PC. It was well reviewed. We've so far made $17.7 million in profit. So we're going to have ourselves select to get that going. And in the meantime, we'll also take a look at training for everybody and also research. You can research new stuff you put into engine or into new topics of game like fashion, hacking, vampire, and UFO. Since I do have some downtime and I can afford this, let's get vampire going and start research. And then for everybody else, let's also see about what do you got on training? Because we do want to get a design specialist and technology specialist eventually. But April Keller, she wants to run probably on tech as far as her points. So we want to emphasize that or get our design up. And by getting into this building, you get the design courses here. They cost more tech points and more money, but when you run them, you can get better stuff as far as your stats for R&D and project management and programming and game design. I'm gonna run her game design, let her go. Okay, and every so often for the story, you do get announcements of everything that's going on when it comes to games and game systems coming around, and the joking perspective of consoles, or portables in this case. Because this is Nintendo, or Nintendo. So Nintendo's taking, this is the GS, or fine, we know it as the DS, the dual screen portable system they had. Promising unique gameplay because Nintendo's been struggling to regain their market lead ever since the TES64, or the Nintendo 64, basically referencing the fact that the PlayStation 1 outsold the N64, which it did. But they still have a strong position on the mobile market because of the Game Boy line, or Gameling as this game indicates. So they're gonna try and breathe life into this, and it'll be out next month. And when that comes around, we can feasibly make a game for it, but we also feasibly want to get a sense of getting other stuff going, but you also have to contract work, by the way. And we've seen your office, cutting edge, so maybe top of your budget, do some jobs. So Jason says that's the idea, we can do large contracts, and not to be outdone, Nintendo said, hey, you know, we got the DS, or the GS. Vonnie, or Sony, they're saying we have the PPS, the Portable Play System, or the PSP, for the element of that. It's meant to distract users from the DS launch. While that's using dual screen, this is using a single screen focusing on more powerful hardware, which is the idea of how PSP went, as we've shown on the program before. Yeah, I'm just gonna get the idea of what's going on with what's going on. We got the Vampire there, there's the DS that is out. I'm gonna refer to the actual name of the console, but I'll reference the idea of what they are. And here's post-release analysis of Game Dev Tycoon. So all right, what do they say about this little game right here? Game development and simulation is a great combination. Yeah, we think so, feasibly. Artificial intelligence is probably your important perspective. You're going to focus on this, and your topic and audience match of game development and everyone is great, okay? Because everybody wants to make a game, I guess. And also, by the way, if you hit the Okay, we don't get that yet as far as the design labs and things like that. You get that later. But for the time being, we have that going. I don't want to put Draven on vacation because, yeah, get on vacation because we want you set. And I'm also going to see, yeah, because we're going to get that perspective of the circle going on there. If it gets too low, they'll be sad working. You feasibly can work them with exhaustion. I don't know to the degree that goes. But it's also something that if you have them completely empty like that and they have the sad face without anything, any color in the bubble there, they will not work well when you're doing the development of a game. So the game sold 2.1 million units and sold $23 million worth in sales about. So now we have nothing on market, let's try and see about that. Also take a look at contract work, which you run contract work, just to remind, for the purpose of getting some money for getting the contract set, but if you miss it, you pay a penalty, and also getting your technology points up so you can do stuff for researching, if you so want. Now, I can do something pretty easy. In fact, I'll do setup computer, setup with Microsoft BOSS or DOS. I guess they're still using DOS. And by the way, it does run the perspective of being worked on anybody who's not doing like research or something like that. Well done. So that's $20,000. Not too bad, not too much. But we do want to try and get a game. So how do we go off of Game Dev Tycoon? Well, we can make a sequel. We make a sequel to Game Dev Tycoon. We just made one. So that's the case of they might say, hey, you know, we don't like the fact. There's Popeye Doyle, which I wrongly named. I mean, I should consider myself ashamed of saying it's Popeye Doyle. That was the name of the character from The French Connection, starring Gene Hackman, that was directed by William Friedkin, who made The Exorcist and Killer Joe and Jade, amongst others. Also, the case the Criterion wants to censor this film because apparently it's not acceptable to modern standards, but then again, it is a classic movie. It's not necessarily condoning those things, and the scene they object to is important for the plot. But yeah, there you go. So fine, the world didn't know how to react to that, the video game based on that, as we showed. That was our only really badly reviewed game of the ones we went through, which by the way, just to go into that, we made a bunch of them and we had chat helping on some of these. So going back to the beginning, we had Pretend Town, Sleepwalker, Prison Breakout, Dragon Shard, fine, we had a sequel to Dragon Shard. Actually, some of these things were sequels, I think. Andy's Pet Parent, which is a take on a digital pet or virtual pet. We had Pretend Pound Portable for the Game Boy, Ace Baron, which is a good case of this, Dragon Shard 3 Burning Love. That was Elect versus Case coming over with Dragon Shard. Prison Breakout 2 Shiv happens, Persona 6 again, Fairy Fish 6 Case of the Broken Kneecaps, which Ed Wack wanted me to make, and it was a hit. Dragon Shard Returns, Odyssey in Space, Coach's Conundrum, Sunrise and Sunset 2, Wake Up the Dead, Ace Baron 2 Burgundy Air, Real Town, Popeye Doyle, The New World, Game Dev Tycoon. That's for sequels, but as far as our game history, there's a million more in that, because you're like, wait a second, we had other stuff that went, because, let's see, yeah, Andy's Dragon Shard, that was it, so you know, we only have a couple games to our name, but we did pretty well for what they are, but yeah, vacation for you. Also, you want to try and balance when they go on vacation, specifically, but we're getting a special offer from something that looks suspicious, but we do have decryption tech, so we can decrypt it. Okay, so our agents borrowed some research information might be of interest to you. You can trade it for $30 million to get it, but it might be a scam. It is a scam, basically, so what they always teach you in tech perspectives, don't accept anything that's given to you so you can say screw off and you're not getting anything. But we do need to get a game, and I think we can get a game going. We can also look for a publishing deal. Running off of perspectives on stuff from Codemeisters or Codemasters, Deep Platinum, which take on Deep Silver, Activisionaries, which is Activision, and then Capcom, which is Capcom, or takeoff on Capcom anyway. And you have to meet the score that they tell you as far as what it is. So we can do a simulation and do that. In fact, you know, let's do that. Let's start with a simulation. Okay. You said small, medium, based on what I have now. You have to do it on the console they ask, specifically, which is the Game Wing or the Game Boy. So, like I said, you can do pick topic, you can do simulation. I also have extra genres, so you can mix genres if you so desire. It does not change that specifically. So as far as a simulation game, let's see, what's gonna be a good case for a simulation? Chad, if you're like, hey, I want you to make a game in this way specifically, what do you think? In fact, but if you have a perspective, feel free to tell me, and we'll definitely do it. So we made a game development game before. That was a simulation. This is gonna be a simulation, but it's also something that's not exactly the same. We do a racing simulation. In fact, we'll do that. And we'll run medium, and you have a audience match. You can do young, everyone, or mature. I have a previous hint going on racing from my off-screen practice that says, hey, you know, we ran into cases where mature is pretty good for it. But then again, I think racing might be okay. So fine, we actually have an engine that I didn't name. We have to run through a bunch of engines. So hit next. Run through what you want on graphics. It is worth pointing out, I did put to the test what we talked about last time, which is that because I've been running on 2D graphics and then 3D graphics for so long, if I go back to text-based graphics, I tested this off screen to see what would happen. They would say, hey, you know, they don't know what to make of this. Like, wait a second, why are we going from 3D graphics to text? So, but you can still put advanced features into the text-based stuff that would totally spit in the face of it being a text adventure, or maybe it's a visual novel. But either way, we're gonna run with the 3D graphics, and we got our team ready to go, and we'll do phase 1. Because remember, software lifecycle model, you do it in phases. So first phase is get your set for engine, gameplay, and story quests. Also what features of the ones you've unlocked. I'm gonna put on advanced cutscene. Actually, what? Yeah, we'll run advanced cutscenes, tutorials, multiplayer because you're doing a racing game. You don't necessarily have to use everything that's here, but if you're gonna have something feasible, you do want to use it, but sometimes it might not make sense. Like, hey, you know, you might not necessarily need character progression for a racing game, but then again, some of them games like the Tokyo Race Driver franchise, they have the story mode, so you could be a trailblazer that way. I think for that should be fine. We'll have advanced cutscene we start, and we have our team. So we have David Draben, who is good with engine, and then also Monica Olsen, Tony Rodriguez, April Keller, and ourselves. And you do want to balance the staff as it is, so they're feasibly not overworked. You can feasibly overwork yourself, because, yeah, that's not going to be a case, but figure what that is, and since I've previous hints, the pluses mean that it'll be more important for what you're doing. The minuses mean it will be less important, and more pluses and minuses you get, the more or less important it might be. So I think for the purpose of this, I think we're good to start with first phase. And you get the nice chill music, which, as I said last time, it was done by Alexander Lysenkopf, who did the music for Hard Truck Apocalypse, and Jack White, but then not the Jack White from the White Stripes who hates games. And he's gone on record saying that. Anyway, for stage 2, we have AI, which is very important. David Draben is getting kind of in a heavy case, so I'm going to take a load off him a little bit. I'll put myself there. April Keller hasn't really had much going on this way, and Tony Rodriguez as well. You do want to use everybody on your team feasibly. We do have better dialogues, Easter eggs, level editor. You know, it's a racing game. I mean, we could have a track editor. We could make it like Excite Bike or something like that. Better AI. You probably want that with a racing game. We'd have an Easter egg where you can see a copy of Papa Doyle, I don't know, on the course and you want to run it over. So that's going to be a minigame, I guess, because people didn't like it. It basically be the equivalent of when Rare put in a bunch of unsold copies of Grab the Ghoulies in Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. When they basically opened admitted with that game, the Lord of Games, you're the Lord of all games, including the ones that didn't sell, like Grab the Ghoulies. Like, yeah, okay, talk about pillaring yourself in a way that was kind of interesting. All right, that's stage 2. One thing you also want to do is hit the X button. You can bring up your staff list and game history, but you usually do want to put marketing on your game when you unlock it, because they did unlock it, and you can choose to either use it or not use it. Advertise in magazines, demos, small marketing campaign, or large marketing campaign. Basically base this around how much can you afford and how much of a penetration in the market do you want to make, and also when do you want to time it, because you can also have it where you go to not E3, which doesn't exist anymore now, as is, and then say, hey, you can promote it there. Or you can say, all right, we'll do both. So I will feasibly do both, but for the time being, I'm going to let this go. Let the hype sort of come along itself based upon your fans. I believe that's what it's based off of. And we do get a bit of a news thing. So the Dreamcast or the Dreamcast will come off the market. Because, yeah, as we found last time, the Dreamcast was very well beloved, but it also was pulled off the market very soon because the PS2 crushed it in sales. So you're getting close to it, and yeah, the bar up there, when you see the little yellow arrows, that means you're at the next phase. This is the last development stage. We're gonna run on world design, graphics, and sound. So for this one, we're overworked, but I also wanna put stuff on other people, so yeah, put Monica there, but she's at over 100%. I wanna put her less than 100% if I can, but it's also, oh wait, she's on 2 things. Wait a second, no, I don't want you on both. There we go, sound, graphics, world design. Fine, you need track design for a racing game, so there's that. Yeah, in that case, I think we can go that way. And we have 3D graphics and stereo sounds. You hear the roar of the engines. So it said, okay, at this point, through the end, I'm going to put a marketing blitz up. But I'm going to do a little light. We'll give people a chance to play it. Because, hey, as I showed at the beginning of the show, in fact, I'll show it right now. Yeah, I have demos of games that are not out yet. At least 2 of them aren't. I have Mickey Rebrushed, Ace Attorney Chronicles Collection, or Investigations Collection, and yeah, Emio the Smiling Man actually is out now. So actually that one. And we'll talk about that Castlevania Dominus collection because, oh my god, I'm going nuts over that. But anyway, Let's go in magazines and demos. Got it. There we go. So people can play it. It's like, hey, we got this game coming out. Give it a try. Always love that. And keep the hype train going, but also get enough of a case to wait for the game feasibly to get going and also get the bugs that way. Because there's bugs, there's artistry, there's design. Oh, there's art. No, it's fine. I have it written down, but I'm also waiting a sec because I want to see about hype. But if you wait too long, the hype goes down. Yeah, because what you have here is you have bugs on the left, and there was design, technology, and then research. Yeah, it's research points you have for the purpose of what that is. Okay, so we got new best as far as our perspective on this. We're getting level ups on everything we went, or close enough to, along with our team, including April Keller. Now, name. You don't have to name it right away, but if you do release a game without a name that's effective, found this out actually a couple minutes ago. I was doing my test check, or my audio tech as it is, and that was the reviewers will judge the game if it's a bad name. So if you give it just Game 24, they'll say, what kind of name is this? This is uninspired. How's Game 48? For as blunt as the name. Okay, so they do judge the name. Have seen better. Our review inspired by the game's name, bad review number 2. Oh, so they do take name of game into factor. Okay, so glad I just realized that. Okay. And they'll dock you points. So you do have to be careful. So fine, we're doing a racing game. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna name it. Just hit the Y button. And Chad, if you have any suggestion on what you want to name this, feel free to say it. Otherwise, I will come up with what's at the top of my head. I could make the game I made on my test, which was the Datsun Experience, but I think I'm gonna go a little differently. I guess we're doing a race simulation. Let's call it Car College. I'm saying that, hey, you gotta learn how to drive, but if it's like Gran Turismo, I don't wanna take Gran Turismo, I don't wanna take Forza Motorsport specifically. We can do a license case later, but fine, we'll start with Car College. Yeah, what about all those times you had in Car College? Well, no, I'd take Clown College, but I'll thank you not to refer to Princeton that way. But anyway, there we go. So, getting increased experience when you go through game development, your team will get raises. So April Keller makes $45,000 a month now. Okay, so bye-bye the Dreamcast. We didn't put anything out on it. And always you get the case of your game review. So we'll see what the game review is like. Let's see what they think. Hopefully it's gonna be good. We'll see. 10 out of 10. Simulation games work well on GameLink. Okay. 9 out of 10. Can't wait for the sequels. People were liking what we came up with. 9 out of 10. Great. This is Game Hero. And it's Star Games and Informed Gamer, which was killed by GameStop. Fuck you, GameStop, for many reasons. And All Games as well said, focus on AI served the game well. So we got a good game review here. Absolutely great. You can get straight 10s. We have not gotten straight 10s yet. I haven't done it off screen. You can also make like this Spiral Tab and go up to 11. I've not had that happen yet either. I don't know what the stipulation is for that, but I've not had it happen yet. But all right, so yeah, we did well, and it met the review requirements. So at that point, I'm going to be able to run that way. And you have market trending. So yeah, it normalized again. It was other stuff going on as far as what was good, and sometimes you can hit hard and strong on that specifically. But since Deep Silver got a really good review, they're giving us money. We have a cut of the royalties on this game. 2 months, the Game Wing will be taking off the market. So, all right, fine. The last great game on the Game Boy. Awesome. So what I'm going to do also is generate the game report. Let's see some hints on this as we have the profitability going on, and we'll see what I can also do as we also see G3 coming along. Before G3 comes along, let me take a look at what we can research. If there's anything that might be worth running now. I mean, we do alternate history, UFO, hacking of fashion. I think I'm okay with that. We'll have to get us stuff going on with an engine a little later. Though I can start to get some of that set up. Oh, I think I'm gonna wait. But E3's coming. So when E3 comes 4 weeks from now, so it always took place in June, it does not anymore, that is the Summer Games Fest now, you can set up a booth there. Now, one thing I think we mentioned last time, but just to indicate this, you usually want to have a game in development when you go to E3, but if you have a game that just came out, you can also go there. And when you do that, it means that you have a perspective of being able to have bonus sales on your game and get more fans. But you have a game in development, then you also will get a bonus hype to it. So actually, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do a medium booth. I'm going to see if I can't get a game running, even though, fine, I'm researching what that is, but fine, me doing that for one perspective should be okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look. Let's see, what can we do as far as a sequel? I mean, we could do Papa Doyle right. Maybe I should do that. But also, we haven't done Ace Baron 2 in a while, or fine, Ace Baron in a while. We did that. In fact, I think, I'm trying to think what should we, because the question is always, how do you top your last game feasibly? And I think the way to top our last game is going to be, fine, because we made a racing simulation. I'm going to vary that up a little bit. We'll do a sequel to Ace Baron. So it's airplane action, which you had before. You could change this if you want. You're like, hey, you know, I want to turn it into an RPG all of a sudden. If you want to make it like Parasite Eve, where every game in the series has a completely different genre itself, you can do that. But I think for this, I'm not going to do that. Okay, medium. I will run on console. Yeah, because you run on the PlayStation 2, the Xbox, the PC. Cases of getting license costs for DS if you want to run that. Game Sphere, or the GameCube. Or fine, they took this directly from South Park, the Okama Game Sphere. You have to pay a license cost, a one-time license cost, and you can dev for it. Game Wing's going off the market, so it's probably not going to be good to put it on there yet. Fine, if we're doing this, fine, I'm going to mirror Crimson Skies High Road Revenge completely. So I'm going to put an action game on the... Actually, you know what? Fine, I'll put it on the PlayStation 2. Because at that point, I do want to... Actually, you know what? Fine, I'll take... Yeah, because it's a cost of game, but it's also cost feasibly if you're going to do a... what was it? Oh, cost of game, cost of development on the console you're running it on, which GameCube is more, but it's also something that, how much of a market share does the GameCube have? Like in real life, it was less than the PS2 and the Xbox, so at that point we're on the PS2, so screw the GameCube for now. I mean, hey, we'll have the GameCube, but still, I gotta make sure that we're gonna be in good shape to run this. So, all right, that's fine, young. So Ace Baron 2, so fine, I'm gonna put the name in now. You can put the name in either at the beginning of dev or the beginning or the end. In fact, you know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a joke that everybody says as far as the movies. We're going to name this Blue Harvest. You're probably wondering, why is it called Blue Harvest? And what's the joke? The joke is that it was the code name of Star Wars. It's like, we're calling it Blue Harvest. And people, no, it was the code name for one of the Star Wars sequels. I don't remember which one. I'll have a link down, a name down below which one. We're on 3D graphics running this on console. And we have something in dev, so at the very least, we will also have something to show at E3. We have the game that's currently on sale. As long as the game is on the market, which is usually about a couple months, you'll have bonus sales running to that, but also feasibly bonus hype to whatever you're working on. We have Blue Harvest that's coming out, and people's like, wonder what this Blue Harvest thing is. So yeah, it's a code name, pretty much. But all right, so we do have an idea of what was going on. So we're gonna look at our engine, and we're gonna talk to Mr. David Draven, and he's got good stuff there. He's not going to do all of the work, though. We're going to do some of the work, too. And Monica Olsen, I think she's good for the time being. We don't need too much of story quests based on what they're saying, but we'll run some stuff. Okay, so character progression, we do want that idea as far as Ace Baron. Linear story, yeah, we'll run the linear story, and these will cost more as it is, and also and change how the percentages and what they go into, that being, in this case, engine, gameplay, and story quests, but also the case that how you don't want to necessarily overload it, but like, hey, you need stuff going on to a little bit. So in that case, I think we're good. We've got an engine that's going to be nice for our flight perspective, and off we go. So we're generating hype normally as far as our almost 100,000 fans. Okay, and there is our post-release analysis of Car College. So what do they say? Okay, based on what we made, racing simulation is a great combination. And if you're running this, engine is going to be an important aspect. Okay, good. Fair enough. We got that going, and okay, just as the PSP is coming out, we have another development stage. Let's see, we got AI was important. We had last time. We will put into AI with, let's put April Keller on that one. And level design, we'll put Tony Rodriguez there, and on dialogues, Monica. And there we go. So let's see, what do we want to do for this? We want to put on dialogues, we want story, Easter eggs for the past games of the franchise. I don't think we need a level editor. You can choose to have it or not have it. In that case, I don't think they're going to necessarily give me too much. Based on our allocation of that, I think that's a decent allocation based on what's important, what's more important, and also how much time you got going to be able to allocate to each of these things. Okay. All right, so the PPS is out. We can get that if we want. But in the meantime, we have Blue Harvest and we have Car College running at this show. The bonus hype, new fans, and bonus sales of a couple percent. Let's see. All right, so bonus hype numbers of 16 points, new fans of 219, and bonus sales of 2% of what we got on the market currently. And they give you a post-show rundown. We didn't make it the top 100 boost. That's fine. We can do it when we have more fans later. But in the meantime, let's the demo going on this. So we'll get the development. So bye-bye to Game Boy. Released 5 games on, earned $6.7 million doing it. Okay, so last development stage we have is stereo sound, or fine, is for here for stereo sound, 3D graphics 3, and basic sounds. Yeah, we'll have stereo sound for this. We may as well keep this going. Graphics are how I want to run. I want somebody who's as good on artistry. That's gonna be, actually no, that's gonna be us here. Or fine, us right there. You basically use the LRR buttons to switch between the windows and place down on where you want them. So fine, Monica Olsen, go there, and then on world design, actually, yeah, let's pull April on there. And that's good, and I forgot to do a marketing thing, but that's fine, we can start marketing now. Let's put it in magazines and demos. Take a look at what Blue Harvest is. People think, oh, that's pretty fun. And in the last minute, we're gonna drop the bomb saying, oh, by the way, this is a sequel to Ace Baron's, the 3rd entry in the trilogy. Like, oh my God, we want to play this. So, but that being said, I do want to wait for the books too, and as is the case. Oh, okay, some of my team is getting a little, what is it? Oh crap, they introduced one bug after I hit that. Usually one bug is fine. If you run and release it completely in a broken state, insert Pokemon Generation 9 joke here, yeah, they're not gonna like that. And later, there's gonna be a factor to that as well. Okay, that being said, we're not naming it this, so it was Ace Baron, so Ace Baron 3. It was Burgundy Air last time. Oh no, I gotta put the number here. Yeah, because using the Switch's keyboard to do this. Ace Baron 3, let's see. Try to think something about the skies. Let's see, sky's the limit. Okay. Yeah, because you don't necessarily have to be clever with the name. As long as you come up with a name that makes sense, you should be fine. So fine, that's good. And we always have a subtitle to it anyway, so that works. So, let's see. All right, we got new research of 3D Graphics Volume 4, and Car College left the market selling 3.7 million units and $4.5 million of sales. Not bad. And we got our review. Before we get our review going, I want to do some training. All right, and by the way, when you do one of the courses for the first time, you get a laydown of what it's going to emphasize the most or enhance as far as your stats. That's running game design. I do want tech stuff, so I want to put them on programming. I also want to get down here and get a game report running on this as we go, because you can do that, but you can't always do it before the reviews come in. I don't know what causes that. Why sometimes you can put on game report generation after you finish a game before the first review comes in, and why sometimes you can't. But anyway, what do you think of the return to Ace Baron? 7 out of 10. Okay, not bad. 7, beautiful. You don't necessarily have to keep making 10 out of 10 games, although fine, Game Hero likes it a lot, giving it a 9 out of 10, so that's good. And so did All Games. They said it's outstanding. Okay, so pretty good review. All right, so as we go, fine. Oh no, I don't. Okay, you can also fire them if like, hey, you can't afford them, but fine. I'm gonna make her go. She needs design going, so let's run design that way, because they will get points for that when they do that. In fact, I want to do that for everybody. I want to get, because we want to get up to 700 of design and tech specifically, so we can open up the tech lab and also the R&D lab. But we'll do that eventually. You do want to pace yourself as far as it's based on what I did when it came to the practice. Let's do a project management, which I believe will increase their speed. And Monica Olsen also is not doing much. Let's give her something. Just because I want to make sure, and you also unlock boost. I do want to unlock boost eventually. And I'll show what that does because I do want to have that. We'll do R&D course. Okay, there we go. You have 100,000 fans now or over that, so now you can self-publish medium games, or you should be able to do it. Fine, nothing stopped us from doing it, technically. It's just that they sometimes will say, hey, you know, it's better if you wait to have a certain number of fans before you do it. There's nothing stopping you, but it's in case you'll be more effective later. Okay, so sequel. They're talking about what happened here. So critics praised that it had a newer engine than the original, which it did, which really drove technical innovation. All right, so they're liking what they saw, and that's gonna be good. That being said, I do want to fill those seats as far as our people in the town, or in the development room. Sounds important for this platform genre of PS2, and action is a great mix. Okay, so there we go. Now, feasibly, we could sort of try and keep coasting, but the idea is that you do want to keep going. Keep pushing forward, basically. Alright, so... Oh yeah, unfortunately they're getting kind of unhappy, but fine. As long as she finished that, hang on April, go on vacation. And Monica, I'm gonna wait. So she's gonna have to be feasibly miserable for a little while longer. We also probably should do something on an engine, although I do want to try and get stuff researched. So let's see, what do we want to put in our engine? Because I'm gonna build another one and basically use these aspects to put into your engine when you make a new one. Because I think we're getting into a case where we need to have another. Okay, so, and you do need the research points to do it. I only have 63. So I think what I'm gonna do is, I think we're gonna emphasize an open world. I think that might be worth doing. And fine, since she's not completely miserable yet, before we send her on vacation, I think we need to research something else. Let's see. We have a day-night side, we have a rich backstory. I think we want to get our backstory, because we tend to be focusing on plot a little bit when it comes to some of this stuff. So try and be consistent, which we have been, generally speaking, as far as our play. I'm glad to come back to this as is. Despite what I had to mention earlier on the show, I am glad to come back to this because I said, hey, this game is fun. And I do want to celebrate that, and since we did start it, we don't leave a game unfinished. I just had to get myself set to make sure that we'd be able to do this, and also because I want to be ready to do this. I didn't want to necessarily come on and fail the game after this long. But that's usually why, when it comes to something like this, I usually plan for the purpose of running running a game every month when it comes to a long form. Although, we might finish this game tonight, although I'm honestly thinking more that we won't. Oh, fine, we won't completely, but even if we do, as far as getting through the entire 35 years, I'm gonna come back to this maybe in a couple weeks for a little bit of an extra. To show off the pirate mode, and then also to show off maybe some other stuff. But fine, vacation time for all you, and fine, David is in a good case for now. So we sold a decent amount, but we do need to get stuff going. Let's start some contract work just because I want to get my research points set. And usually I'll pick these based on the idea of getting the team set up and also make sure they can actually do it in the time allotted. So fine, some of these are easy, like this one. Other ones are not. The horoscope generator, we could do that in 5 weeks, maybe. That's porting in a game in 4 weeks. That's feasibly gonna take too long. I don't trust that one. I mean, I'm gonna wait. Because I want Monica back off of vacation. But I do want to try and see about a couple things. So fine, what we're gonna do in the meantime is I'm gonna start training. So let's get, let's see, what do we want to emphasize on? Research, actually, yeah, and by the way, research, what that does is it increases the amount of research points you get for doing tasks. So actually at that point, I do want to get my tech up, so I'm gonna start there. Yeah, we got people who are kind of getting in a case of that. And fine, we're gonna have them revolving door enough for the purpose of that. Let's also see what publishing deals are looking like. All right, so we have Casual Wild West by Capcom, Fashion Adventure from THQ, Cyberpunk from any genre from Activision, and Hacking RPG by Ubisoft. But for now, I think we're set. And oh, right, you sometimes get the perspective that, hey, the fans want your source code to be released as far as your older engines. Or you could sell it to make money. Or you could say, no, we're not doing anything with this. Now, since we're not using this old engine, I'm okay with giving it away. And the reason to do that is you get more fans, but you'll get less money. Selling it, you get more money and less fans, and refusing really doesn't do anything. So I'm just gonna give it away because I think that's gonna be fine for this, and also get Multi-platform. Okay, I do want to research that. I definitely want to research multi-platform because that means you can run games on multi-platform and increase the amount of money you make feasibly on the back of that. So where is multi-platform? It's 100. So I want to get myself set, so I'm going to do some tasks to get up to multi-platform. And you're going on vacation because, yeah, she's going to come back in the office. And it helped because we got 14,000 fans, but we didn't gain money. When they say we lost that much money, it means that we could have made that much money by selling it. It doesn't mean, oh, you lost money for the purpose of, you know, just giving it away. All right, but yeah, we'll get that going. Hi, Monica. Welcome back to the office. And fine, David's back in the office too. And you're close enough. I'm going to send him off because I do want to have my whole team ready to go when we do. Fine, the programming course is done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some contract work to get our stuff up for our research. I think with our full team, we can do a horoscope generator. I'm going to try it. It's 5 weeks. As long as we can get the design set, that's the hardest part. But you're also seeing there is that when your team is more effective, they have a number sometimes on the bubbles they send up. You do have that sound of the bubbles going, which means that you can have more than one going on. So it's like a 2 and a 3, and we are just going to make it. All right, that was close. Excellent work. So there's $75,000, and we got any of the research points that came along with that. That being said, I think we want another person on our team. And right before you have to adjust your budget and also the idea of who do you want as far as going on there. You can put it all the way to $2 million, but what that also means is that they'll be feasibly really, really good, and that means that there might be potentially an expectation when you go later saying, hey, you have a great developer on your team, and like, wait a second, that's going to be high. So you feasibly can put it down to next to nothing, and get to that point of saying, hey, let's train somebody to be really effective. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to about $250,000, and you can focus on what they want, or what they're going to focus on, either on a show reel where they're going to run a design, complex algorithms, run a tech, or game demo where it's kind of going to be a half and half. No, fine. I'm going to put a little more than that. I'll put, let's put $400,000. Let's get an artist. So let's do a show reel. All right, so yeah, as we're searching, because we have 2 tables we can still fill with a vacancy. Oh, fine, we got E3 coming up. You don't say no, we don't want to go. But, you know, I want to try something. I'm going to go a small booth, because I don't know if I'm going to have a game running until by then. Okay, so we got Meguro Miyamoto. Okay, I never saw that before. All right, so the take on Shigeru Miyamoto. All right, I think I should take him. Also, Robert Jennings and Alma Lawrence. Okay, actually, fine. Meguro Miyamoto. I think we gotta take that. I don't think there's gonna be a question. I'm sorry, I did not know this. So it's also the case that since they randomized enough about this game, if he's been going the whole way of the game, now have we seen this? So I'm glad we got to see this. Okay. So fine, welcome to the team, and also what you want to do in the team is here, you want to roll out the welcome wagon. So you go into training, you do a staff training of $10,000, and it's going to be set for it. But yeah, my team is getting overworked from not working much. And fine, I'm also in a case like that, but I can't go on vacation. So wait a second, why are they making me look that way? Okay, fine, I'm going to look for contract work just to see. I'm going to do some sprite sheet software to get a sense of our staff needs how to use modern technologies. It's not going to take long. Want enough of the case where that's going to be set. Also, the market's responding now to games with new topics. So basically at that point, pull a topic you've never run before. And I'll look as far as that a little later. Okay, so welcome to the team. And he's getting the turtle going on to get in a way of running with that. Okay, so good job. So fine, let me also take a look at our game history, which is on this, to see what have we not touched as far as the genre. So we did flight, we did game development, we did racing, we did colonization, detective, city building, western, sports of course, space, dragon or fantasy, comedy, prison, virtual pet. Hey, that's cyberpunk we took. I'm gonna pull something else for something unique. Actually, wait a second, there's E3, so fine, if I can get a game running now, that might be good. So let's pull something we've never touched. So what have we not touched? Let's see. Expedition, construction, detective, we've done space, we did colonization, we did racing. Actually, I don't think I've done construction. Also, this is going to be the case. What should I put on construction? Fine, let's do construction. Let's put this on... Okay, this genre matches well to see what's going to be good for genre. Also running construction, I think I'm going to run... Hold on, do I have a DS license? No, I don't. And how's market share looking? PS2 is still the strongest as far as what this is. You know, I'm gonna take the DS license, so let's put this on DS. Okay, so for construction, let me think about this. I mean, building things, it could be something casual, you know, like Lego. You know what, I'll take that. I'll run casual, I'll run it medium. Let's go to make it for the, let's make it for the young crowd. It's also on DS, so fine, on DS is gonna run usually for kids is the thought, but hey, who knows. So that's set. I don't think I need to mix a genre. You can mix a genre to see, but I think for this, I'm just gonna run a casual construction. We'll see how this goes. We'll have 3D graphics on DS, because why not? Because DS was capable of that. Fine, even if the console's not capable of that, you can still put it. It doesn't matter. So we have a game in development now. They see what this is. We just announced this, like right as the show is happening. So we're getting new fans, and question is, okay, since we just announced it, I'm curious about something. Does it give a hype case if you just announced a game? I guess it doesn't, but fine. We had a small booth. We didn't pay much. So not really, okay, so fine. We did just announce a game, so like fine, we got that going. Also, fine, they're gonna be, fine, we'll be all right as far as what this is, I think. So now since we got a new perspective, let's get a sense of what we want to put on the team. As far as who we want to put on what. Okay, so for this, running construction. I'm thinking the engine as far as what to build, because it's basically about building stuff, I guess. Engine's probably gonna be vital. Gameplay is going to be fine. They give you a default to start, but that's not always a guarantee, so you have to be careful on what that is. We do story quests. We'll get Mr. Miyamoto on the team in just a second, but let's run Tony. Let's put Monica on gameplay. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's put her there. And what do we want to do for our construction? We want save and we want multiplayer, because yeah, you can all have fun building or destroying things, perhaps. We feasibly can run a plot, but it's like, hey, you know what? We don't necessarily need that. Fine, we'll have cutscenes as far as the buildings fall down. So fine, that should be the name. I think I have an idea of what I want to call this thing. So Electric Games wants to interview us. Let's give them an interview. So if you're doing a construction casual game, what do you want to focus on more, engine or level design? You say, not sure, or you can pick one. You want to try and feasibly get it to match what the industry's thinking. I would think the engine feasibly for the build, we'll see, I think, so let's try that. They'll tell you if it's not a case of that, but we'll see. Here comes the interview, what they say. Other industry professionals disagree. Okay, so we're glad we got to show that, which is, we say engine, but the industry's saying level design is, but that's not necessarily going to say, hey, you know, it's going to be bad. Well, not necessarily. We do have our team going. Actually, it seems like, yeah, their perspective is going higher, it seems now. It's not like going down with them being, you know, what was it? Like, overworked. Maybe it's because I added a new member of the team. Okay, so with that being said, let's put a new member of the team on here. We want artistry. They said the level design is important. So I do on level design, we do want Meguru on like graphics and things we got there. We want level editor to set up things. I don't know if we need dialogues too much. We do want, I guess, AI of how the buildings go or how you're running with your team. Actually, you know what? In that case, we do want that idea, and I think that'll be a good case. That being said, we've not been working, so we do want to have that idea going. Fine, I'm managing the company, but still, you also want to make sure that everything's going to be set, and also, that we hype going soon enough, I will get that running as far as the marketing campaign. In fact, I will get that running about now. At this point, I think I can justify a small marketing campaign. I won't go, because it still does include what the previous ones had, where you have advertising magazines. In this case, you're adding on demos. Now you're adding interviews that you ran, although I did interview before, so fair enough. Or saying, hey, we're gonna run behind-the-scenes information, TV trailers, and exclusive reviews, basically early access to this based upon the media and things like that, if you want. Okay, but then again, running this, let's go on your artistry. So yeah, your artistry is gonna be graphics. So let's go on graphics, and Mana's good on that. As far as world design, she's good there, but I do want to put it up a little. Rich backstories. I don't think we need that so much. I also want to try and make sure I get this released before that market trends goes away. It's like, hey, new topics. It might say normalize, and I hope the hell it doesn't normalize before I'm done with bug testing. Unfortunately, I gotta wait. Got it, okay. So, all right, so for our construction casual game, that's for youths. As I was thinking, like, hey, when buildings go up, or what goes up must come down, feasibly, that could be the idea. I guess the reference to the song Spinning Wheel by Blood, Sweat, and Tears. But then again, fine. I probably should canonize one other thing as far as the show. Something I mentioned before. I'll link in the link list for this one because I've brought it up before. Since this is something for kids, I'm going to mention Hard Hat Harry. And if you're familiar with what this is, you go back to the 90s, you used to see commercials on TV for real-life construction equipment for kids and things like that. Hard Hat Harry. I don't... No, Hard Hat Happy. Well, either one could go. But I'm doing this because he was the host of those videos. I've never seen the videos, but I always saw the commercials. The point where I got the sense that, hey, I knew this. And hey, kids love their construction stuff. If he's get casual enough saying, hey, let's have a building and let's knock it down. It's not going to necessarily be like SimCity exactly. We have a new best on our design, so that's good. And the team's going well, and there is Meguro Miyamoto at this first game, or Miyamoto, I should say. At least that, okay, good. It's on the market, so perfect. And we got achievements, so yeah, you can run achievements just like this game does, or like a lot of the other consoles that not Nintendo do. Actually, everything that's not Nintendo does that. Let's see. What do you think about Hard Hat Harry? We'll see what they think about this. Do they remember what this is? And how are kids going to react to this? Uh-oh. But when you see the numbers like going low like that, that might be a thought that, hey, it's not going to be well received. So, well, fine, it's 4. So it's only meh. Not bad, not good, but average. It has moments. Okay, about average, so not great. So the question is going to be what happened there, and that's always what I ask whenever something like that goes. Because you could feasibly have all the stuff set in the world and be fine, although it's also something that it won't necessarily not sell if it's not that greatly reviewed. It's decent. It's right in the middle. About, even though it's like less than 50% or less than 5. But still doing well, but all right, fine. I'm getting some fans off of this, but we're going to see what's going on here, and I'm also going to start doing some training. I'm also going to see about boost. Also, the thing about boost is you do have to have a specific level for each of the members of your team, or the member of your team you're going to teach it to. So I want to see what that is, and also what I want to put on other people. So fine, you need 500 of tech or design, and then you pay $1 million and 20 of those points. But I also am getting close to running multi-platform. So I do want to keep running multi-platform, so much so that we're going to do contracts. Let's do something that's big enough I can do it, but also not something that's small enough that I won't get a whole lot of research points. So we need an application that looks futuristic for a movie. 46 and 30 for 5 weeks, I'll take it. Let's go. And fine, for the purpose of generating the game report, that also gets research going on anyway. Sorry, we get 100, so perfect. So what they say about Hard Hat Harry. Casual construction is okay. Dialogues are not important, but graphics are very important. So the mix was a little weird, but not awful. Okay, so we did make it, and we got to 100, which is what I want. And so, Mr. Miyamoto, we want you to research this. So give us multi-platform. We need $500,000 for this. This will pay out pretty nicely in the long run. Basically, you can spread the money around more by putting it on more systems, and I don't have enough stuff for that. So yeah, that's going to be where we go. But for everybody else, let's do some training. If I can afford any, I can't. I need those tech points. So fine, everybody else start doing contract work, even if it's really short. Yeah, it's too big to run. Design characters, yeah, in 5 weeks, I think we're gonna be fine doing this. And by the way, the reason I'm doing this also whilst he's doing it to show the fact that, yeah, when he's doing a research or a train or anything specific like that, they will not be able to contribute to either the game you're developing or the job you're currently doing, which for that small perspective is fine, but you do want to feasibly adjust that as you go. So you make sure you use your whole team as much as you can. Because every little bit's going to help. Everybody on the team is going to be vital. Including eventually who we put in that slot over there, but I'm not going to feasibly fill that just yet. Because eventually what we want to do is we want to do an engine build of putting in... actually, wait a second. Oh, wait a minute. The multi-platform is not something that goes into engine. You just need to have that. So basically, whenever you develop a game, whether it's a sequel or a new game, means that you have a selection of 3 consoles to put it on, or you put it on the PC on top of that. So there we go. So that's all I want to have so we can spread this out. So let's see. All right, fashion with anything. And if you don't have the topic research, you have to go research it specifically. And same with if you don't have the license. Although if you do select it, yeah, if you do select it when you don't have the license for the console, you can pay for it right there. For fashion, you have to go there and have it. It has to be in that list of researching it, and you also have to have the research points to do it, which I do not. So we do a fashion simulation, but I don't have that. I could pay the license cost for an RPG on Xbox and run it that way, but I have to get it to an 8 because Active Visionaries wants it to be pretty good. I still never knew what Bluebit went to as far as what that company name was. And Rockville Softworks is Bethesda Softworks, which makes sense because they're right there in Rockville, Maryland. So yeah, perfect as far as that idea. They were paying attention when it came to making this game, and they're from Australia, so there you go. Okay, so what I want to do is we're gonna make an engine, but also let's take a look. Can I do a sequel or something? Fine, I'm still losing some money, admittingly, not a whole lot on Hard Hat Harry. Fine, Car College was a nice one, although fine, Ace Baron 3, even though it didn't review as good as Car College, it sold, fine, I made more money off of it, and yeah, I made more money off of it, specifically. But that's also, I think, because I got aspects of the royalties running around. Okay. And normalized. But I did hit the markets with something new, so that kind of counted for something. So if nothing else, that's the other thing. If you could time the market that way, even though I had an iffy game with Hard Hat Harry, the market sort of responded to it. Enough, not massively, but enough that you'll feasibly be okay. So fine, vacation for you, and when we come back, we're gonna do... Actually, I don't think I can really do engine build, although fine, then we'll do contract work, because why not? Okay, so clean up database. So yeah, if you know your computer tech, should one table really have 200 columns? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. I think we can do this with our team. All right, let's go team. Yeah, our fight team, which is what Nikki said. All right, so we got $1.7 million off of it, so not bad, but it's not as much as our dev costs. All right, thank you for the contract, and let's see, is there anything new on publishing? Because the published things will run out in a couple of months. We could go look for aliens, but I don't think our team is strong enough to do that. Yeah, we'll do a library thing. Fine, it's not much, but as I said, it also builds up the research points, which you do want to do. Although in that case, it was not enough of one to do that. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is let's build a game. Let's, fine, because we're on multi-platform, so we're gonna run something on multi-platform. We're on medium. Let's pick a topic. So let's see. Wild West, Vampire, Detective, Racing. We did Racing and that. Space. Okay, so space. Did you say space? Yeah, I think we did say space. I think we need to go into space. Let's do some action in space. Why not? And that's a great combo we saw before, but you can also toss in something else in there as far as something. I don't think I'm going to take the chance because I already know that that's a great combo. But I can put it on multiple consoles now. So what we're going to do is we're going to put it on PS2, but we're also going to put it on other stuff. Since I have the licensing costs on DS and the market share is pretty good. I mean, then again, also it's better on the PC, so honestly, it's a little better on the PC. But, I mean, fine. I could also say, you know what, fine, I'll put on all that stuff, or I can pay the license cost on Xbox. You know, fine, we'll run PS2 as the only console, and then portable, and then PC. I'll run the game set Engine 7, because I don't have another name for it, and... yeah, I think everybody's going to want to go space, so fine, what do we call space? Or we can say, fine, I'm gonna say just for now, we're gonna go really old school, one of the earliest in the history of video games, Space War, and you do have to put the exclamation mark because it did have that before. They'll say, like, hey, is this a nod to classic gaming, perhaps? A remake, perhaps? Well, maybe it can be. Maybe we can just say, fine, it's Space War, why not? We grew up, fine. Tamsoft's alternate history as far as our show is concerned is saying, we love that game, we want to show it our love by giving a new version. But we're going to give it a story. So there we go, we're going to go that, and then engine work. Yeah, since David Drabin is best on engine of who we have, and he's almost at 500 on that, so I do want to get him up there enough so I can get boost on him, and that's who I ran boost on the practice. And you can get on anybody as long as they have either a design or a technology level of 500 points or more. It's actually Meguro Miyamoto could be that way, but he has to level up first, as far as, and you level up by going through games as is and doing other stuff. Okay, so it's pretty good, I think. Yeah, story's not going to be that big of a deal. Well, fine, we do have to have some background of what our space odyssey is going to be like. Okay, we're going to see the next generation of game consoles feasibly as early as next year. With advances in the PC industry that have not been reflected in game consoles yet and expected to be a truly exciting leap forward. All right. According to rumors, Microsoft and Sony and Microsoft are wanting to go on. Microsoft is collaborating with partners to create titles for the Xbox 360, so they say. Yeah, keep that in mind, indeed, as we go. All right, so hype time, or get it built. We're no good on our costs, but as I said, what you want to do at this point, you do want to balance things out. But yeah, things are getting a little worrisome for Monica over there. So we're going to want to feasibly give her a vacation in a little bit. As far as level design, that should be good. As far as him, yeah, I think that's pretty good. Let's see, what are we gonna have? Dialogues, level editor. I don't think we need a level editor. I'm not gonna go into that. Fine, if I'm gonna stick with the idea this is a remake of Space War, and I may as well. We want an Easter egg to the original. By the way, we have E3 coming up. I can put more money into a booth, but I'm gonna go medium, so we can at least give demos away. So like, hey, you know, we got the game coming out. Here it is. And I'm feasibly going to also, at this point, fine, we'll give early demos. So fine, here's an early demo. Because what happens in the industry, usually the idea like, hey, you have a demo, either you send out to magazines and things like that, or if it's a bit of players on like a demo disc or something, and maybe during the development something changes. So at that point, there's feasibly an updated demo. I know that happened actually with a lot of stuff of Acclaim's at the end of their life before they went out of business and before those games went over to other publishers. Stuff like the Red Star and Juiced, which was going to be theirs. Those are the two examples that pop up in my mind. I think there was a third one. I'll down below if there was a third one. But also, I do still have Hardhead Harry on the market. Oh, no, I don't. That was my last game. Remember, yeah, for the makers of Hardhead Harry, we're going back to another thing in history, Space War. But Monica's getting not happy, so we got to get her set. We've been making the top 100 booths, but that's okay. Okay, that being said, Monica, you need to rest a bit. So I'm going to put Tony on that. Graphics are good there. World design is good that way. We do want a backstory for our space perspective and stereo. Yeah, but yeah, they're getting sad. It's like, keep going, but fine. She's not doing as much. Fine, I don't have her on much as far as this phase of development. But even then, you're seeing the bubbles aren't coming out as fast, specifically, which can be a problem. So much so, I'll tell you what we're going to do is, now the development is finished, Monica's going on vacation right now, even though we're still in dev, because we're just doing bug testing now. So yeah, we don't need her for bug testing. We just need to get that set. And as soon as I get cases of that, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna put all of our team on vacation who needs it. And visibly, you might not want to do this, but I'm doing it now just because, hey, it doesn't matter. And also I can capitalize on that by saying, hey, they're all set. And just make sure, yeah, no new bugs are introduced, which they were not. Okay, so best as far as our take. You know what, fine, we'll stick with the Space War case. We're going to level ups on engine and level design and 3D graphics volume 3 or version 3. Mount Golson got an update as far as a level, and actually I think that's when the promotions come. Yeah, in fact, that's it. When you get a level with a team member, they get a raise. But we also have basic physics, cloud saving, mod support, and mini games as far as research. And actually, we can do stuff with research, so I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to start there so we can build a new engine. So we're going to put achievements in. So since 360 is coming around, we do want to get that set. And since April's still here, we'll do that. We'll get, I don't know if I want cloud saving. How much are mini games? A little more than I want to set on that. But also emphasize better graphics. I do want to do that. We'll do that later. So I'll hold off my money. Okay, so what about Space War? What do you think? 7 out of 10. Okay. It's a good game. All right, there you go. Definitely the best I could hope for to start, but 6 could have been better. 6 shows potential. And lastly, 8. All right, so all games. They said that was the one they liked it the most. And April now. So do tell, run a report. How is this selected? And they will also give you more hints based on the fact you're running multi-platform now. Right, there you go. So let's get that going. I love how she's also having a little drink of her coffee that way. Okay, I'm the CEO of Departure Science. Dave Johnson, our top subjects were exposed to your games and didn't go totally insane. Okay. Actually, I don't think I saw that. Oh, right, I have seen this. They seem to enjoy the experience, but I have products in the advertising and run product placement in games. Okay. My marketing team is saying it's not a good idea, and that's why I want it. I'll pay you $200,000 to play some of our Exploding Barrels in one of your games. What do you say? I say fuck off. No, sorry. You're going to have to find somewhere else. Not that I'm against product placement in games. I've often said that. Like, hey, I love the product placement of Crazy Taxi, but the idea is that game is that it's not feasibly a case like, yeah, go to KFC necessarily, go to Tower Records. It's a case that, hey, it's there, and it's just crazy to be doing that. So it's like, okay, I love it. And I can't imagine the game without it, which is why I report that doesn't have it. Like, yeah, something's missing. Which you would not think necessarily, like, would you really miss that? But the answer is, yeah, you kind of would. All right, running new topics. I don't want to necessarily jump on that. I don't really have that much of a concern saying, hey, if I don't get on the market for that, we're going to be in trouble. Fine, let's take a look at Dave. What does he got? Okay, I need $1 million, but he's also not at a tech level of 500. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to get into a tech level of 500. I'll tell you how. Learn programming, my friend. So there we go. We did spend our research points. Actually, I'm low on research points, so I do want to get those built up. So let's see. On Space War, topic audience match of space and everyone is great. Platform audience match, PlayStation 2, and everyone is great, and graphics important on the game, so that's good. But also additional insights. Focus on our entire team, which we did, but it's also something that, hey, you know, sometimes it's something they'll ask. It's like, hey, you know, get that going. But let's see. Can we see publishing? I don't have UFO mature. Okay, so fine, we can do that. On anything. Any topic, a genre. It can be a total piece of crap, feasibly from so. Okay, so that's funny. Sony, or Vani, is saying, hey, give us something that's at least a 4 out of 10 for everyone on our PSP, and we'll be set. You know what? I think we should do that. But it racked over $500,000 on sales for Space War, so okay, that's good. You know what? We'll do that. Let's do the respect that. Fine. Before he does that, I want him to. Okay, there we go. He's at 500. So actually, we'll do this. We'll do this published deal. Actually, we'll wait till he finishes. Yeah, he's doing the research, and yeah, just have a nice drink of your coffee, my friend. Yeah, boom, you're done. Okay, so let's go on that publishing deal. Hopefully, it's still up. It is. I'm going to pay the license cost on PSP. Let's put something on PSP from Sony. Also, even when we do a contract that way, you can easily put in other stuff. You know what? Fine, we're dual platforming this. We're putting it on the PS2 as well. I'll keep medium. We will run. And they give your run a topic and genre. So they want something at least it's gonna be a 4, huh? I think we should do. Let's do a sports game. Why not? And then we'll do a sports. We do a casual sports game. We sort of did casual recently. An action sports game. Okay, fine. You know, it'll be like, what was it? NBA Jam or something like that. Actually, okay, and they didn't put a requirement on a rating, did they? Oh, yeah, they did. Okay, so fine. Basically, that's the idea. When you have a contract, you try and select a different rating than what they give you. Like, no, it has to be the one they tell you. But multi-platform, if you have that, you can still run that. And you can feasibly add a second genre on if you have second genre. So at that point, I think that's fine. Let's put an engine that way. And then, yeah, we're going to run without a name to start. We're on 3D graphics. Remember, the PSP was about 3D graphics. We're mirroring the PS2. So we do have that. Okay, so Dev 1, let's see. What do we want to have? And do we want a story? Fine. It's a sports game that's going action-based. We do about character progression as far as our players. So, hey, they're going through an experience. As your experience, they want to learn how to play, so I do want to keep tutorials on. Multiplayer, you do want that. All right, so engine work. Yeah, it's kind of the same stuff there, but fine. There he is, and when I get to the case of being able to get boost, I'm going to give him boost. Because actually is going to help during development. But for now, I think that's good. Okay. So there we go with the nice bubbles. Okay, so the 360's coming out. Microsoft showed their new console, the Xbox 360. First in next-generation consoles, featuring horror-rivaling mid-end PCs. Relatively cheap purchase price. Keep that in mind. Microsoft will be selling the device at a loss as part of long-term strategy to gain market share. Gamers around the world are excited by the new consoles. Predicted it'll have a massive impact on the console market. We'll talk about that as we go. But yeah, Space War's still on the market and still selling okay. Actually, it's selling pretty good. But it just came off the market, so a little over $500,000. But as far as money, it was much more. All right, so that's going well as far as what we got. But next, let's see. I don't think we need a level editor for our action sports game, but as far as everything else, AI is going to be important. We need to be able to feasibly beat the team down if we so want to. So, April, yeah, give him hell, my friend, and then level design, and yeah, fine dialogue. You do want a little bit of trash talking and a little bit of good stuff from the announcer. All right, so where next? Fine, just letting it go, and then I'll start marketing in a little bit. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it out or have it going until by E3, so I think we're good at what we got. We got Miyamoto, or Miyamoto, I have to remember that. That way, Tony. Who's not worked on this project much that's not ourselves? And Monica. Well, fine, then that means Tony's not working on the project much. I think basically the reason they give you, like, hey, have everybody on your team involved, I think you have to have a specific percentage of your team that's running the game, I believe. I think that's why they'll give you that message. But for now, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, not much you could do as far as only 21% for ourselves and then 33% for Monica Olsen. But all right, marketing blitz, or fine, sort of blitz. I'm gonna give them, yeah, we'll run semi-cheaply. Or cheaply enough to get enough attention out. Yeah, just keep going on that and hear the wonderful sound of bubbles going. I love that. It's a little touch for sure, but that's what is great about this game, the little things about it. It could be just, yeah, you know, do game development, like Game Tycoon on the PC, but that was the case. People said that game was not very good. In fact, I remember the X-Play review of that being pretty scathing. I'll see if I can't dig out video of that review for the link list. Okay, so the 360's out. No, get the bug out of the way. But we do need to come with a name on this. And chat, any suggestions on name, I am open to anything you've got. Okay. Also, if you level up, you do not get a raise for yourself. But fine, we do have to come with a name for this game. So, it's an action sports game, so let's see. But also, I didn't necessarily say what kind of sport it was. It could feasibly be anything as far as it. Okay, I'll tell you what I'd do. We had Coach's Conundrum. So, as far as the last time we played this, which is definitely a legendary game, I'll tell you what we're going to call this one. We're calling this one, oh no, yeah, oh fine, it is Dodge, or we're dodging, Dodgeball Dilemma. There we go. Okay, so, and also, you could feasibly see this as a reference to the movie Dodgeball, a true underdog story of how that works. Or fine, I remember the late Rip Torn in that movie saying, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, which that movie's very, very funny. Okay, so we do have new best on our stuff, so that's actually very good. And raise time. Actually, for 3 members of our team. So there we go. And we have new special training available now that they're there. Okay, yeah, when you get to that level, that basically is the indication that, hey, we can run boosts. But we got a lot of stuff coming in right now, including the researchability of surround sound. So we're going to want to get that soon enough. Market normalized. All right, dodgeball dilemma. How much of a dilemma? Because remember, I'm on a published deal, so this needs at least 4 out of 10 overall. 9 out of 10, one of the best. Okay, yeah, I'm according to that dodgeball market on the place of 10 out of 10. Best of its kind by Informed Gamer. Rest in peace, Game Inform, of course. Now, 10 out of 10, Outstanding Achievement Game Hero. And 9 out of 10, more please. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to sequelize that game. So, all right, Dodgeball Dilemma turned out great. And that's what you want to see. You love seeing when a game does well. But yeah, go on vacation. You deserved it. And also, she's gonna have to feasibly be boosted. We'll boost that later. But let's do a game generation. That, I think, is the best game of the night so far. And yeah, look at those sales already. We're selling like almost 5 million units within like a week. And we can do large games. I will want to research that. That being said, I want to see how much costs of stuff are going to be. So let's see. Large games are 40. And if I'm going to be running Boost, I do want to have, oh fine. If I want to run large games, I'm going to want to have Boost on tap for that. But I also do need to get feasibly better graphics engine. So what I'm going to do actually now is I'm going to try and pump up as much as I can for the, actually, okay, fine. The other reason I'm doing really well as far as the sales is because it was a licensing contract and you're entitled to the royalties as long as it meets the review score. Fine, they wanted a 4 out of 10 out of that. I gave it a 9.5, so there you go. Fine, we have a booth coming here. I don't have a game in line, but I can also boost my money I'm making for this. All right, there you go. More than met the required ratings. You're welcome, Sony. I think you get research points. That's what I'm really going to do now. Okay, fine. I take that back. Oh, no, I don't take that back. I was saying you don't get research points but as far as the team helping over on stuff, like when you have a contract like that. But actually, fine, you do because I have ourselves running a game report. So fine, he's getting it by that anyway. But that being said, let's also take a look at you. Let's see what she got. It's fine. That's boost. She needs 20, and we need $1 million for that. But she also has to have. Oh, fine. I don't have her at enough. I thought I did, but fine. I view it enough. Oh wait, that's research. I don't want to necessarily research. I want to go into train. So fine. It's $1 million for the purpose of this, and for that, I'm gonna put it out right now. I want that. I absolutely want that. That'll help your stuff going on. Okay, so sports action is a great combination. And graphics are important, and audience match at PSP and everyone is a good choice. Yeah, I got that for sure. So yeah, they want to... Okay, for a minute it looked like he was kind of paused there as far as what it was, but I guess, yeah, it's taking some time for him to research it. Remember, Space Wars is our last game. Dodgeball Dilemma is on the market now, so we're going to get more sales on that going. Remember, Sony helped us with that, or we helped Sony with that one. Which is fitting, because remember, Tamsoft was connected with Sony in the sense that they published games for them. The Valeria Toshinin games were sort of a case like that. Well, sort of, but then Takara was involved, which is why I got on other consoles, so having PlayStation, for that first one at least. Also, by the way, okay, they give you a perspective on multi-platform games, saying we can reduce cost of development for single-game multi-platforms if you optimize our game engine for multi-platform development. Yeah, so you can do that, and that's going to be something we're going to do. We're going to do an engine perspective. Okay. Optimization of multi-platform, so they're giving that. So I do want to do that, and we'll put that into engine. I knew there's something about multi-platform that went to engine. So let's see, where is it? Except it's 100, so I do want to get that sense, and I want to... I think I'm just going to do contract work for the purpose of that, but I want to have... Review game cons with your expertise. Okay, team... Oh shit, I forgot, David Draven's not on this, but fine. The rest of them can do it in 3 weeks. Alright, so then we'll apply the Environmental Protection Agency. And offer you, your company has a high electrical footprint, okay? Install solar panels will increase your footprint by a lot and you'll save money. We'll sponsor 50% of the cost for each investment $200,000. You like to install it? I'm not sure, only because I'm saying this seems kind of weird. Fine, the government's coming to us. I guess they liked Valeria Toshinin too. Any of them, as far as, like, fine. 2 as far as them liking it also, as opposed to the second one, because there is a second one. Actually, as far as Toshinin's concerned, there's... fine, 5 of them, technically. The Game Boy game, Ura on Saturn, and then 1, 2, and 3. And 1 was on Saturn for Remix, so guess you want to technically call it 6. I'm ignoring this because I don't know. Sorry, you're declining offer, but there's no period. Okay, that's sketchy as hell right there. Like, where's the period, my friend? We did do it, though, specifically without David Draven, but fine. We're getting him ready for better things as far as the setup, and also keep going on that contract work. I'm just going to do that so I can get the research points. I just want as many research points I have. Fine. When I was doing tests, I eventually got to like 2,000. Which was the case at that point, I wasn't bothering with it. But as long as I get up to something with that, which should be good. Okay, so he got a boost. What that means is you see the little rocket there and the circle going up. That goes up twice. And what happens is when you highlight him, you can run boost. What that means is that for the period that runs, it'll go down as far as how much is in there, as far as the amount in the circle, and he'll work more efficiently. So that means that when you're doing a contract, feasibly he'll work on it faster, or he might work better as far as that with the game. But you want to time that specifically, and also make sure that, hey, use that specifically. So usually what I do is I wait until it gets to level 2. And so it fills up completely, and then we will do stuff with it. If you're just doing normal stuff as far as things, you don't have to worry about it, depleting. It'll only deplete if you actually choose to use it. So you feasibly research it and not use it, but I'm going to use it specifically. Man, I don't have much going on here as far as those. Oh, we got tons of stuff going on. All right, the Xbox is coming off the market. And the GameCube is coming off the market too, and there we go. So, as is Dodgeball Dilemma. Okay, that was a hit. But yeah, Nintendo ended the GameCube's life, but of course they got another console. The new, or the Wii, as it is. So there is the Wii. It looks much like the Wii, specifically. And because it's a satire case, they can claim fair use. Or fine, one thing it's worth pointing out, Nintendo themselves said, hey, we want this game on our console. And Game Dev Tycoon, the only console port it got is Switch. So Nintendo looked at that and said, hey, we like the cut of their jib, so we want to put it on the console. I'll see if they do that eventually with Tavern Keeper, but I don't know if they're going to do that. But anyway, instead of trying to compete with Sony and Microsoft, they want to give something new. It has a controller built-in motion center, which means you stand in front of your TV and use it as a counterpart to virtual objects like a tennis racket, so very much like Wii Sports. First PlayStation would see with huge grins on their faces when they used it, and seems to be like a lot of fun. Okay, so that's good. Okay, no, I don't want to hire anybody yet. At least not yet. What's on the publish? Okay, so we do another publish deal. Fine, we put an RPG out on the GameCube before it runs away, but I don't think so. Maybe we should just do something original ourselves, or fine, I want to build that engine, so fine. So I'm gonna not build games yet. Besides, we're coming up to E3 later. We're gonna do this. And I'm not ready for porting. I need to be ready for porting games to other systems. Fine, the other thing I'll also do is I will also have people train. Oh wait, no, that costs research as well. So in that case, I can't really. Fine, wait. Yeah, just as we wanted. All right, no problem. So I think we got to make something. In fact, I think we're going to do that. I'm going to make a sequel to something. Going back in the well to see. I was going to go back in the way or go back in the well. Let's go back in the well. Let's see. We haven't went back to Dragon Shard, and thank you to Electverse again for the suggestion that we played this the first time. Fine, Dragon Shard hasn't been around a while. Let's reinvent it for the new system. Oh, fine. Oh, no, I don't want to do a sequel to Fetty Fish yet. Fine, one thing you can do is you hit back. It lets you not run the game, so fine, I didn't mean to do that. So what I want to do is, yeah, we're gonna make a sequel. But I'm gonna do it on, we'll do it on Dragon Shard. So yeah, last time we saw Dragon Shard, we ran a fantasy RPG. I do wanna, yeah, we'll stick with an RPG. We'll keep it that way. All right, so Dragon Shard, we're going to keep with that one because that was a good suggestion. Good name, good suggestion. Dragon Shard. So fine, that was Dragon Shard Returns. Dragon Shard. Fine, well, let's talk about Hellfire, also the name of the great song out of The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Thinking about that. But fine, this is something different. It's not that. There were no dragons in that movie. So on what we want to put this on, fine. They say feasibly it's better to wait for multi-platform until your engine can run it. Although it didn't stop the last game we did, so it's, in this case, fine. It's a sort of suggestion, but sort of not a suggestion. Fine, we'll do it next time because then at that point we'll have an engine. But fine, we're gonna run this a couple places. We'll run it on the PC and we'll run it on the DS. We'll do a DS version. Oh, fine. We also do it on the PSP, but fine, the market share on DS is actually a little more. It's fine, we'll run it that way. Fine, this will be the last hurrah of our Engine 7. I didn't name it before because I forgot to. Because we do only want the 3D graphics, the next one of those, so that's actually going to be part of it too. And there we are also drawing the ideas on our portable devices. I do love that touch, which actually I did not know until I was doing my test earlier today. Okay, so far as our story, we do want story on this one because it's RPG. That's also going to be a vital case. So let's also get our, I don't know, we want you here. Yeah, you have your artistry case. Let's run some of that. Gameplay's gonna be pretty good, I think. Monica can handle that. I want to get her also set as far as more stuff. Engine, fine, you want a little bit of an engine, but they're saying, no, we don't need much. Put it right there. That'll be good. By the way, I'm for Smash Magazine. We got a new game. You want to talk about it? Sure, let's do that. So what do you think of it? Do you think it's going to be well received? You can hype it, and that also builds up the hype, but it's also the case that if you don't do well on it, they might say, yeah, why'd you hype it up? We tended to be modest. I'm going to be modest as far as this, unless I knew. Fine, the only case we did hype it was when we did Game Dev Tycoon. It's like, fine, let's hype the game they made. Why not? Okay. All right, so the Xbox is gone, and the Game Sphere is gone, the GameCube is gone. Yeah, we do have a good amount of money, so in that case, I'm being kind of frugal with this a little bit. Our team's also getting a little low, but not yet. You still have to start. You start worrying about it when they start having the frowning face. We don't need a level loader. Yeah, fine. The AI might be important, but honestly, yeah, it probably will be fine. But let's get some art going on here. Let's put ourselves on the project. Yeah, you're good on level design. As far as April, I mean, the AI I think is going to be sort of important. Yeah, because as far as like a battle case, like, you know, it might not be that important. Fine, we'll put a little bit more. That's good, I think. Of course, also as you have more into it, the team is also feasibly going to be a little more pressured. Oh crap, the whole team is kind of getting that way. Oh shit, I gotta, we're in trouble. Yeah, I'm nervous about this because they're getting down there and then the Wii is coming out. Let's also start a marketing. You know what, I can afford, we'll start a small marketing campaign. I think I can afford that. All right, the new or the Wii is out. Okay, so far as who's, fine, he's overworked. I don't want him overworked. I want to put him, we're gonna run graphics a little bit, but I'm not gonna have it run that much. World design. Fine, you know what? Let's put April on that because she's not overworked yet. Fine, I do need, you know, maybe, unfortunately, a lot of our team is gonna be overworked, so that means we're gonna put down that way. Let's put them to that. Okay, stereo sound, that's good. Oh, but yeah, they're all fine. They're all kind of in a case like that. But also, we're getting to a case of boost time. So we're at 2. Go over there and select boost. Boost is a little more, so you're seeing, fine, since he's kind of, fine, you're getting more like a 2 on that. So that's good as far as like the number. All right, so we're almost there, but yeah, we need, fine, they have to be unhappy a little longer for bug test. Please go on bug testing. Yeah, I'm really feasibly working my team to the bone, but I'm not trying to. Fine, there we go. Okay, it's not our highest in anything, but that's fine. You don't necessarily have to have it as high in everything, but you do feasibly want to keep it going consistently. Fine, there we go, and it's vacation. At this point, I gotta put them all on vacation at this time because otherwise they feasibly might quit. Draven I'm gonna wait on. FMV. So you can run FMV. It's weird they're giving you FMV this late in the game, but either way, let's see. Fine. We don't know what the reviews are yet, but start telling us what we think is going on. Okay, hopefully this is well received. I'm just concerned because of the team at the end of the development. It was also more when it came to doing bug testing. 6, I like it. 6 shows potential, so at least it's consistent across the board. 7, that's a little bit better. 7, all right, not bad, great sequel. So people are liking it. Also, there's another case where they want to get an engine, so let's give away the engine Quattro, because we're not going to use that next. And it was a good decision as far as it, because a lot of fans for it. Okay, awesome. That being said, he's getting sad to come back or go on vacation, and we'll be set to that. But it's not selling as fast, so that also goes to that as well. So, all right, fine. I want to build that engine, so we've got to get some stuff ready to go. I do need to get large games running on, but we do want to optimize multi-platform. That I want to start on. What else we want to do? That's going to cost a lot right there. I want to... Here's the thing. I kind of do want to focus on 3D graphics, surround sound, so I might need to wait a little bit. And large games, I do want to get to large games eventually, but we'll wait on that. So I think those are the things I want to focus on the most, which are going to be 3D graphics, V4, surround sound, and everything else is fine for now. I can come back later for certain things, and then large games. Because here's the thing, I got the money for it, but honestly, the thing I'm struggling the most on right now is the research points. But E3's coming, so fine. Since we do have, no, fine. We'll do a medium booth. 500,000 units in sales. That's good. If easily we can get some better sales going on this as we go. AI is not that important. Platform genre match of RPG and PlayStation 2 is great, as is in real life. As far as PS2, gameplay is important, and platform match for DS, and everyone is good. But of course, focus development of the team, because I guess I didn't have them all enough up. Maybe? I don't know. Okay, so there's multi-platform optimized. When I get into running engine, I want to put that in. All right, but yeah, there's a new console on the horizon. But before we do that... Okay, here we go. Vonnie announced the successor to the PlayStation 2. It's called the PlayStation 3. It doesn't look exactly like the PlayStation 3. In fact, here it is. Makes it important, or comes with impressive hardware configuration. The most powerful console in gaming history. It also doubles as a Blu-ray player, spelled with an E. Sony thinks it'll be a success with the DVD, but it comes with a hefty price tag, making it the most expensive console ever. Okay. Even with an inflation adjustment, it was not the most expensive console ever. The 3DO is one of them, but there's other one. There's that. I always forget the name of this one. It was like this Laserdisc system. I'll name it down below. It's insanely obscure. It was like an $1,000 thing, but it wasn't necessarily just a game console. Remember, the PlayStation 3 was $600 when it came out, and yeah, they're indicating that. Fine, I guess it's the most expensive is something that's feasibly mainstream, but fine. Nowadays, we get price increases on consoles, so that's the idea. Jim Master says the PS2, Sony's still hopeful, but they're going to react as far as low-cost alternatives. It's coming out in a few months. Okay. Here's E3. We get bonus sales on the stuff we got. We got new fans going. All right, so yeah, so far so good. Actually got a lot of new fans and bonus sales. All right, 4% increase. We didn't make the top 100, but that's fine for now. And we do need to get content work, because I need to get those tech things up. All right, fine. We can, yeah, this is a long time coming, and we can do this with our team. Deliver part of the Space Shuttle Control Program software. All right, so fine. We're doing development for NASA, feasibly. All right, so yeah, our research is going in pretty good as far as that, decent. And I think we can make this. If even without boosting, we're good. All right, so fine, market trend. It's going towards games with a mature rating. and April's getting sad, sort of getting to the case that, fine, I tend to want to send him on vacation feasibly as soon as I can, although I don't know if that actually changes the idea that, hey, if you only do it, if you put them on vacation when they're not in the sad phase as opposed to when it is, that'll be that upsetting to them, or they'll get upset again later, sooner or not. Okay, so they want mature rated games. Let's give them a mature rated game, why don't we? So, and then I gotta do engine still, but I need to build up on engine because the things I want to put into it. So, fine, I don't know a name because I don't know a topic. Let's figure what we're gonna do. We'll go in the Wild West. Actually, maybe this is gonna be time for a sequel. In fact, let's do that. Let's do sequel because we had a Wild West game in before. So let's run sequel. Oh, we just did a sequel. So fine, we're gonna do something new with that. So new game. Actually, no, we haven't done a vampire. Fine, I'm gonna try something I did in my practice. I'm gonna try and fix something. We're gonna do an action vampire game. Medium size. Since this is vampires, let's talk about this. We're gonna call it, feasibly an uncouth way of saying it, well, actually, no, not really. Suck it up. It's like, yeah, you gotta be a strong vampire that way in order to get going right. And then we'll put they saying we're mature rated, it's absolutely gonna mature rated, there's gonna be blood all over the place. I'm also gonna pay a console license for 360. We'll put on 360. I'll also put it on the PC because PC is definitely for mature age stuff. And since, well, the PlayStation 2 feasibly is a good place for that, but it's also something that, fine, you know what? I'm gonna take sort of a risk. I'm gonna put it on the Wii because, fine, what do people say about the Wii? The Wii didn't necessarily have enough adult experiences to it, although it had some, for sure. Actually, a pretty decent amount. But fine, use the motion control to feasibly bite down or push down on the Wii remote, or the new remote, I should say, to, you know, bite in. Fine, it's like when Manhunt 2 came out on that, basically using the Wiimote and the nunchuck to, you know, strangle people to death. As if people's like, oh my god, how dare you? As far as, fine, it's for adults, it's definitely for adults. But fine, the problems with that game extend further out in its violence. It's just a horrible game. And on the Wii, for some reason, you can't skip cutscenes, even though you can on the PS2. And there's a lot of glitches and bugs to it, to the point where it was forced to be delayed because it got an adults-only rating, and they said we got to cut it down to mature rating, because Nintendo and Sony wouldn't allow it on the console for that. But if they had feasibly not done that, the game would have been totally broken. It's just mostly broken when it comes out, including a lot of crash bugs. If you do ever want to see Manhunt 2, we can feasibly show it. I Manhunt 1, I really have more respect for that, but that's also a case where I'll basically do a warning saying, if you're sensitive to stuff with violence, do not watch this play of this, because that game is very harrowing. But okay. So we just got our game off market. It sold 9 million units, so $9 million worth in units, or in sales. In units, it was a little under $1 million. We got a maturity game coming up now for Suck It Up. Yeah, we're gonna have to suck up what we got until we get stuff for our engine. So, let's see, what do we want to put into this? We do feasibly want, fine, they say stories aren't important, so fine, maybe in that case we don't necessarily need that much. Gameplay, though, I think we want to put in, and definitely want engine going on as far as that. As far as our engine, we do want save and we want multiplayer. Yeah, people can go around and, you know, suck each other up feasibly if they so want to, or go on a vampire spree through the town. That actually might work. I mean, fine. They say story and quests aren't important, but I do want to still have sort of something like that, because I don't necessarily want to take away the fact that, hey, we had story before, and now we don't have it. At least not for this. So strong is now for maturity games. If we can hit that market, we'll be good. But I think we can. At that point, hopefully I'll be able to get enough research points that I can get what we need for engine, and then we build engine. And what some call a bizarre show of ignorance, or arrogance, I should say. Sony representatives of trash talking to 360 while praising their own upcoming PlayStation 3 to lead up their launch later this month. That is true. That's what happened with PlayStation 3. Asked about how much it was. Yeah, let's talk about this, because remember, that's what happened before the PlayStation 3 came out. People balked at $600 for a console. Sony, I don't know if it was Ken Kutaragi himself who said this, but it was people at Sony who specifically came out and they said something along the lines of they exactly said that. People work more hours to buy one of these things, so the price isn't too much for the value they're getting. Which was definitely interpreted in a way saying, like, fine, they're just going to want to work harder because, like, yeah, it's not too expensive. So, like, yeah, that was not a good case. And feasibly, sort of the reason why Sony lost that console cycle, but as far as sales, they technically didn't. We'll go on that a little later. But will they want it that badly? Yeah, no major gaming titles have been announced. Well, that's not exactly true. Some games were announced, which is the case that a lot of things are coming out later before the console came out. There was stuff at launch, of course, but then when launch came around, yeah, there was some not so hot stuff. It was basically the case that really the only good stuff at the launch were Resistance Fall Man, maybe Ridge Racer 7, and yeah, outside of that, not too much. But then again, Resistance and Ridge Racer 7 were very good. Especially Resistance, that game is awesome. We should show that game for the show. That's Insomniac. People made Ratchet & Clank made that. Yeah, leave it to Insomniac to justify the price of that. That and Ratchet & Clank Tools of Destruction, which I do have on PS3, and that game is amazing. We'll show that eventually. So not too much on dialogues. We do want some. So AI, we're going to put in on that. So April, keep going. And then that should be good. The day the PlayStation 3 came out. So yeah, we could feasibly go to the PlayStation 3, but for now, actually, that's the other thing that's worth pointing out. You can't, during development, change console. Once you select what you have on dev, you're locked in. So I can't say, oh, I want a quick port of this right now to something else. But I do want to get a sense of, since we're at level 2, soon enough get up to Marketing Blitz. Especially because I don't think we're going to get to E3 for this one. Because I have 6 months off. But also, fine, I don't necessarily need to because it's also something that I want to hit the market now with my mature-rated vampire game. Or our mature-rated one. So fine, let's do world design down, graphics. Actually, on that we do want our artists, so yeah. Meguro, you're going that way, but he's definitely getting pumped, so let's put that way. Okay, fine. Let's put Monica on world design. That should be pretty good. Yeah, because we do want those initial features and then engine, but yeah, we'll do that soon enough. And now start a hype perspective. Yeah, hit the X button and run marketing. Yeah, at this point I got enough. We're going big and going home. We're going $2 million marketing blitz. Yeah, adults want adult games now. You're getting one. And we're going to make sure everybody knows its name. Yeah, look at those research points. That's just what I want. This part should be called the hunt for research points. That should be what this is right now. I want those above anything else so we can get that great engine and keep going. But we have bugs to clean up. So yeah, keep going and let's... Oh wait, fine. While you're doing it, boost, because then we can also feasibly get more tech stuff going on this as we wait for bugs to go. And fine, I'm going to wait till a little after so that... We're good. Yeah, because you can wait to release it, and we got new best on everything, so that's good. A new topic, new combo, and good management. Awesome, and there is Meguro Mayo Moto. So yeah, we're going to feasibly suck up this victory, and we did hit the market just in time. Perfect, and he's getting a raise. So enjoy your raise, and new training available for him. We can feasibly do boost if he has enough, which I think he does. I just want to see that. Yes, he does. I'm not going to do it because I need those research points for something else. And in fact, so much so, we're going to get that stuff started right now. Now, yeah, I do want the surround sound. I want the 3D graphics. As far as other stuff, we can do large games later. Fine. Yeah, because that's not engine specific. Fine, we're going to do a nice graphic engine, then we'll go to surround sound, and then we build our engine. Voice acting. Okay, I do want to get voice acting and virtual economy and some body language. Fine, I want voice acting. How much is voice acting? Voice acting, I don't think it costs too much. Okay, no, okay, fine. Fuck me then. Yeah, it does. It's 80 points. But do I really want to wait for that? Fine, I want to wait. You know what? Maybe we should just run the engine now with the graphics and we'll get that done. Because then we have something better, it'll feasibly go towards something more. Okay, 7 out of 10. Nice experiences, Star Games. 6, shows potential. In this case, I think after we get the graphics going, I'm gonna make the engine now. I'm not gonna wait for the surround sound. Fine, we got a good review as far as 8 out of 10 by All Games. They really liked it. And since we did hit the market at a good point, we do have a mature game, and feasibly they're liking that. But the PS2 is coming off market, so all right, fine. As soon as Tony's done with that research, let's get our engine running. Market's normalized. Okay, that's fine. We did get that set, so at least we have that running on our way. So, engine time. Yeah, we get to create a new engine. So, and you do have to put money into it, and you do get achievements based on how much money you put into it. I already got off screen running it for engine worth, I think, 10 million bucks. Okay, we'll put some achievements in. We'll run. Yeah, I have open world, so in that case, we can do that. I'll take the 3D graphics 3 off. We could do 2D as far as something specifically, so I always want to keep that option open because it does show what you have when you go. We'll still run stereo. Now 8. Let's see, what are we doing on number 8? So fine, for our 8th engine, what are we going to call this thing? You know what? Fine. Oh, you know, I'll tell you. I'll do a joke on a famous television show. Remember the show 8 is Enough? We're going to call it 8 Isn't... Yeah, we're going to call it 8 Isn't Enough. Yeah, it's the first time I think I've mentioned that show. I'll have a picture of 8 is Enough on the element of this when I edit. But yeah, it's not going to be enough because we're eventually going to have it. And also, like, hey, it sounds nice. Okay, the EPA's back. They keep telling us that. Then again, you know what? Maybe it is in a better case. Maybe we would decrease my footprint, save money. Fine, you know what? Fine, maybe we'll think of something else. Fine, I'm gonna run it. Just to see. If it fucks me over, I'll be fine with that. Solar Collector, but yeah, they're giving me like the little smiley face. Well, we'll see. Also, by the way, when you're doing build on engine, it also is something you do get a research point. So fine. Okay, we're getting our research points running. Okay, won 5,000 or 500,000 worth of sales. Okay, Apple. Yeah, so remember the phone market. We're starting the phone market now. Yeah, Apple's known in the PC industry, or Grapple is, for the musical player. They have the GurPod, or the Pod, I guess. They have a new mobile phone with a powerful CPU and a touchscreen. A graphics chipset should allow the phone to run games since it comes with an app delivery program, which would be great for mobile devices called the GurPhone. Or the GurPhone, I guess. It's weird as far as the pronunciation, but we do have larger booth and better location. Fine. Fine, since I do still have a game on the market, may as well have it go. Okay, so fine, never mind, this wasn't the one. I'm thinking something else if you just screw you over. Okay, so yeah. Video game and software industry is one of the cleanest industries on earth. They eat up a lot of electricity, so it makes an impact. And it does change your office a little bit in terms of stuff when it comes to, I guess my stuff. Okay, 8 isn't enough, it's finished. Got that going. PS2 is not supported, so you have 5 games on it. Let's start making a new game while this is going. Fine, I guess at this point, maybe I should make a sequel. Yeah, what we're gonna make a sequel to? Okay, fine, we did a mature game last time. We could do another one. We could have the return of Freddy Fish again. It's like, yeah, see what Miss Freddy Fish is all about. We go back to prison, as far as prison, was it Prison Breakout? Yeah. We have Persona 6 again. It was like, yeah, no, I guess, yeah, when's Sega gonna get to that? Fine, you know what? Let's just do something totally new. And to do have our engine, of 8 isn't enough. Running medium games will be better for multi-platform, so fine, we're running that way. I can't license for PlayStation 3, so fine, you know what? Maybe I should. Depending on what it is, depending on what we want to make. Or maybe I want to put a new topic out. Fine, what are our options on topics? So fine, let's back out, let's take a look. What do you have on topics that we can get? Almost towards large games. I don't want to do large games quite yet. So let's see, what's on the list? Hacking, fashion, UFO, and alternate history. I think we get going to space again, but with alien invasion. That could work. In the meantime, I think I will also start... Actually, can I boost somebody else? Yeah, I can, actually, so... Hold on, because I have him... Hold on, I have you on engine, right? Oh, no, not on that. I want to do training. Yeah, training lets you see their stats. You can also look at your staff list. Yeah, he's in tech, and then the other case. So actually, I do want to run that for him, but I also do want to get him up to 700, because then we could do R&D lab. But I want to feasibly. I don't want to rush that feasibly. Basically, just pacing myself. That's what I'm doing, and I'm gonna research boost for him, because why not? Have somebody else on the team being able to boost themselves during development. Why not? Fine. We'll let E3 go. I have a game on the market, so that feasibly will get the sales up. At least by a little bit. It has been on the market for a while, so it's something that, yeah, you know, how's that going to work? Okay, so, not bad. At least not so far. All right, so UFO as a topic is set. I do want to look actually just as far as what other things open for topic. Oh wait, I can't even look if I don't have enough. That being said, people are going on vacation. I am not going to be running cases of this as far as a new game until they do that. And fine, so we do have some people. That way we're going to do our favorite of contract worker. Fine, my favorite. There's a perspective that, hey, is it necessarily worth it? But for the purpose of getting those research points, it absolutely is worth it. All right, so we did pretty well on sales on Suck It Up. I guess feasibly the consumers sucked it up specifically as far as enjoying it. So that's going to be tough. We're almost near the end on that, and I don't have nearly enough for certain things. Fine, we're boosting. I'm going to use the boost here. I actually have not used it, and fine, this is not going to be much, but I'm boosting anyway. These will help get us there by the end. This is going to be close. I might not make this. Yeah, I didn't make it. And if you don't make it, you get a money penalty. It's not going to be much, especially as far as how much money we have, but fine. They need to go on vacation right now. And you know what? So do you. Game set, and then we're going to make our big game. And you know what? So much so, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fill the other, case of this. So let's get... I want some tech people, another tech person. So let's look for complex algorithms. Let's go for... Let's do a little more, 450,000. So let's see. And it gives you more options and feasibly better stats as far as them. Fine, yeah, you're going on oh no, well, a good trainer. Fine, brief vacation, you're taking like 2 days off. Edna Lyons, Laura Hampton, Ellen Henry, and Suzanne Sandoval. So yeah, a bunch of talented women here as far as in the gaming industry. So what do we got? Actually, we got somebody at 700 right there as far as tech. So I feasibly go for someone who's high that way, but also feasibly his case of speed. Actually, she's pretty damn good. At this point, I'm far enough along and have a decent enough team. That should be pretty good. So you know what, Suzanne, welcome to the team. So good to have you. And there she is. So she's there. She's going to be set. Let's roll out the welcome wagon. So yeah, we have our full team. So here's our team. I do love that when you have the full case of your desk. Yeah, don't worry, you'll be set to that. And we'll be ready going on for our perspective, but we're all going to help. We're going to chip in. Welcome to the team. And in fact, we're going to help you by doing our favorite of contract work once more. Fine, she's more of a tech person, so yeah, what do you think about sprite sheet software? He's like, yeah, I'm all about that, let's go. Okay. And next, fine, just keep doing it, why not? Game art, we can do that too. And when she's up to snuff, when the turtle is all filled up, we got a game to make. Would hire again. Thank you. Just keep building up those research points. Character dialogue, can we do character dialogue in 4 weeks? It's a lot, but I believe in the team, so let's do it. Okay, so much so I'm gonna take a bit of a, you know, I'm not gonna boost. I wanna use that in my development. Also, I think we might pull this one out. This is gonna be close, but yeah, we just got it. Yeah, basically to just gauge, can you make the development go? And for me, it doesn't even matter about the money. It's just more about the research points. All right, so yeah, there we go. We're almost there, and we're pretty close as far as his case of being filled on the boost. So I think at this point we can start our engine, or our next engine case as far as the next game. Unless there's a better publishing deal we can run. Yeah, some of these are high what they want as far as the development, and if you're not confident, you might not want to take the ones where, you know, it's pretty high. But for this, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a new game on our engine, and we will do it on, I'll pay the licensing costs for PlayStation 3. Actually, you can run on the iPhone. I tend not to as far as my practice. Fine, PSP is still around. Okay, that's interesting. The Wii does not have as much of a market share, which you would think, well, wait, wouldn't it? Fine, well, PlayStation 3. Yeah, the DS has more of one, which is not how it happened in real life. The Wii had a massive market share. Not that it necessarily took away from the DS, because then they kind of connected with each other. And I guess at some point I may as well get into the discussion on those Nintendo Direct things. There's some nice stuff that they announced. Stuff I was going crazy on, and really interesting things too. We'll do that in a bit. He's want to try and find some downtime to do that. But for now, let's think. What do we want to do? Something we haven't done in a while. Let's see. We haven't done the Wild West. Let's go the Wild West. Let's do action's a good combo, but there's something maybe better than that based on what we've done last time and also my, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so action's a good combo, but it's not a great combo. I mean, I could do action adventure. I could put them together. It's not gonna be fine. I'll run mature, but it's like I don't think I'm gonna be doing that. Actually, maybe we do want an action adventure game. Or an RPG. We can make it like Wild Arms if Wild Arms are mature rated. You know what? I want to take that into account. I want to try that. In fact, we're not going to make Wild Arms. We're going to make, I think of a synonym for wild. Okay, fine. Since I referenced at some point Steve Martin at Saturday Night Live as far as the wild and crazy guys. Instead of Wild Arms, it's going to be crazy legs. I swear it's not Wild Arms. Do not sue us, Sony. Yeah, because Wild Arms is a great game, for sure, as far as what that's. Fine, it's going mature rated, so why not? Fine, it's crazy. It's like, yeah. I run our extra graphics that way. Boom. Okay, so here we go. And we do have our new team member, Suzanne. So she's good on tech. So, you know what that means. Tech time. Let's go on. As far as whether it's going to be important as far as the engine, I think it is going to be important. Well, fine, it might be important, but it's also something that, yeah, the story quest, that's definitely going to be vital. Multiplayer, we're having this as a single-player adventure. Game tutorials, achievements, yeah, you want to go through that way. If you make the achievements insanely hard, like a lot of the early Square stuff was on 360 and things like that. Engine, I do think we sort of need engine going on a little bit, so... On gameplay, I think it'll be good. Oh, let's put David over there. I'll put that way. Story and quest is going to be definitely the one we want. That being said, I want to see where are we on story quest. Okay, because I do want that high enough. I don't know if engine's going to be that robust or if it needs to be that robust. I think that'll work. But we got a question as far as our... Yeah, Andrew McNamara. Yeah, that's who it's supposed to be from Game Informer. But yeah, you got a new game. All right, what do we got? Okay, so question. Since you're running a Wild West adventure RPG, what do you think is more important on this, AI or world design? I think world design. But whether that's right or not, I don't know. Industry professionals tend to agree that, yeah, that's a good idea. That's why I thought, I said, hey, if you're doing an RPG, the case of RPG feasibly is you want to be lost in the world you're in. Not that AI is not important. Because feasibly, everything's going to be important to some degree. But feasibly, how do you want to gauge it? And I don't know necessarily if it's a game where you can completely flaunt those rules. You sometimes can, I guess, depending on how certain factors are going. And sometimes it's not going to mirror real life completely. Because I'm saying, the Wii does not have much of a market share compared to the 360 and the PS3. That was not true. the PS3 had a small one because of how much it cost. People said, fuck this, we're buying the 360 and the Wii. We don't need a level editor, though, for this game, so yeah, we're not going to bother on that. So we do want AI a little bit. We do want dialogues. We want definitely a dialogue running, so let's get our artists going on. Yeah, but yeah, Megiru's definitely not, he's being worked a little too much. Fine, we haven't done anything, but also we're managing this project. So yeah, we're doing project management, specifically start. Dialogues, I want to run dialogues completely. While I was on AI, you do want it basic enough, so like, hey, you know, it's not going to be cheating you as far as, you know, how the battle system is going. Fine, adventure and battle, or whatever. You can feasibly have battles as far as like a turn-based, or I guess like a turn-based, not turn-based case, a real-time case, I should say. All right, so we're going good as far as that. We are actually coming up to E3 close, so before E3 goes, though, I'm a little lower on money than I was before, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to run... I'm going to buttress it out. I'm going to do a smaller marketing campaign. We're going to do a medium boost. And since we're getting to the end, also I'm going to boost them when we get there. I do want this to be an open world, since we are running that for our stuff. We want a rich backstory, what's going on. In terms of the tech here, yeah, let's put ourselves on this development. Let's do world design. I think world design is going to be vital. They told us, basically, yeah, it's vital. So be ready for that. In terms of graphics, that's good. Sound, that's good. Yeah, our new, fine. She's also our tech person, so fine, let's put her on our tech side. Or fine, let's put her on our tech side. Yeah, April's fine as far as what that is. So he's taking a lot, so you know what? Fine, we're gonna swap that. We're gonna put April there, and we'll put ourselves here. There we go. So I want graphics a bit, but I also do want to have, yeah, those would be sort of vital. I want it to look nice and sound nice. You know, when you have the idea of like going to the Wild West, you want it nice. Okay, good. And right, I did the marketing already, but now I just want to boost during development. So, oh, I didn't generate the game report for the last one. We'll do that after dev. Fine, boost it both ways. So there we go. That'll get our stuff going on. Okay, sim games are popular now. Yeah, not that we have a sim game, but that's okay. Yeah, look at those numbers go up. And just as it's finishing, we're going to do bug testing, but here is also E3. I'm getting quite a good hype perspective going on this. 97, okay. And new fans saying, hey, we're looking forward to Crazy Legs. We had almost 500,000 people at the booth not making it to the top 100, but we'll do that eventually. At the rate we're going, we eventually will get into the top 100. All right, so our tech was pretty good. Our tech was really good in the sense that it was the best we've done. All right, so let's go on Crazy Legs, see what that's up with, and let's also do game report on Suck It Up. I did not actually look up what that was. And fine, this is what I said here. It's like, hey, it doesn't let me do the game report generation on the game we just made. But in other cases it did. Okay, advanced stereoscopic 3D. You want to run 3D in your game? There you go. Yeah, we do want this to be good because, fine, I'm just nervous of getting below $10 million because we were at about 20. At least we've been consistent, generally speaking. Okay, not that great. I've seen better. I'm going to assume the mix of RPG and adventure for that might not be great. Adventure RPGs work well on 360. Okay, fair enough. Has its moments. Okay, so average. And Apple's been running really fast as far as along with the Groove phone. We got the Groove Pad. Pad devices aren't new, but early attempts didn't take off, so they'll expect to do this well. But again, they don't tend to give you much of a market perspective on that. So fine, let's get game report generated. Yeah, what happened here? Not that it was bad, but also in case it's not going as crazy as far as what it is for sales. As far as money, it's doing decently. Okay, so for Suck It Up, they said platform genre match of 360 in action was great. 316 mature rated games is great. Level design is important. And we'll see as far as everything else. And feasibly, I can also get some more stuff going for research and training. So let's see. I feasibly do want to do large games, but I don't want to necessarily run that completely yet. Okay, we're almost there as far as surround sound and that. So actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to wait on that. Okay, that's good. We'll see what that is, but I'm going to also run a contract whilst we're doing this. Yeah, futuristic application, I think we can do that because we did just finish. Okay, so for Crazy Legs, while it's an RPG is okay. World design's important. Platform genre match for the Wii and Adventure is terrible, and mature rated games on the Wii don't work. Fine, we didn't just put it on the Wii, we put it on a bunch of things. But fine, they didn't react well. They didn't see, fine, this was before Red Steel 2 came out, which was a, not mature rated, but it was a Western game. It was a shooter, admittingly, or fine, a first-person kind of game. But it was kind of something. Okay, so next thing I think we're going to want to do is, I think we should find a publishing deal. Let's do that. Okay, so Lowood or Capcom. So fine, Capcom wants a fashion game. Nintendo wants a fashion game. We're going to make Style Savvy for them, because that's a fashion game that they had for DS. Fine, any topic adventure, fine. So don't do, fine, we got to know spec as far as what not to do for that on the Wii. You know what, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to wait. I don't want to hit the market yet on simulation, because I think it's going to feasibly fall out on itself. Fine, let's do this to get our stuff set so I can get those other things, so we can put those into an engine eventually. They're taking care of it for us. We'll transfer $63,000. Now, what I could do also is, just to go into this, I could train somebody as a design specialist at 700, and that would be, actually, I don't know if I have anybody who's at 700. Let's take a look at the staff list just to see. Fine, everyone is at that and is at level 5. Actually, wait, do I need to be level 5? Fine, Suzanne, who's our new hire. She is, okay, she's a tech specialist, so fine, we can put her and make a tech lab. I actually want to go for the design aspect first. Tech lab, that's going to basically be able to run hardware. We'll do that a bit later. But what I want to do now is I'm actually going to train my artist, who's my best on art. That would be Meguro, so let's train him. So yeah, I want to get him up to 700 so we can get that going. So let's do a game design course. That also is going to cut into my engine costs as far as that, but that's fine. Right now, it doesn't really matter, so I think I want to try and get my skills set. So I think everybody's going to start training. Let's just do that. Oh, right, because you're the main character, you also can run specialist perspectives for your stats. But you do need to have a large amount of points for that. And I'm nowhere near any of them. They cost a lot. So in that case, I feasibly could train myself to get there. But also, I think I want to train the team. So let's take a look at that. Because Tony Rodriguez, he could use a little more on stuff. So he's focusing kind of on design. In fact, you know what, we're going to run him on design. In fact, everybody's going to train. So Monica, what about you? Let's train. She's good on research. Actually, she's pretty good as far as that, so I want to pump her on research. Let's do that. And speed. She's actually not as fast a developer as other people. Let's see. Let's make her think. Also, it's worth pointing out, you do have the different levels of them. The ones that cost more will give you more of a bang for your buck when it comes to getting those skills up. So in that case, you spend more, but you also get more of a bonus for the fact that, hey, I'm going to run her for her research skills. And then you... April's running more on tech as it is, so fine, we'll run her on tech. Yes, there you go. Start programming. And Suzanne, what about you? What do we got for you? Fine, that'll be an eventual thing, and I don't have enough for it anyway, but I'll hold to that. Fine, she's our tech maven. Actually, who's the fastest in development? Because yeah, that does help as far as being able to have more points going to stuff when you're doing a development. So I want to see who's the fastest on our team. Meguro is. followed by Suzanne. So actually, in that case, I want to... Fine, I want to pump into somebody a little more so they get a little bit of a bump. Actually, let's pump into David. I think he could use a little more speed. He is going to be running speed. You look for the little 0 to 60 indicator. So he's running project management. That's your project management. And I don't have enough for other stuff, but what I'm going to do now is I'll train him still, but I'm going to train him on less. So we'll do the ones that are 10. So she uses speed boost, but also she could use research boost as well. You know, fine, let's go, yeah, try your time trials, and then for ourselves, let's go. Yeah, because usually you kind of have to, you sometimes want to just maybe sit back and do something to get the set. Also, so feasibly you can make better games. All right, so for us, we're gonna go into the coding jam. So let's do that, actually, yeah. Let's go there. So everybody's researching. Crazy League is off the market, selling 464,000, I should say. It's like, wait a second, why am I saying 100? All right, so there you go. Look at those points go up. Everybody's going to be set, but Monica's getting sad here. So yeah, I think she needs to go on vacation when she's done with her training. Yeah, enjoy the long Labor Day weekend as she completes the R&D course, and enjoy that idea. Yeah, so everybody's gonna be freshened up when we come back and do something. By the way, another thing on our engine. Fine, they're getting rid of engines really quick. Fine, I'll give this one away again, but fine, I do need some money. But fine, we have tons of fans, so that can also help. Remember, the coterie audience concept, you'll have the idea of your fans wanting to do stuff. Okay. All right, so when she comes off, actually no, fine, she's going on vacation now. But yeah, when you come back and you come back, let's do more contract work just because at least they can get some stuff going. And not that the money's gonna matter right now because it's not a whole lot, it's kind of a drop in the bucket. Just keep them going with some stuff because yeah, this is, the game backdrops thing is gonna be, it's very, very simple. But yeah, we got 3 sad people here. So yeah, you're very sad, so go on vacation. You can also fire him if you can't afford to pay him anymore, but this is a little bit of a case where it's kind of different. I'm also gonna balance this, so as soon as one person goes on vacation, or comes off vacation, the other one goes on. And we'll contract this, yeah, let's create a AI. Market's normalized out. Okay, so yeah. I feasibly would have had time to do a simulation, but I'm glad I didn't take a chance. Those are pointing out, yeah, when somebody comes back on vacation, they instantly will jump on to what's going on, and I know it. Yeah, don't send on vacation now, but we did make it. Then April's gonna need to go on vacation, and then we can make another game. Because this is kind of the idea of what you do in this game, and it is a lot of fun, and you do get into a nice kind of tunnel vision mindset that's actually pretty appealing. All right, so April vacation time. So let's see what we got on publishing. We can get something new. Okay, when EA wants to get into the youth market. In fact, fine, you know what? I think this is going to be the pretext for doing this. Fine, for starting this game, but also, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Also, and it only needed 5 out of 10. I think we should start talking about those kind of direct announcements. Yeah, fine. Well, I'm not going to set the contract. You know what? Right now, I don't need April on the team. I am going to accept the contract. She'll come later, and it'll be fine. We'll get that running. So my 1 medium. Actually, how's my tech? Because I do want to get big games, but I don't think I need to do massive games yet. Let's do this. So any topic, any genre, it's for youths. So we got to pick something that's going to go good for the kiddies. Pick consoles are going to go on well. So that would be the Wii, the DS, and since I actually did not do this on my test, I'll tell you what we're going to license for the iPad. Put it on the iPad. So it's going to go a couple places. So let's get something, what would a kid like? Fine, they might like Virtual Pet. We tried Virtual Pet before. It didn't necessarily take off, but then again, it's also something that we figured something out. But I did Airplane. I don't want to necessarily just do the same thing over and over again. Fine, I could also do what I did on my test play. In fact, I think I'm gonna do what I did on my test play, which is, okay, no, Action Detective. We found that out the hard way, or I found that out the hard way. I do want to run, I don't know. Fine. Oh, we're gonna have a nice detective case, but I want to have not an action. Oh, fine, not action. So we're not gonna run that. Maybe a detective. It could be strategy, but fine. It's an adventure. We're going on an adventure to find some clues and things. Okay, so I'm gonna go into. Actually, we're gonna take a franchise because I took this that way. When in my tests. You're going to be Professor Layton. You're familiar with him from level 5, the new game. I think it's The Mysterious World of Steam. It's out next year. We're still waiting to go on. We're gonna make it that way, so we're taking away from level 5 that way. But fine, we do love Professor Layton. It's a good franchise. I'll have to start showing some games on that. I wanted to show that one. I'm gonna do the game I did when I was on my practice thing. We're gonna have a crossover because yeah. Professor Layton meets Dracula. That's what I did. It's like, hey, you know, Professor Layton, he's always the proper English, detective guy who's always thinking of a puzzle. He sees a puzzle in anything feasibly. And Luke Triton, his young protege, is always with him. They like go to towns and things. And fine, Professor Layton's met a lot of different people. He teamed up with Phoenix Wright, as it was. So in that case, hey, he's gonna go and see where Dracula is. And I think the kiddies would like that. Hey, it's going to be the cartoony take on Dracula. It's not going to be like, fine, just going to name it that. Doesn't mean like, hey, it's going to be something that's going to be bad for the kiddies. Okay, I just want to see if there's anything else better. You know what, fine, Youth is good. And we're running it on portable that way. The Puzzler, as far as what, the name of the game? Or the if you're fan of the franchise, feel free to go into that, Dolphin, for sure. As far as the genre, I can't pick puzzle game as far as genre, but I can also, fine, we can pretend it's a puzzle game. And it is a puzzle. Fine, the game itself is a puzzle game. You do logic puzzles that go along. Initially, you look at it and think, like, do they have anything to do with what's going on in the plot? But the answer is yes, they do. And the kind of things that he can see him specifically. We should show Professor Layton. If you've never played those games, they're really interesting. And I definitely am going to get that new one when it comes out next year. When next year, as far as when it comes out, that's the question, but we're going to have to see. Okay. So get stuff started, fine. April being on vacation is fine. Collect the Tablet Brothers. Oh, that too. Oh, that puzzler. Oh, right. That's true. All right, from Card Talk. We mentioned that when we played Just a Reference. Okay, fair enough. Oh, wait, the puzzler. Yeah, because remember, we'll have a new puzzler in the third half of the show. And, of course, the idea that we talk about car repair, and the new puzzler. The idea that, hey, they go into a perspective of, I guess, a logic puzzle that way, saying, hey, what is this specifically? And if you know what it is, either write it on the back of a $20 bill or write it on a postcard or write it on something that costs a lot of money and send it to Puzzler Tower, Card Talk Square, Box 3500, Harvard Square, Cambridge, Our Fair City, MAC 02238. Or you can email your answer to us from the Cars Talk section of cars.com. Like, yeah, I love Card Talk on the show. We've mentioned that. Fine, I know Dolphin is with me on that one. We need to make a game based on that. We're going to make a game based on that. I'm convinced now. Thank you for that. Cool. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how I remembered that specifically, but they always did say that as far as it is. Like, yeah, it was, yeah, Tommy and Ray Maglione as it was, but unfortunately, yeah, Tommy is no longer with us, sadly. And I remember when that happened, but there was actually a nice tribute to him in Cars 3, because actually they were Rusty and Dusty, the original sponsors of Lightning McQueen in the film. And they had actually a really nice send-off as far as it. Talk about a flash from the past. Indeed. So I was like, hey, we'll make that game. That'll be the next one we'll do as far as it. We can do, we talked about when it came out to Manic Mechanics, which came on the Switch as it was. Okay, so for Professor Layton's case, fine, you know what? I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're not meeting Dracula. We're gonna change that we're gonna change that at the end of development. We're gonna say, no, it's Dracula, but we got a different idea. Okay, so story and quests are gonna be vital for this. Multiplayer, you know, for the purpose of what I'm thinking here, we're gonna run multiplayer. We'll run that. As far as story quest, that's good. Gameplay, fine. Gameplay does matter as far as what we're doing a little bit, but the idea is that, hey, you're gonna be running clues to think like a detective, but all right, fine. Okay, E3's coming. Can we get a booth out? Yeah, I'm gonna do medium. And we'll mark it later. Oh, fine, we're feasibly gonna bait and switch, so the people who are saying they want Dracula are gonna be maybe not happy. Fine, our hype's kind of stopped. They're fine, we're still deving. Fine, it's not that it's stopping. I just haven't put anything into the tech yet, or none of the tech, into the marketing yet, I should say. Level editor, I mean, feasibly you can make your own puzzles. That could be a cool idea. Not that it's necessarily going to be something that, hey, if I don't have that in, they're going to say, oh no, that's not cool. We do want our art up. He's been running a lot on that. She's running on tech. We want tech. That'll be good. We'll do some level design. I think that'll be working. Let's see what else we got. That'll be good. Yeah, better dialogue. Yeah, Professor Layton is all about his dialogue and the world it has. And the AI, well, fine. The AI is going to be a bit different as far as how it is. I mean, we want a little bit, I guess. And fine, you know what? I'll put the AI down a little. All right, well, here's E3, so at least we got our pump this way. So from the makers of Crazy Legs, we have Professor Layton meets Dracula. Actually, you know what? Fine. I gotta avoid a copyright infringement somehow. I'll tell you. I'll change it at the end of the development. So got some bonus hype, some new fans, and we had a decent amount of people. But fine. Yeah, we're running low on money as far as going under 10 million. Not that it's a big deal, because unless we fine, if we run out of money, you can take a loan out and then you can pay it off. If you pay it off, you're fine. But if you go into the red too much, you go bankrupt. I want to avoid that. Okay, so fine, what we want to do, we do want world design, but I do want to put people on this as far as it. Let's put... She's our best on world design, and then as far as this, fine. I want to put some people on here running art. In fact, I want to do the two people on here boost, so they can boost stuff more. But fine, April's not doing anything, so I don't want to get her out of the way completely. Fine, she's kind of going more engine work anyway. Fine, we haven't done anything as far as it, but that's fine. As long as I have this going with the team that way, I think that should be good. And now that we did this, we're going to do a marketing perspective. Magazines and demos. Yeah, because each of the marketing and also each of the phases of development do cost money. So boost you, and then boost you. So last push. That being said, I hope this is going to be enough as far as what it is, because it doesn't... Okay, fine, there we go. Then when you see those bubbles going on... Okay, there we go, got number 3, so the boost was helping. But we got some bugs in this thing, so I'm gonna get that set. Also, I feasibly am not gonna... I was gonna tie this to Card Talk that way as far as this was like, fine. I promised them Dracula before we did it. Not that they're gonna complain saying, hey, you changed the name, and we were sold a bill of goods. But we'll have to make Card Talk the game, you know, specific. I think that's the right way to go. But I'm going to change one thing about the name. I'm going to change it. Fine, it is going to still be Professor Layton, but we're spelling Professor Layton differently to avoid a copyright strike. No, a copyright law chase. Not that it's going to matter in this, because you can name it anything. So late un. So fine, let's... backspace late on. Sponsored also by 7-Up. Yeah, because you want the taste of there's only one. Speaking of perspectives of going back in the past, like meets Dracula. She's still meeting Dracula. And I can't fit other stuff feasibly, or find Dracula and... Yeah, it'll work, I think. Okay, that's good. We can also trash it, but fine. You lose the money you had, but any of the experience we got for everything, that is going to be still in line. Yeah, we're good. Let's go. We got 9 million on the way, as far as what it is. Okay, it's fine. That's good. We got the game out. Okay, so Microsoft, they got another thing. The tablets. They're going after the iPad, or the Group Pad, the M-Pad. So it's like the Microsoft tablets. Well, they're kind of squeezing in the idea of like when this happened as far as the history. But either way, it basically is a laptop that you also flip it over and you have like a tablet on it as well, saying, hey, we're gonna have both of these things. It did carve a decent niche out. It's not like it was a failure. Let's see how Layton meets Dracula works, or Layton meets Dracula. Hopefully it'll pick up. Fine, seeing big numbers like that to start is a good sign, because it will randomize based upon high numbers. If you see it run low, like, uh-oh, that's a sign it's not going to go high. But fine, it's also kind of going all over the place. But great, love it. Focusing on dialogue served it well, and very good. Okay, so that went well. I got money coming in, so in that case, yeah, we're starting to sell. Oh, we sold like 1 million units already. Or there you go. And since it met the required ratings of what EA, it's fine, we made it for EA. It's like EA took it. So there we go. Our sales are gonna go through the roof. So one thing I do want to going to what we're talking about Car Talk. That great suggestion, because I said, hey, is there a? Because I want to feasibly get topics that kind of. I think there's like a mechanic topic. I don't know if there is. Maybe. I'll see if I can find, because they do randomize what the topics are. I also see if there's anything we can put into engine. Fine, I did say I want to get the surround sound, and I do want large games. Fine, I want large games specifically, but yeah, well, we'll get large games, and then we will. Fine, I'll do topics for part of this, because they'll give you for 4, so I can put into stuff to feasibly use. We'll do stuff with pirates. I'll see what comes off of that. So pirate for you. Also, I want to see something, because whilst that's researching. Fine, I got mythology. Okay, fine. This is what I had as far as the practice, as far as what I saw. So fine, because it's pulling the same file. There are tons of genres or topics, I should say, that we could have, but fine. We'll get a little creative with that one, I'll tell you. But good news is we got stuff going on now, and we got a good amount of money. Look at that. Okay. Also, the other thing I'm going to try to see about is, fine, you generate a report. Yeah, Layton did pretty well as far as what it is, as far as the profit we made, and also how well it sold across the consoles we put it on. And there's large games. So we can run large games, but I'm not going to want to do that right away. Yeah, 250,000 fans. You should be able to self-publish large games. Or do it easily. Fine, running on everyone. Okay, Nintendo has a new console here called the Wii. So is the new... What's the new? As far as their take on the Wii? This is the Wii U. It looks kind of familiar from the console that has the tablet, or the gamepad as they call it. Controller with integrated display. You make multiplayer games more interesting because you have a unique screen with player running it. That was in the forefront of innovation on console, and it might be a brave move as it's coming out next year. So for Layton's game, platform alliance match of, yeah, the new, so the Wii was great with Young. DS with Adventure is good, gameplay is not that important, and Detective Adventure is a great combination. So we did find that out, and that's good. And by running those hints, or running the reports, you get hints to get a sense of going forward when you have hints on to see what things will be in good combination and which will not. So let's look on publishing. Yeah, okay, so I think what we're gonna do is where are we on time? Okay, we got as far as year and also on month. It's actually going well. And I have more money now because, yeah, that was a hit. So in that case, since we got a hit, that was all definitely a good thing. And yeah, at this point, okay, we're gonna have to get creative when it comes to making the Car Talk game. You know what, fine, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Yeah, because fine, there's racing. We do a racing game again. I mean, yeah, because we could feasibly make it like, okay, I'll tell you what the other thing is. Fine, Car Talk is an idea as far as like the National Public Radio show, as far as, you know, calling in for car repair and being a comedic perspective of two brothers from the Boston area, from Cambridge in Boston, or Cambridge area of Massachusetts, talking about stuff with cars as far as their work as mechanics and things like that. But other stuff that kind of was taken off on television, like with Monster Garage, you're familiar with that from the Discovery Channel, where you basically take a car, they have like a challenge each week, and they have to build a better car out of it. Or American Chopper, and they made games on both of these, as it was, on a bunch of consoles, where it's basically working on motorcycles for that TV show, and the idea of like the family perspective of that one. So we could turn it like that, saying, hey, you work on your car and then you race it. So in that case, that could be a good case. And how long has it been since we made a racing game? Because yeah, I don't know if they penalize you to go out the market with the same genre over and over again, or the same topic over and over again. Let's take a look at our game history to see. I think racing was the first thing we did tonight. Yeah, Car College, fine. Okay, fine. I sort of was in the Car Talk mindset to start. We ran that on Game Boy. But fine, because we could sequelize that. But then again, no, it's the same case. But all right, fine. We'll do racing, because we have not touched that in a while. And we can do large game. It costs more when you run a large game. And also, fine, before I do that, I want to make sure that if I'm going to do this, good idea. Yeah, thank you. If I'm going to run a large game, I do need to make sure A, I have enough money for it, and B, that I can also manage my team well for this. Because the thing about this is that with a large game, that puts more pressure on the team as far as doing things. And so their percentages are going to go up more, and you feasibly can overwork them. So I want to make sure, looking at that there's nobody who's on the verge of saying, hey, I'm getting burnt out, I need a vacation. So that was the first thing I want to make sure. So, okay, so our good idea was like, we're going to run a racing game, we'll run everyone. Let's see, so we did simulation before. There's strategy as far as like building a car. I mean, the thing is that, okay, fine, simulation is a great combination, we had that. It could be another simulation saying, hey, we're simulating the idea you're building a car. So you know what, fine, we can do that. We can also toss something on top of that if we so desire. But I think for now that'd probably be fine. Or we can get creative. Dolphin, since you came up with the idea, if you want to toss a genre onto that, on top of it, because we can dual genre this, or we can just say we're on racing and simulation, or racing and action, RPG, strategy, casual, or adventure. Yeah, feel free to have a choice. I'll give you the decision. I'll also try and see if we can put this on consoles. So mature rated games work well on 360, PS3. I don't have data on that one yet. Wii is not a good case for running mature games. Adventure, okay, you got it. Let's run an adventure game. As far as a dual genre, or do you want that just as the main one? You just want simulation and adventure, or do you want adventure alone, or adventure and simulation, or adventure and something else? Feel free to tell me, and we will do that as I look for, just as the main one. Gotcha, no problem, let's do it. Because yeah, we can make it a racing adventure. It's an adventure in main and that alone. Gotcha, no problem. Thank you for the input and suggestion. Okay, so as far as I'm gonna put this, I'm gonna put this on consoles where there's a decent amount of the market share, and also that would feasibly fit. Okay, so as far as a racing thing, I'm gonna put it on the stuff that's the most, it's the largest. So we're gonna run, I'll run PS3. Audience match is good for that, but it's not like it's bad for everyone specifically. But fine, you know what? I also put on, yeah, because right there, seeing, hey, the PC is more for mature games feasibly, but you can still feasibly make things work decently enough with anything. We'll put it on the PC because people might want to, you know, customize that thing. They might have mod support. Fine, I don't have the thing in my engine for mod support. But that being said, I think. Fine, you know, we'll put it on the Wii. I'll tell you why we put it on the Wii, because then the idea is that you use the Wii remote in order to, you know, pick the parts, pick the pieces up as far as putting the car together. Or I don't know, maybe they do like, if you ever played, fine, I mentioned Manhunt 2 tonight. This game does that, as well as Rayman, Raving Rabbids, and No More Heroes does this as well. When you get phone calls in, fine, when you have the voice in your head talking to you in Manhunt 2, when you have phone calls in No More Heroes, and when you do one of the mini games, the minefield in Raving Rabbids, you listen to the Wii remote and there's like speech that comes out of it. You basically listen to that, and I don't know, if I don't have celebrity voice acting yet as far as something, that's something we can get as far as an option. You can feasibly have it saying like, yeah, call into Card Talk saying, I need assistance, and you have the recorded perspectives of this. So fine, let's see, fine, we're gonna call it Card Talk, just Card Talk the game. We're just gonna call it that way. I think that's the way. And we'll see how this goes and see how it works. And fine, okay, fine. We're gonna fit this specifically. So thank you for this inspiration, Dolphin, this way. Running a racing adventure game on PlayStation 3, PC, and Wii. We'll do large. We'll go on 3D graphics. We do want that. Build it up. We're having an everyone rating because it's gonna go for everybody specifically. So let's start development. We got a couple points in. So all right, let's talk development. Okay, so on engine, as far as stuff we want in there, there's save game and multiplayer. I guess multiplayer, because then you can have, I guess, feasibly stuff going with challenges and things. I guess it's like who can build the best car. Game tutorials, we probably want that, so everybody can learn how to fix a car. There's experience, character progression. Basically, I guess the story mode as far as Tommy and Ray, or Click and Clack, the Tavern Brothers knows. Achievements when you get far enough as far as that. Linear story, fine. The story of their lives, advanced cutscenes. That'll be fine. So fine, story quests. Fine, you're seeing also with large games right there. Miyamoto, he's on for story quests. When you haven't pumped up that much on a large game, it's already 86%. So at that point, it's something that he's feasibly going to be a case where, man, he's going to be worked heavily. So I feasibly am going to do this. I'm gonna have him do that. I'm going to put him all the way, but what I'm going to do then is I'm going to try and balance out enough to cut down some of his stuff. Because even with David Draven, he's at 51%. I think for now that'll work. Or get an interview. We're in a new game. Yeah, we want to talk about this. Absolutely. So, what are we doing as far as prioritizing developments? For Racing Adventure, what do you think is more important, AI or AI or gameplay? Or we don't know. That could be either or. You know, I would think gameplay. I also want to try on one of these I don't know, but I don't know if I want to try I don't know on this one. The gameplay is going to matter, I think, the most. We'll see. So while Layton's game is off, it sold pretty well as far as 17.6 million units. We got $50 million. Yeah, we're in good shape. All right, so what's the interview say? Wait, hold on. They spelled our name wrong. Fine, it's Tamsoft. Okay, so fine. But industry professionals agree that gameplay is a vital part. I mean, I don't think us saying the other thing would be a case where they say, no, that's a bad case. You should, your game is going to fail for it. All right, the Microsoft case has been released as far as the digital pad. Okay. So getting the hype up going enough because of our fans. They like what it is. Okay, so this really received mixed reviews. Yeah, saying that it's not the same as the Apple iPad. So we'll see what happens on that. Okay, so phase 2 of development. Okay, here we go. Dialogues, we do want the aspect of that. Level editor. I don't know if we level editor so much as we need. You're editing the car. AI. The AI is going to be against your, I guess, other players or as you're racing, but fine. They're saying dialogues, yeah, are going to be vital for this. So let's see. Who can we put on for that side of things? He's already at 110%, but that's because I got him working on 2 things at once. I'm not going to put him on 2 things at once. I should put ourselves on the AI front. Let's do that. Because I want to see, or we want to see enough on our art side at the end, but I already have people on art a lot, so fine. I want to change Suzanne's focus. She's going to be on level design. I'm going to put on for, fine, Monica's not doing much with that. Let's put her there. Yeah, because I do want to have either her not doing much or anything at all. Fine, that'll work. All right, so they're working on that. As far as where our focus is, as far as it doesn't seem like much is going on hype yet, we haven't started the marketing blitz. We also haven't started one other thing. Okay, patches. Let's talk patches. Okay, so you saw before, we didn't have bugs in the game. But as far as the way the story of this works, as you go along, there still are going to be bugs anyway. Because remember what they say about development. Now, there's no such thing as bug-free testing, and they're right, there isn't. But customers are complaining a little bit despite the good reviews they got, and they want a patch. So in this case, here's how this works, let me tell you. Spend the money and time to patch it or ignore them. If you want to patch the game, open the staff menu, select character, and use the action menu to deliver a patch, but don't wait too long, otherwise they're going to not care. It's like, oh, you took too damn long. Also, Monica's getting overworked. That's not good. So fine, while the team is working, April's not doing much. Also, you have to pay money for that, so. Fine, I don't have David do anything, so fine, patch time. I'm gonna make him do it, even though I am in development of a game. I need this going. I can't afford to ignore that. All right, so the Wii U is out. Yeah, Monica's in a bad case. I might send her on vacation specifically beforehand, but fine. We're gonna put a big ass booth up. Yeah, we're gonna market the hell out of this. Yeah, also, yeah, their happiness goes down much faster when doing a large game. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, and they're also getting overworked already. So, yeah, let's go to some stuff. Okay, so Graphics, open world. I guess we want the open world of Cambridge. Rich backstory. We do want the rich backstory because if you recall that radio program, they would tell the stories of some of the cars they worked on. They told the story about the Dodge Dart, and they wrote the legend of the Dodge Dart as far as the one they worked on, I think, for so long. And eventually they had to scrap it. Well, they turned it into something of a story rhyme this way, saying, its parts are sold off to South Korea, but it will rise again one day as a Hyundai or a Kia, which is true because they're both South Korean car manufacturers. So they knew what they were talking about when it came to that specifically. So, okay, so for what this is, I gotta adjust stuff more. So, yeah, she's at 98%. And he's already overworked. I need to get stuff going. And I can't necessarily look to see who's most overworked or not. And April's not doing anything, but I do need to, I want to have her on the team a little. So, yeah, David Draven is a bit over, because fine. In his case, I'm also putting him on saying, hey, patch the game, please. Okay, we're all on 100% this way. I think that's good. Since we have that going, I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna start okay, I'm gonna come out of here, and now I'm gonna start a marketing blitz. We're going large and in charge. Hopefully this will work. I'm gonna start boosting. And we're gonna start boosting here so we can get this going. If it gets really bad, I'm gonna send Monica on vacation at the end of development. Because yeah, you're seeing not much is coming out of her. Actually, that's why I'm concerned. I'm reading this new patch for latent be distracted, but they do love this. You get more fans for doing it, saying, I love companies like Tamstel, they don't milk the customers for money, but understand our concerns and enjoy playing with theirs. Okay, so we have this premiering at E3, or not E3, so we're getting bonus hype, we're getting new fans, and when you have a bigger booth, it costs more money, but you get more hype feasibly set on this, and more fans coming off on this. We'll see if this goes well. I'm nervous just because of the way the team is, but we'll see. We got almost 1 million people at the booth, so we'll see. All right, we made it in the top 100 concerts attractions. We were number 50. Okay. And the market normalized, so fine. I can't hit on everyone, but fine, it's either way. All right, my concern is this. I'm running on empty for certain things, but fine. Vacation time because you're in sad case and so are you. Everyone's going okay, but yeah, bug fix, please. Yeah, my design is low. I'm concerned about that. I really am, but we'll see what I can do. Okay, I'm gonna wait a little till that bug is fixed. Crap, I introduced one. Yeah, sometimes you can't avoid that, so fine. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna complain because it's not as high as we had before. That's also the risk you run when you run large games, but still run a large and in charge. We'll see how this goes. I hope it goes well, but everybody's going on vacation. It's feasibly a risk we're taking, but something that, fine, we have to go this way. We've got to show it that respect. It says, oh, no, you're going on vacation. In fact, everybody's going on vacation. And everybody's getting a raise, so fine. Everybody got raises, everybody got vacations, and going to the tropics. We got online play, skill trees, dynamic environments, and 3D Graphics 5 to run, and as we have our review come in, let's get a report running. All right, the moment of truth, let's see. All right, if it turns out bad, I hope not, but we'll see. All right, cross your fingers. Yeah, I don't know what it's gonna look. 6 out of 10, I like it. 6 out of 10, could have been better. Okay, so it's not bad though, at least. 6 out of 10, quirky but good. That's Car Talk for sure. It is quirky but good. But fine, somebody didn't like it much, saying we should focus more on design. We did focus on design, but that's either way. Okay, based on the costs we spent on that, that might be the question. Fine, it's selling pretty good in terms of sales, so not bad. In terms of units, that's a question, but yeah, that's the risk you run, but so far not bad. So not bad to receive. We'll see what came back with the report. So the Wii's coming off the market. So feasibly, what could feasibly explain what that was as an analysis, and since you get the small text, you're actually getting a lot. So Racing Adventures is a terrible combination. It was like, well, not as far as the idea of chat saying, hey, that was a good idea. But fine, the game says it's bad, but we feasibly made it work decently, so it's not a case where people said, like, oh, this wasn't good, and it's still selling, so we had that going. It's unique. We're breaking a boundary. So that makes sense, and definitely a good case and good suggestion, despite what it's saying here. Sound is not that important, but platform genre match is good for PlayStation 3 and Adventure. Platform audience match for the Wii and everyone was great. Topical audience match racing everyone was great too. So that's a good case, but also additional insights. As far as time, team, and development of a game, which we did, but it's definitely unique. No question, absolutely. So there we go, we got that going, and all this stuff going. Okay, fine. What I want to see now is, can I afford to do, fine, that's tech specialist, but I want to see who's the design specialist, because I want to go into that, but I don't want to use it quite yet. So is that, whoever's at 700, let me take a look. Fine, let's look at the staff list. And then we'll also, fine, Meguro is going to be our perspective on that, so let's start training him a bit for design. So let's get design stuff up, because I do want to get to that. I want to get a design specialist. I want to get that started. I don't necessarily want to run that yet, and you'll see in just a second what that's all about. As we hit 10 years, as it is since we started the game today. So yeah, going well. In fact, I think we might finish the game as it is, and I'll tell you in that case what we'll do is in a month or a couple weeks. Well, it did, fine, it sold well. 500,000 units in sales. If our music record was achieved gold status. Go Tamsoft, well done. So yeah, that's the other thing. So, Dolphin, just to go on this, don't take the fact that the game said that adventure and racing is a terrible combination as a slight on you, because you can feasibly make it work. The game sold well. We have a built-in fan base. We have the case that people saw this. They feasibly liked a little bit what they saw. They liked. It was not badly received. It was decently received as far as its reviews. And we get a case like, hey, say go team as far as how it is. So you can feasibly sort of make things work, even if it looks like, wait, no, that the game is gonna discourage it. So, and that's what makes this game so interesting when you really think about it, is that you kind of have to predict the market, and you can use your history of gaming knowledge or other knowledge of other things like an NPR program to kind of guide that, but it's also something that's not always a guarantee as far as and it won't necessarily always mirror real life. So you can kind of, if you get things right, you feasibly can make a decent mark. And I still have a decent mark, we do, as far as the money we got for this and how it's going. But bye-bye to the Wii. We received released 4 games on it. We got $36 million total across the games we got. Yeah, cool game. Yeah, absolutely. It definitely is a case of that, what we made and also the game itself. Okay, so what I want to do next is, yeah, because I'm getting him, wait, did I get him set as far as this yet? Yes, I did. Okay, so when you have 100 research points and you have $5 million, you can hire or train him as a design specialist. I'm gonna do that. And only because we had a game that was selling well and I'm doing that, because it's gonna unlock a new part of our office. And as we do this also, I can go into the stuff on that Nintendo Direct, because I think there's stuff I want to talk about on that. That is definitely a big case. One I sort of showed at the beginning of the program, but other case of that. And given the rate we're going, this should be pretty good as far as what is. We should be able to finish the main game tonight, and in that case, I know exactly what we're gonna do for it. Okay, so we can open our own research and development lab now. And you can feasibly hold off on doing it. I'm gonna do it now, but we're not gonna touch it yet, I'll tell you why. But basically what you do is you pay money, and you have to pay money on top of the idea of training him to get the research and development lab. Now how this works is, you can research that goes with this, including own convention. You can have your own convention instead of E3. You have internet opportunities, and you have hardware. Now let me show you what happens. Hit the R button. Go over here, it'll tell you what's going on. So I'm in the research and development lab that we set up. There are skilled people who are eager to start working here. They're not individual hires, not like our team where it's a case where, hey, you have to go out there and scout. You decide how much the budget of your lab is, and based upon that, that'll get more research running on, and you'll get more research progress. It's an expensive proposition though, so if you don't want to overspend, start with smaller projects or just don't use it yet, and if you need to cut the budget down, feel free to do that. If no active project researchers will generate points more slowly to use to train your main staff and a lot more gameplay options. So as far as the Card Talk game, it sold 628,979 units, and we sold almost got $9 million worth. And right now, game new topics are a good case. We might want to hit the market. Okay, so what you do is you put money into it. And right here, you hit the X button, you start project, and they'll just show you what these are. Super. yeah, it's definitely interesting as far as what it is, and a great job as far as the call in the game and tipping our hat that way. Okay. So you have to basically have a project size as far as 500, 500, 800 here as far as own convention, which when you run this, you can run your own convention instead of using E3. I'll take it. So I get that as for sure as well. And sometimes it's a bit of a guessing game, so you have to kind of do a read on that, which makes this game really interesting. You can do stuff for internet opportunities. It gives you more options for research. Hardware, where you can basically say, hey, I'll put money into this and we can run our own hardware as opposed to running on consoles. Now, what you do is you basically put money in each month as far as the research and development lab. When you have more, people be there, but you have less, they go away. So I'm open this now, but I'm not going to use that yet. We'll come back and use it a little later when we get more money. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do some contract work because I want to see... Can we do professional cutscenes? I think we can. Yeah, let's do that. Let's boost you. And since he's at 2 now, wait till he gets to 2 and then boost him, because 2 is the max when you're running boosts. I could get other members of the team to run boosts so we can actually have that going a little more efficiently, but fine, there you go. Also, another source code release. Yeah, we'll give it away. I keep just giving it away. Fine, we're building up fans that way, but they're liking that idea. So yeah, we would have made $4,800 if we did that, but instead we got 19,000 fans, so it's a good trade-off. Okay, so there we go with that. Good job. Good job for the quick work. Okay, so as far as this, we should feasibly make a sequel or a game. What are the publishing deals looking like? Atopic simulation, any genre in space. Atopic RPG. Let's take a look at our sequels. I haven't done a sequel in a while. Now, I think we gotta come back to Dodgeball Dilemma. We have to make it bigger and better. I think that'll be the idea. And in that case, if I were to do that, is everybody okay? I think so. Fine. Oh, I also want to look at, yeah, fine. You have to highlight somebody in order to pull out training. Fine, training and also research. Because when I look on the research, I want to see, there's something we could do as a new topic that's worth running, or things to put into an engine going on later, but I would have to go on later because, fine, that's way more. I don't want to spend on that. I do want to get surround sound eventually. That's going to be when I build another engine, when we build another engine. But what I'm going to do now is I think I'll just let's make a game. And we'll go well, you know what? Actually, do we still have that? We don't, okay, they want new topics. So fine, let's see what we can do on a new topic. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Let's do a new game. I'm going to go medium. Because I don't think they're going to say, no, you're doing a large game, you go back to a medium size, they're going to have a problem. So I'm going to let's do something we haven't done before. Yeah, we haven't done UFO. Fine, let's do UFO. As far as what we want to do, we do action. Fine, we'll do a UFO action game. Maybe we can justify the cost. Fine, you know what? I do want to, I guess, sort of do this on the cheap. A little bit, sort of, kind of. And 360 is good for action. We'll run that. PlayStation 3, I don't have enough perspectives on action, how action is going. PC is good too, and it has a decent market share, and it doesn't cost much to develop on. You do have to pay a dev cost each time you run. You know what, I think there's gonna be a little bit of risk in the sense that's way more than I want to pay. Or fine, you know what, maybe what we do is, I'll tell you this. Fine, we don't multi-platform this. Because at that point we can run cost on one game on one system so we won't spread ourselves too thin. So on UFO, that should be fine, I think, on everyone. We'll run the same engine. We'll figure a name later. I mean, yeah, even getting this open costs a lot of money, but still, I think I'll have to figure this. So let's also figure what we want to do. I do want to sort of be frugal, but enough that I can, still get something really good out of this. So fine, engine work is going to be our vital operation here. Storing quests apparently is not going to be that much. And gameplay is going to be good too. So fine, let's actually put ourselves in gameplay. Yeah, Suzanne's our engine person, so we're going to run her on engine and on story quest. Put you there. Actually, you know what? Since it's not as important, let's run April on that. Because I want to save the people who are really good on something for later. And fine, we sort of work ourselves fine. That's no issue. That'll go. But yeah, come back here as far as it. Yeah, because I do want to feasibly get ourselves over at 10 million again. But we have a booth. I'm not going to spend as much money as we did before. I'll run medium. You basically pretty much have to justify everything with your money and get a sense of what are we doing with our money to make it go. But yeah, so far actually going pretty well. Look at those numbers going through because I got 8s on stuff for our tech. All right, so at level 2, this is actually looking really, really good. So sign for our UFO game. Yeah, better dialogues. We do want AI on this, so we're gonna get David Draven. Actually, maybe I want to pull him out at the end of development. Fine. That being said, we're not gonna run into dialogues as much. Fine. Modding's getting pumped specifically on that. You know, let's put. Fine. Let's not put April on that yet because she's gonna be pumped a bit. And yeah, because it's a large game. That's the reason why. Like why? That's the reason. But fine, he hasn't done much, so fine. I do want to focus him on graphics and sound, which is in the last part of development. You're basically building your engines to start and things like that. So level design should be fun. AI, because we do want that set for that. Yeah, Meguro will come out swinging when we get to the end of development. All right, here comes E3. Let's see what we got. We got Car Talk still on development. We have Game 34. It's a fun game, thank you. A long weekend of Shattered. I'll watch the rest of the recording. Thank you. No problem, Dolphin. Thank you for watching. Hope the sound was okay, because I'm using a different mic on this one as far as setup. I think we'll be going well. Well played, thank you. Just to let you know, we're not having a show next week. We will be on the YouTube site. I'll have a recording going on there as it is for that. It was very good. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that for sure. Yeah, that's where our show is going to be. Our next live show is going to be on September 14th. Oh, very good sound. Oh, really? Okay, good. You're not getting hissing, are you? Because I know we've had cases where that happening, which is why I'm running this different tech. You can thank Inherent Knock for that one. As far as the setup for this, because I just want to make sure it's perfect on this end. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Specifically, because fine, the Samsung G-Track Pro has been a great mic, but I think it's reaching the end of its life as it is. So we're going to have to cut something. I'm not getting hissing. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. I'm always afraid of that, and I want to feasibly avoid that just in general, and we will have that avoided specifically. Thank you so much, and hopefully it won't happen in 2 weeks because that's our next live show. As we said, September 14th for Super Hang-On from Sega, and hopefully we'll have a Sega arcade racing game where we don't have that. I'm going to use this for it, knowing hell I'm using the other thing specifically. So, all right, great, and thank you so much. Have a great night. Take care. As we're seeing how this is going to go. All right. There's our booth. We had 89 as far as even on a medium perspective. Good night. I'll see you then. All right, take care, Dollyfin. Thank you so much for stopping by the show. Thank you for always adding to the show, both behind the microphone with me and then also just in general on the chat. Thank you so much as far as Betch, Chan, and Twitch. That's the idea what we do, what we have for sure, and you're a big part of it. So thank you and take care. Okay, Marketing Blitz, sort of. Not using demo, but I also want to set. Fine, we'll wait on boost because I got stuff all set on that. And fine, the team's looking good. So actually on the tech side, we're actually looking really good. So actually this might be exactly what we need. Not that we've been in a bad case with stuff. We've been pretty consistent. As long as you're consistent, you can do well in this game. So it's not a case of saying, oh, by the way, you do this, you're screwed. So fine, oh, no. We want him there. She's being overworked, and she's not going to be overworked. He's barely done anything on the development. She's kind of our engine person, so April's coming in. And then on our art side, yeah, he's in a bad case. Fine, I do want some sound somewhere. Yeah, can I make a... Fine, I'm going to overwork him having on 2 things. Maybe Tony. All right, fine, that's better. Yeah, Tony Rodriguez. He's a good case of that. So let's... All right, so world design is going to be whatever. There we go. Yeah, me waiting on Meguru is probably a good plan. So, off we go. And wait, I did market this already, didn't I? I thought, well, yeah, I did. So wait, you can market it again? Fine, I think I already did, so fine, let it go. I don't care. We'll wait. Yeah, because we have about 10 years to go as far as getting towards the end. I think we're going to reach it tonight. And in that case, we're going to have something... I'm going to look at this one more time as far as it in a couple of weeks. We're going to do something different. Actually, I guess... But you know what? I was going to talk about the stuff with the Nintendo Direct, but you know, maybe I'll wait, just because I'm saying, hey, you know... I have to kind of... Not that I can't focus on this game, but also in case that... Fine, I probably just should, so... Fine, I'll mention at the end of the show, not everything. Fine, I'll mention a few things. They're bringing back Power Stone. Oh my god, I'm so happy they're bringing back Power Stone. And Project Justice, and Plasma Sword. And, fine, I'm gonna rapid fire as far as what they're bringing back. Worms Armageddon, I know Nocturne's gonna be ecstatic about that one. That's next month. Right, Tetris Forever, I should have talked about this. Fine, Dollyfin will talk about this as far as it... Oh, fine, when you know what? I'm gonna just now, when she looks back at the recording on this. Which is Tetris Forever. It is a classic game compilation from Digital Eclipse. It's the new one in their Gold Master series. So basically, they're going to be having massive amounts of documentaries with Alexei Pajitnov and a lot of people as far as the Tetris company. Re-releases of a bunch of Tetris games that never came out here. 15 games, they haven't announced them all, but they have like a lot of the Tetris Famicom games they're redoing. They're doing an emulation of the Electronica 60 version, the original one. They have Tetris Time Warp, where you're playing around and doing stuff with different perspectives of Tetris across time. It looks unbelievable, and I cannot wait for that. They're remaking Legends of Heroes, Trails in the Sky. The Capcom Fighting Collection 2 is where Power Stone's back, along with Capcom vs. SNK 1 and 2, Capcom Fighting Evolution, Project Justice, which is a Dreamcast game that costs a lot of money, Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper in its first arcade port in the US, Plasma Sword. They are the arcade ports of them specifically, but yeah, that's that idea. They have the Castlevania Dominance collection. I'll mention it at the end of the show because I think we're going to take a little bit of the thing. Oh, okay, fine. Before I talk about the Ouya, which is here, we're seeing this coming in the industry. All Kazoo 22 had to do, he had to leave the country on a vacation, and Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster Gate Rune and Duan Unification Wars, or Dunan Unification Wars. They announced the date. It is out on March 6th for all the consoles, and it's $50. It's physical specifically. Yeah, so that's going to be our case as far as it, and they're adding a lot of quality of life elements. Kazoo 22, by the way, is going to be doing Suikoden 1 for us, and feasibly anything Suikoden. So at this point, now that we have a date on this thing, we're feasibly going to get ready as far as his perspective of showing the game for the show, along with other stuff like My Sims. They're bringing it back from the Wii. They're bringing back both of those in November. They announced the date, as we mentioned last week. I mentioned last week the date on Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. It is November 22nd physically, but if you want it digitally, it'll be out before our next show on September 12th. And also, all right, the day I uploaded the last Croc part, they showed footage of the HD version they're doing, and that Argonaut is back, baby. They're coming back. They have it. It looks great. And I actually also bought the PlayStation version the other day because I said, I want to get a sense of this. I might feasibly talk to Nocturne saying, hey, you want to play the PlayStation version as far as an off-screen thing to add in. But yeah, lots of good stuff that was announced there. Lots of stuff I'm going to be buying. I'm going to feasibly be having to manage stuff. And a lot of good indie stuff like Power Wash Simulator's Shrek DLC. The new Coffee Talk game, Coffee Talk Tokyo. Date Everything, where you date everything, including your shelf. The game itself with Textbox Chan, but also avoid Doug, your overwhelming sense of existential dread. It's very weird, but it looks really interesting. Also, Pizza Tower is on Switch now, as it is. And a lot of other cool stuff. Actually, there's a lot of neat stuff they were announcing, but yeah, I want to at least give the bullet points as far as what some of the big stuff were. And Tales of Grace's F, which they're remastering that from Wii, which was on, from PS3. That was a Wii game. Is the Tales of game getting ported, but I just hope they don't screw it up like Tales of Symphonia Remastered. Please Bandai Namco, please don't screw this one up. And also Castlevania Dominus Collection, I'll mention that because we're going to look at that in a couple weeks as a little bit of an overview. They're porting Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow, Portrait of Ruin, Order of Ecclesia, and then Haunted Castle, and a remake of Haunted Castle, which is the first classic Castlevania game in 15 years. There was M2 who did it. It is out now, and this is going to physical version later, but you bet your ass I bought it. In fact, it is right there. Just to give a sense, we'll talk about that later, but all right, fine. We're going to be going to that later. Okay, so back to the game. Kick It. Fitting, I guess I'm talking about that because, hey, you know, we're talking about the industry. But anyway, new company called Kick It, or Kickstarting, I guess. Crowdfunded a new game console in 8 months. This is the Ouya. So the Ouya, if you're familiar with what this was, it was kind of a box like this. It was kind of a Linux thing, specifically, that's kind of cube-based. You kind of plug stuff in. It was very widely curious about. There was a lot of hype coming out of it. I know the reviews on the Run program by Victor Lucas, he was a big one as far as feasibly the believer in this going ahead. It came out, well, it was not necessarily a huge case, but something that was an interesting niche to cut out. Every game will offer free demo, that's nice as far as it, but you can actually feasibly have some decent success running that in this game, and I have. We gotta do bug testing. Yeah, our UFO game is actually looking good as far as our setup for it. Fine, building the hype also up from other things, and market normalized. Okay, fine. I'm not gonna be able to strike that, but crap, another bug. We had new best in everything. So, all right, fine. UFO, let's see, what are we gonna call this thing? Yeah, but our team's getting good, they're getting raises, so fine. As far as our UFO adventure, let's see, fine, we're gonna toss back to the X-Files as far as it's, so we're gonna say, what was the element of the X-Files that they always said, which is the truth is out there. Or fine, they say adventure is out there in the movie Up, but fine, the truth is out there, and fine. Both of those things have games. I don't know if we showed the Up case because of the licensed music from the movie of Michael Giacchino, and there's an X-Files game that's on the PlayStation. Actually, there's one on the PS2 as well. I think it's Resist or Serve is the PS2 game. Those might be a question, but the truth is out there. So, all right, let's see how the truth is out there is going to be. And everybody's getting raises. Enjoy. And Suzanne's got special training. What's she got? Let's take a look at what she has. All right, we can boost her. I guess we can boost. All right, because we're at a level. She's level 5. We can boost her as well. So actually, I can pay that, but I don't want to pay that because I'm kind of low on money. So I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna get our game report generated, see what this looks like. Yeah, we spent $3.7 million on this thing. We'll see how it takes. We've got interactive story, moral choices, and orchestral music. And AAA Games is research we can put in our research development lab, which we have not done yet. The numbers are good, so hopefully this will turn out nice. Oh yeah, it's definitely turning out nice. 10 out of 10, everyone loves it. 10 out of 10, outstanding achievement, okay. I see a hit on our hands. 10 out of 10, UFO action's a great combination. Can we get perfect across the board? Ooh, just missed it. That's always the hard case, getting 10 out of 10 across everything. If you do, you get an achievement. But 9 out of 10, can't wait for the sequel. Everybody loves The Truth Is Out There. And let the money roll in. And there is also a little bit of an Easter egg over there. You're seeing Wolf. Yeah, Naruto Kami from the PlayStation 2, and also the Wii, the PlayStation 3, Xbox One, Series S and X, and PS4 and PS5, and Switch, and PC. We're doing that game in a couple of years. I'm going to celebrate 20 years of that game in 2026, because I want to show that game really, really bad. But anyway, there we go. So there is our game. It racked up about $500,000 in sales, and we're making money on this. And look at that. It racked up 1 million units, so it's a platinum status. We'll see how well it's selling, continuing. All right, so everybody's here. Can we see something on publishing? I mean, not yet. And if we're gonna do another game, there's no way in hell I'm going to be, fine, we should do an alien search. I think that's fitting for our UFO game. We just made a UFO game. Let's keep that canonical. I think that's a good idea. That's a good case. Yeah, look at that. Jesus Christ, I mean, I got to $42 million. Okay, awesome. Okay, in that case, we could definitely start doing our research and development lab now. I also want to run, we're doing that, We're gonna search for aliens. We did it in the game, now we're doing it in real life. All right, so post-release analysis. Let's see what we got. Sound is quite important. Platform audience of 360 and everyone is good. And yeah, that was console exclusive. So yeah, I didn't spend too much money on that, but now we can go feasibly bigger and better next time. And they talk AAA games. That means that you can put into stuff in the R&D lab. So honestly, with this amount of money still coming in, I'm gonna put some money, $590,000 a month into this. Actually, fine, let's put in, yeah, that much. But people are getting sad, but fine, don't be sad, you should celebrate after everything we did. And now our research points are in good shape too, so let's see, what can we do? In fact, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I think we should get our stuff going on an engine. I think that's gonna be a nice way to set it. I got enough money for stuff I'd really want. Wait, 3D graphics 5 and orchestral soundtrack. In fact, I'm gonna skip surround sound. I'm gonna go to an orchestral sound. So let's do that. Everybody's going. Find other people. Let's see. Can we research stuff else? Branching story, moral choices, voices. Yeah, we don't have voice acting. Yeah, we're doing this all without voice acting. So I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna put an emphasis more on voice acting instead of other stuff. All right, look at that. So, there you go. That's your report complete. Look at that. Oh, we're doing good on that one. All right, so that was a great case. Yeah, but our team is definitely going to need some stuff before we can, you know, get things going. But there's our castle soundtrack. Vacation time. If they're sadder, they'll need more of a vacation time before they come back. There you go with a nice vacation. Okay. All right, sold 4 million units and got $57 million in sales. Jesus Christ. Okay, look at that. And fine, David Draven is definitely feeling the heat, so yeah, you can go on vacation. And April's feeling in a sad case too, so as soon as he's off vacation, you leave now. So yeah, feasibly I should be doing something, but fine, let's do some contract work just while I'm waiting. At least you can have something going. Even if you're just kind of sitting, it's okay. At this point, money's not really an issue, so it's pretty much just getting those research points and also just building up our skills. And these are pretty easy contracts, so no issue. Let's look at our publishing perspective. Oh, okay, we could do something on Wii U. We do fashion strategy. Yeah, fine, you know what, maybe we should do that. Well, feasibly that and also an engine case. But if we're gonna do engine, I think we need to do some setup with something. But yeah, we got our R&D lab. And by the way, as you have the R&D lab go, you get points going into it as it goes. And as they go up, you generate, oh, right, okay, I saw some tests as well. And this is definitely something nice. Light Station Internal Coding Contest. We can learn a lot by doing this. So basically, this is a free way to get your skills up, and I do want to do this. Instead of we need a prize for the winner, and whoever does it, it's going to go to charity. We're doing it. Great, we'll start right away. Basically, now at this point, it doesn't matter I'm not developing a game. Basically, everybody's doing training. Small booth. You know, for once, we're not going because we don't have anything there. We're on our coding contest. Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, they don't know what we're doing. Yeah, just let them go, and if their skills increase, I believe it's all their skills. Okay. So, okay, here's an interesting thing. The PC, it's always been around. The PC has the smallest development costs we're pointing out in this game, but it's stagnant. Or fine, in this game it's stagnant, specifically saying slow demise of PC gaming as more stuff is going to consoles. Well, there is always the case in real life that there's stuff that goes on PC and people like it better, or that the PC's tech is going to be better to run games like that. Those days are long gone now because nowadays there's games that are on the PC where they're actually worse than on the consoles. Anybody who's played Redfall or Star Wars Jedi Survivor will tell you that. Or Batman Arkham Knight, where the game was broken for so long they took it off the market. But either way, we got a case of resurgence in the market with new tech. So more powerful hardware that's also affordable, meaning the indie developer scene and crowd-funded financing is going to go on. It's also not bad news for console gamers because a lot of games from PC get ported to the consoles when they're successful. Yeah, but we're not in the business of that yet. We're basically getting ourselves set for our coding. Yeah, because we only have 10 more years. You have to go to the end of year 35 when you're going this way. So the Ouya's come out. That's the Ouya. And actually, on practice, I was able to get stuff going. Actually, wait. Maybe it's not based on that, because it seemed like I don't think it's based on speed. But let's see, who won? Name of the contest was success. It was David Draven. And we learned a lot. So they definitely got a lot of good stuff set. So I'll tell you also what we're going to do. We're going to get our... not that. We're going to get training. Assuming I have enough to do this. Okay, I don't have enough to do this. I need more research points to get tech specialists. Because we won't open a tech lab. We'll do that. Fine. I also have our research lab there. But basically what happens is you put in stuff for project. Oh, right. You have to select a project first. So I think what we're going to do is I'm going to put towards hardware. So what you do is you basically put your money in to something, and as you go, depending on how much money you spend each month, it goes into the bank for this. And when it gets to the number that was there, so if our hardware was 800, it was something that was available to you. But in the meantime, then we're going to definitely want to make a game of some sort. In fact, I'm going to also research a fashion case. Let's get that going, I think. That and an engine. So fine, you know what? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We'll do fashion. We'll start that research. I'm going to look at engine stuff again because I just want to see what other things in engine that we can afford to put in. Mod support. Okay, so put voice acting in. I don't necessarily need more advanced graphics because I've got a lot of good graphics I'm running with what I have. I'll put something on a little different. I'll put in a day and night cycle. That might be a little interesting. And as I go, then I'll be able to open the what is it? The research lab. Oh, fine. What did it say? Oh, no, I don't want to fire you. He's working. The tech specialist. Yeah, because you get a tech lab. That's going to be on the left. We put that in a little later. And so far, going well. Yeah, because I do want fashion fine for that perspective. And fine, let's build another engine. Why not? So for this one, I want to put in voice acting. I want that day and night cycle since I bought it. The graphics are still set for that. And we're running an orchestral soundtrack. Fine. I'll also run stereo if I say, no, I don't want it. Fine. I'm also running on cost, so fine. We're going to create our orchestra. Oh, no. I didn't mean to not name it. So fine. Our engine's not named. They will not complain on the name of the engine. But fine. Number 9. So fine. We'll say it's a reference to Mighty Number 9 years before it came out. Game engine number 9. So there you go. Either way, it's going. You don't have to name the engine. They don't complain saying, oh, by the way, this engine is not named well. There we go. That's it. So now we're going to... Let's look at that publishing deal. Are they still running that? It might have run out. Well, fine. I can give Sony something. We haven't done on the PSP. Let's put a PSP sim game out. And actually, I guess I'm running in a little bit of a disadvantage here. Also, as we're pointing out, yeah, because this is a contract job, you are locked to the contract they ask you as far as game size. You can't make it large or small if they want medium. As far as age range, that I can adjust it. Sometimes they'll say, hey, we want certain things, and they want a main console thing, but what we're going to do is we're going to put it on the... yeah, the Wii's off the market. Actually, the Ouya doesn't have much of a license cost. It costs like next to nothing, the way it did in real life. I mean, the Ouya is an interesting thing, at least, and the fact that I was even able to get it kind of running in this game as well as I was on my test is quite a statement. Actually, yeah, the DS still is a pretty good market share. It's also pointing out the DS also does not have... they don't count the 3DS to that specifically. Fine, we're going to get the Wii U. We're going to run on the Wii U as well. I'll write our new engine. Let's see. What should we call something fashion? Let's see. Right. I'm trying to remember what I did on my test, but I'm also trying to think of... Okay, right. Fine. It was the RPG. I'll say what it is, which was Runway Runaway. And fine, we're running orchestral music. I also paid I'll cut a check to John Bon Jovi and say, hey, you know, can we have an orchestral version of Runaway for our game? He's like, yeah, fine. You signed me a check, no problem. Now, I have our R&D lab, and given how much money we have now, this should be fine. We're set. Actually, we're in a much better case now. Not that I was necessarily in danger of saying we're running out of money, but you do want to feasibly keep an eye on that. But yeah, the truth is out there. Yeah, the X-Files thing definitely hit home, and people are like, oh yeah, we want to play this. Then make the sequel to Lone Gunman, and nobody plays it. Fine. I actually kind of like the Lone Gunman show. I think I mentioned that when we played Parasite Eve, because that was, I think, the last time we talked about the X-Files on the show. I was like, yeah, that was kind of cool as far as... Fine. Then again, I didn't watch the X-Files that much. I'd only really seen some of the movies, especially the X-Files I Want to Believe from 2008, which actually was really, really good. Okay, so fine. There we are in engine and gameplay. We're good. So we have multiplayer because everyone wants to run on the catwalk. We'll have the character progression as far as what this is, because we have sort of a story, or fine, simulation of this experience. We're going to learn that way of it, but yeah, we want an interview. Okay. So fine, if you're running this, what do you think is going to be more important? Story and quests or graphics? I'd say quests, I guess. Fine, you know what? You know what? I'm going to say I don't know. I'll tell you why. I want to see what this is. Let's see what the interview says when I say I don't know. Okay, so what do they say? They're experimenting with the area of particular importance is, but it seems other industry professionals disagree with that, saying that, well, fine, the fact I don't know, that's not a disagreement. Saying we're still looking into it. So they're saying they're going to tell us basically graphics are more important. Okay. Good to know. So it's giving us a little bit of a hint, but it's also something that, hey, you can take that advice if you want to. Well, fine, even without us taking that advice yet, because we're not at phase 3, it already seems like it's going pretty well with what we got. But we're going to put voice acting in our game, no question, as far as what this is. Oh, it goes to dialogue, so fine. People are going to speak, and I think that's a new concept as far as us here at Tamsoft. And then Tamsoft had voice acting going on, so fine. This is not the realistic Tamsoft experience 100%, but fine. Either way, it's still something that we got it going. Okay. Also, yeah, I don't think I get to E3 as far as this, but I can also build up hype. Ooh, what's this? Fans the M-Box, the long-awaited update for the console soon be over as they announced the M-Box One. Okay, so the Xbox One. All right. Yeah, let's talk about this. And you're a fan of Microsoft. Well, nobody's a fan of Microsoft as it is, especially in the industry now of gaming. Let's talk about this because, yeah, this game is not mincing words either. Like real life, the Xbox One is marketed as a unified entertainment platform. Makes sense to a certain degree. It came with the Kinect, which is right there on the top as far as the camera for it. And it looked exactly like this, except without the blue in the center there. But the idea is that, yeah, it came bundled with the Kinect when it first came out. It was always on, as it was, and people saying, well, wait a second, we don't want to be spied on feasibly. And they said, by the way, this feasibly something they'll always have it on. Like, uh-oh. It could feasibly spying on you that way. But also, internet requirement, which nowadays people are accepting when Sony is doing it now. But still a case that was something they pushed back in 2013. People said, wait a minute, why do I want to be only online? And it's also something that you basically still kind of have to always be online that way. Because, hey, what happens when the servers go off? Can you play stuff? And it's to go once a day to function. It doesn't have backwards compatibility, which it didn't have initially when it came out. It places restrictions on how games would be shared or sold. They did state that, and that was something that went about that. By the way, fuck Don Matrick as far as ruining the Xbox brand forever, because they've never recovered from that. And they still haven't, which is why they're in dead last when it comes to the current console cycle. And the fact they're basically saying we're not having exclusives on this console, which is, I guess, okay in one way. It was like, well, yeah, people want to buy your console. What are you going to buy it for? Especially when you're putting games you have on PC and even PlayStation 5. Indiana Jones: The Great Circle. I'm glad it's coming out this year, but it's also coming to PS5. Not that I think it shouldn't, but I'm also saying, wait a minute, you're kneecapping this to a specific extent because people are not going to buy the console for it. I mean, look, I'll be playing it right away because it's on Game Pass and also because it's coming out in December. But still, the case of, wait a second. But either way, that's the idea. Clearly, they want to push the status quo, deliver a console that will go for future gaming, but players might not be sharing their vision. Yeah, and it didn't. And we're going to get another follow-up to that in a second. But for the meantime, we're doing okay. Yeah, in fact, we're getting into it right now, which is right after they announced it. Sony came around, or Vonnie came around with the PlayStation 4. It's exactly the PlayStation 4 right there. So you do everything the PS3 did, but better. But they came out. Remember, this is how Sony won that console war immediately. They said, no, we're not going to be online requirements. And then there was the video of Ken Kutaragi, or fine, yeah, I think it was Ken Kutaragi. Or fine, somebody as far as Sony saying like, how do you play used games on your console as far as let your friends borrow games? And he just had a video of him just handing a copy of a game to somebody, like, here, enjoy. And that was it, specifically. But fine, to be fair though, Sony didn't necessarily do much innovative. Fine, okay, they sort of did with the touchpad you're seeing there. But it's also the case that then they didn't necessarily need to because Microsoft had shot themselves in the foot so much, including basically attacking the customer saying, what do you think about this perspective? People are concerned about that. He's saying, well, if you're concerned about that, there's a console in the market for you. It's Xbox 360. Basically saying, yeah, who cares? And people did not take that well. Although the irony nowadays is that Sony is pushing the online perspective more. And remember, the Xbox One was going to require you to have to go online in order to activate the disk drive. Nowadays, Sony's the one that makes you do that. And people are fine with it. So it does show the idea of the passage of time of what gamers are willing to accept and not willing to accept. So in that case, actually, PS3, it's a fucking brick if you don't put it online, if you want to put a disc in. It's like, fine, you can get online nowadays, but still it's the case that it's not a guarantee. Fine, even for the show, it's not a guarantee. We're in cases where the tech goes down and the show goes down. So yeah, I'm aware the resultant on the internet or reliant on the internet for the purpose of that, but still, it does raise questions. Fine, this game is reflecting that, but doing a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek perspective. We're coming at the end of development with the next perspective. Yeah, we're running graphics very, very heavily. And other stuff there. And world design is not going to be much, but we do want our day and night cycle. Because you can do runaway stuff by day and by night. We're running a nice orchestra. And oh, you put basic sounds and an orchestral soundtrack on there? Yeah, sometimes some of them will overwrite each other if you have them both on your engine. But yeah, fine, orchestral soundtrack does not do that. Okay. Good to know. Fine, you know what? Fuck it, we'll put basic sounds in there as well. But the soundtrack's gonna be orchestral, so fine. That's, I guess, a music thing. And then marketing blitz. And so we don't have money, we can go large. Yeah, that's the idea. When you have enough money to justify something, then you can feasibly run it. Otherwise, it's sometimes a case where you might not want to take the risk. But the good news is that we're running good even without E3 around. But of course, what happened then with the Xbox One, it was this. After that, after all those things happened, after Sony completely destroyed them that way, Microsoft did admittingly announce, fine, we're pulling back. They said, no requirement of online, although the console basically requires it anyway, so it was sort of kind of a lie. They didn't restrict how games are sold or shared, that is true, at least they went back on that. And the thing that Microsoft did best, and still is by far the best of the major companies when it comes to backwards compatibility. Yes, the PlayStation 5 is backwards compatible with everything on PS4 unless it required a certain accessory that the PS5 doesn't have. But it's also the case that, hey, that's one thing where it's like, hey, I can't put my PlayStation 1 game. I bought Croc on PlayStation the other day. I can't put it on my PS5 and play it. The Xbox Series X, by comparison, I got Splinter Cell back in 2002 as a birthday gift. I can put the disc in. You only have to be online to do it, to download it, as far as linking it to the console. But after you do that, put that disc in, you can play that game on the system and it runs better. And really, you can't do everything like that as far as on Series X, as far as every game from Xbox's past running on it, but there's a lot of the library that is. So at that point, Microsoft did do that well, so I'll give them credit. Microsoft definitely did backwards compatibility well, and I think that's going to be something that people are going to focus on when Nintendo announced their next system. People were thinking, it's going to be the Switch 2. Well, we don't know. They haven't announced it. And they didn't announce it at that Direct, because fine, it was the Partner Direct. It's the Partner Direct and the Indie Direct. So Nintendo didn't have anything that they were publishing themselves. But the question is, hey, what are we gonna do about this? Are they gonna be backwards compatible with the Switch? Which Nintendo's kind of said it is. They've said we're not ready to unveil this or give the perspective of the next system yet. But we do want to pay attention to the fact that people have amassed a large library on this console. So it's basically them saying, yeah, we're gonna do it, but we don't know. Or how they're gonna do it feasibly. Because fine, Edwack has been on the show. He has tons of games on the Switch. That Switch was really the system for him, and because he does care very much about what Microsoft tried to pull of acquiring online, and also the idea of restricting games and digital focus for those. The Switch was a great case and is a great case as far as like tons of stuff are on a media, so you can feasibly play it even when the servers go off as far as it. So in that case, he has tons of games on that. So the thought that how's that back catalog going to work? So fine. Note to Nintendo, pay attention to Microsoft. Fine, I'm going my aspect of Microsoft, and they've clearly not recovered as far as the Xbox One debacle, even to this day, but still, they're doing that part of it right. So yeah, we were even-handed on this program as far as what it is. We can laugh and say the PS3 failed. We can also laugh and say that the Xbox One failed, and then laugh at the GameCube and feasibly Wii U. Which actually, fine. This game is merely more, takes an easier take on Wii U than everybody else did, because the Wii U was kind of a flop. Still a good console, but it's sort of kind of a flop for Nintendo compared to the Switch. But it's also the case that where have they done things well? With Nintendo, they did the Switch well, and they keep going on stuff, and the physical media emphasis. Microsoft, it's backwards compatibility, and also the tech stuff as far as what they have going with consoles. And on Sony's case, it's about offering, I guess, a large perspective of stuff, what they have with their software library, and also giving exclusives. In fact, Nintendo also really good as far as exclusives, because obviously the stuff never coming out. Although even Sony's looking at Microsoft and saying, hey, we can put stuff of ours on other consoles. So maybe the perspective of multi-platform for everything, even by the console maker, is not completely crazy anymore. So there is something to be said about that. I mean, I guess it depends what it is. So fine, maybe it's the thought of this, which is that why have I bought consoles and things, especially with Microsoft's? Like, I bought them because of some of the exclusive stuff. And I think that's been the thought. Like, hey, you'll buy a console for things you can't get on another console and enjoy the stuff that's there that feasibly on everything. But of course, that direction is what changed it, and also Sony having their perspective there. And wait, yeah, I haven't boosted, so fine, you know what? Fine, I was at the perspective of saying, like, yeah, can we boost? Fine, we're gonna let him boost a little as far as it, but get rid of that bug, please. Okay, good. Okay, at first I was like, wait, they didn't introduce bug, did they? Okay, so Runway Runaway is finished. So world design's up. Okay, so that's pretty good. Hopefully this did well, but yeah, we got some people who need vacations. So go off and have a nice Mai Tai on the beach. Realistic weather. Okay, so yeah, you have actual weather patterns. Yeah, consider the preview. Also want to get to Shenmue at the end of the year because it does sort of have that as well in its way. We'll get to that when we get to that. How did Runway Runaway do? 9 out of 10. More please. Okay, yeah, wish granted soon enough. 9 out of 10. Outstanding. 8. Love it. 7. Okay, so fine. Going down a little, but still not badly reviewed at all. And 2 9s. Always a good case. You don't. Here's the thing. As we showed last time, we got almost all 10s with Game Dev Tycoon itself, and also the truth that's out there tonight. You don't necessarily have to make a 10 out of 10 game every time. As long as you keep it high enough where people are liking what you're putting out, it's not going to necessarily be something that, oh yeah, you got to feel bad about something going wrong that way. So it is a little forgiving that way. So it's not going to be, you know, completely ruining you. But yeah, how are we doing in our lab here? E3, we do have a case of it. Fine, we'll do a large booth. Well, actually, you know what? Fine, do I want to boost sales? You know what? Yes, I do. Let's do that. I don't have a game running unless I can get a game running. But fine, also my team is kind of getting a little off to this. So fine, you know what? I'm going to run on the case of, fine, Sony's satisfied with what we made them. Because it's worth pointing out one thing. When it comes to developing a game, if you start development on E3 comes around, they'll see it, but it will not go into hype mode quite yet. All right, the Xbox One is out, and everybody's vacationing. All right, so there's the Xbox One. Okay, so we got a lot on this one. So let's see. We got fashion simulation is a great combination. Gameplay is very important. Platform genre match PSP and simulation is okay. We couldn't do anything about that, admittingly, because they said we want this on PSP. It's got to be a simulation. Like, okay, sure. Platform match on DS is great for Young, and Fashion Young is great too. That's also what I put on all those things. So that's set. Here we go. If nothing else, we'll also have sales going, because yeah, we put a big ass booth here for this. So you're getting new fans, but also means if you have a game on the market, it's going to be boosting in sales by a percentage. And a pretty damn high one as it is, 12%. So how we do? We're in the top 100 conference attractions at number 18. So there we go. That's definitely getting some more attention for our game. That being said, we do need to do a new game. Actually, fine. We do need to do a new game, but I also need to... We need a tech specialist case. So fine, we're going to put in tech specialism... is that a word? If it is, if it's not, it is now. It's in the Captain D-Track dictionary. But anyway, let's get that set to get our lab up. Because why do we want a lab? Well, you'll see. And since she's strong enough to do it, we can have that ready to go. Especially because we are coming up to the end of this specifically. So, okay, we are going to beat the main mode of this tonight. We're going to do, I don't have the announcement later about how I'm going to handle this, because I wasn't sure. I said, hey, you know, I want to be ready to come back to this, and thankfully I was, as far as gameplay skill and, you know, emotionally speaking. But I also said, hey, you know, if we're going to do this, am I going to be able to finish it for this part? I mean, I will be able to, but I'm going to give one more look to this game. Okay, so we got that set, so we have that running. But here's the thing, I am running hardware for a reason. But there we go, so we got a good perspective of that. So fine, I'm gonna sort of wait to do another game. And in fact, we're gonna run the team. We're gonna do cutscenes. Let's do some pro cutscenes on this. It is high, but given our skill, I think we can pull this one out. If you're going to try a big contract like this, you want to make sure that your team's levels are up so you can pull it off. Or at least try to come close, and we just made it. Awesome, okay. The Xbox 360 is coming out the market, so we got to figure what we're going to do as far as that. But before we do, let's look at... training. In fact, I'm going to train... Okay, I don't have enough to do this as far as ourselves, as far as, like, boosting. We should just boost more. Actually, when I did my practice, I only had 2 people with boost. I tried to do who's high enough that I could run, and honestly, not many people. Fine, I can boost her, but also before I do that, let's take a look at other things that we can train ourselves on. Yeah, I still don't have enough for any of this stuff. It does take a lot, so fine, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to get a 3rd boost. It's $1 million bucks, we can afford it, and the cost of that is not too much. Also, let's see, what can we do as far as other stuff? So maybe we can get another topic. Or run online, yeah, we do online, but that's also going to be an engine case. Like, hey, if we're going to do that, we're going to run an engine. But right now, I think we're going to run the engine we've got. Hacking, mythology, government, alternate history. I'm going to try to make like the Age of Empires case again, because I didn't have too much luck doing that on the test. But I think for now, I think we're good. Okay, they want to give off Sog's engine San. Yeah, our 3rd one. Yeah, so... Okay, that's weird. They made it so that they went for one of our new ones first, and now they want this old one. But we're getting tons of fans still for that, and yeah, it's a drop in the bucket in money. It's $2.2 thousand. So, no big deal. Okay, yeah, so we're going to play tonight, by the way, until we get to year 36. Because that's where the ending's going to take as far as the difficulty we ran. All right, so there we go. She has boost, and now we can run her that way when we're doing the game dev. So we'll do that, and we have our R&D lab running still that way. Okay, released 3 games for 360 and made $69.5 million on the back of that. So, okay, fine. Now I gotta reset. Let's get a game. Now what are we gonna make? We can do something large, I think. So let's take a look at what we've done. Fashion is good for young. We did fashion specifically, so yeah, we're gonna try something a little unique. Colonization. We can make civilization. We have stuff with pirates. You know, everybody loves the pirates. So yeah, we can have that going. We have a pirate adventure, action, RPG, strategy, casual, or simulation. I think that's some good action for pirates. That's the idea. You want to go on the seas and have some cool action going on. As far as other consoles, I think we're going to move to the next generation. I do have Wii U, so PS3 is still on the market. Okay, that's the interesting thing there, which is, and this is real to life. Although the 360 was sort of kind of the top-selling console of that generation, sort of kind of, it also sort of wasn't. Okay, fine. And the reason for that is because it was not on the market as long as the PS3. So the Xbox 360, despite the fact that it was kind of the de facto main console of that generation between the Wii and the PS3 was on the market longer, and in that case, it eventually racked up more sales than the 360 because of that reason, and the Wii also sold really, really well, even though it faded out the fastest. So actually, the 360 was the worst-selling console that generation, even though it was the most popular, because the PS3 was on the market longer. So that's kind of an interesting thing to think about as far as that. But fine, I'm going to do license costs. We're going to run Xbox One, run PlayStation 4, and since I have a Wii U, license, we'll run Wii U as well. And given the amount of money we got, I think we can justify this. We'll run everybody for the Pirates because everybody wants to be a pirate. In fact, let's make it that way. Because they talk Everyone's Golf, the Japanese name of Hot Shots Golf, or now it's called Everyone's Golf anyway. So basically everyone's pirates. So everybody wants to be a pirate. That's the idea. We're going to be feasibly that on the nose that way. It's like, fine, everybody loves pirates, right? I think that's feasibly something that's kind of cool as far as what degree. That's the idea. Okay, so let's get that running. And yeah, it's New Year, and actually this is going to be good, so that means we can also hit E3 with our heads when we get there. All the additional features are going to be fine. As far as what we want to do on engine, we want engine stuff. We do want a gameplay perspective, and we want story and quests. Well, we're going to have some. I mean, there has to be, you know, nice stuff going on with the sea shanties as it is. So we're building up hype naturally because we're at almost 500,000 fans. As well, we're writing something down on our perspective. So while it's going, I just want to see here. Also, yeah, another reference, Halo. Cole Protocol. Yeah, it's supposed to be the box art of Halo. I have a picture of what that looks like. I may as well put the one of Okami up here because also you have your whiteboard over there as far as writing stuff up. So next thing, I don't think we need to level edit necessarily, but I do want AI. Actually, it's a pretty good barometer. Yeah, we're just racking up hype on its own. Not massive yet, but still, that's okay. And at the end of development, we're going to boost 3 people who have it. And they're in good shape as far as their work perspective, so they're not going to say, oh, by the way, I'm feeling overworked. Okay, so actually, we might just miss E3. Well, I think we might just hit it, actually, now I'm thinking about it. So, yeah, graphics, we want our graphics person of Meguro Miyamoto. I'm never gonna say that right, am I? Fine, Miyamoto would be the Japanese pronunciation, but I guess maybe they're saying Mayo as far as that. But either way, that's good. Now let's start a hype train our way. We'll market it large, and then we'll market it at E3. Because we'll hit E3. It's usually at May. Yeah, first week of May, they will say, do you want to do something? We're a large booth now. Let's go. And boosting, boosting, boosting. Fine, she's not at level 2 yet with that. I'm gonna feasibly wait. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get her to a boost case quickly enough to do that. Or fine, I'll do that during bug testing. Okay, yeah, perfect time. We just finished it. It's being marketed by us and also by E3. So by the way, here's the game. Look at all the hype we got. Here's some fans saying, hey, we want to see everybody's pirates or everyone's pirates. We had a million visitors, 1.3 million this time. Also, I'm going to boost her now to see this, because yeah, there's still stuff going as they do development. All right, so here we go. We made it in the top 100 at number 5. All right, so we're getting close to having the top booth. And you basically get to a case at this point now, you can get to the top booth pretty easily. But when bug testing is done, we will release the game, and there goes PS3. So yeah, PS3 is not gonna stay on the market forever. Okay, good. Okay, you introduced a bug, or she introduced a bug. All right, fine. One's gonna be fine. If they complain, we put a patch out. Actually, fine, not the highest we've had. Still pretty good though, so looking nice for what we got. So let's try everyone's pirates, and somebody got a raise. You also got a vacation. He increased experience. Tony Rodriguez and April Keller got raise. Advanced body language. Okay, hopefully we're gonna be good in this one, and we're getting close to being done in our research lab for what we're putting in. Yeah, we've blown over a lot of money though, that's the concern. 7, nice experience. 8. All right, at first I saw it getting lower like that. Uh-oh. 8, very good. So all right, so it's not as well received as some other stuff, but well across the board, and that does mean, you know, that's gonna be. Game report, what do we got? There they are with their development. They're almost at 800 for the hardware. Okay, so it did sell well. It's selling well. As long as we're recouping our costs, which we set, and especially with 1 million units sold so far, we're in good shape. People need vacations. Fine, just when one person goes on vacation, the other person's going on. Okay, so our research is complete. Yeah, when you get to the number for the research development lab, we have hardware. Okay, here's the deal. You invest in hardware, and by doing that, you get a hardware lab. You can make that and create your own console. We will do that. It's not cheap, and it'll take us a few years. We might even go above M-Box and Play System. We can open it. It's $5 million. We're opening it. So you go to the left. Here it is. So PS3's off the market. We made 2 games for it. So here's the hardware lab. You do have to have a tech specialist to do this. And when you have that, and when you have hardware research, you go here. You can create your own game console, but it costs a lot of money. Press the X to start the action menu. I'm not going to build it now, but I'll show you what happens as far as the setup. What you do is you pick a variation of console you want from the options you have here. 3 with the Nintendo 64-like controller there, and then other ones that are kind of like this. Basically put a quality assurance budget. It costs more, but it's the idea that you want to make sure your console is more accurate. Actually, one thing they didn't do for 360s, they didn't mention the red ring of death. So the point is, like, if you put it to low, it's going to cost a lot of money, and you put a name into it, and you put features into it like in an engine, but it takes time to build it, and you have to have capital going into it each month, like you do with R&D. So actually, in that case, what we're going to do here is see what's going on here with everyone's pirates. Pirate action is just okay. But still did okay for us, more than that. Story quest isn't that important. Wii U is a genre match with action is good. Audience match of Xbox One, everyone is great. And Pirates and everyone are great, for sure. Okay, so here's the thing. I can also go into the R&D lab. I can start another project. One thing I'm going to do, actually. You can also run AAA games. We're not running AAA games quite yet. I think I'll show our own convention. I'm gonna not put as much into that. I'm not gonna put anything into the, okay, yeah, I'm not putting anything in the hardware lab yet. And people are going on vacation, so we can have this running, and then we'll get some contract work in the meantime. I only can do that in 3 weeks. Plus, I have my whole team, and they damn well better be working their hardest if I'm going to do that. I mean, we can give it a shot. Okay, here we go. It's also worth pointing out, you're probably wondering this, which is since Game Dev Tycoon came out in 2012 on the PC and 2020 on the Switch, they added some of these newer consoles for when it came to the Switch, but I think they were patching the PC version, or updating the PC version, so I think it's in there now, which I think it is. If it's wrong, if that's wrong, I'll put it down saying no, it isn't. But remember, it is on the console now. We're seeing released, and look at that Switch logo. It almost looks exactly the same as far as how it is, except I think it's yeah, right. It's just instead of being a square for the Switch logo for the Joy-Cons, it's circular, and then the one on the left has the dot on the top instead of the bottom, so they swap them. So yeah, it is not copyright infringing. And Nintendo looked at this and said, "Hey, this is cool. We're letting you have this on our system." But anyway, yeah, the Nintendo swaps. Here's the Switch. This is what it is. Functions both a portable console and a home console. When removed from the dock, its unique controls called Fun Pads are attached to the side and turned into a handheld device. It was mixed because people were saying the Wii U, but fine, they don't talk the Wii U aspect here being a failure. But people were kind of initially questioning that, but occasionally saying, that seems neat. Might have a clear audience and might fail to appeal to casual and core gamers, because fine, that might have been the idea, because with Wii U, if I'll talk about failure on Nintendo's part, marketing the Wii U, even unveiling the Wii U, they kept talking about the controller, the gamepad, but they didn't really show the system, they didn't show much on games, and people thought, this is a console, this isn't a console, this is like a new controller for the Wii. Even to the point where Reggie Fils-Aimé, after he stepped off the stage at E3 that year in 2011, Adam Sessler, G4, he asked him, he had the first interview right off the stage with him, and he said, first question he asked, great question to ask, was, is the Wii U a new system or is it a new controller for the Wii? I think at that point, Reggie Fils-Aimé knew feasibly, like, wait a second, the way he marketed it, but he instantly said, like, don't worry, it's a new console. It's like, okay. So it's a case of, like, what was that marketing and the thought of, hey, you'd be able to play off screen, which is cool, as far as on the tablet. But then I think people think, like, wait, you still have to be tied to your system as far as being a distance. Otherwise, it's like, oh, the communication's bad. If you have thick walls in your house, yeah, you might not be able to be in the bathroom, like close the door that way and still play your system. So it's one of those cases for it. So I think Nintendo was saying, like, okay, fine for that. Let's deliver on the idea of this. And then that's where the Switch came from as far as it, and it's coming out next year, and you need a vacation. All right, so yeah, they're going that way. We're doing good as far as what we got. So yeah, we're gonna finish the game tonight, but as I said, we're gonna have another part of it in a few weeks. I'll tell you how. But it's not just gonna be for this game. And also, I'll tell you, I feel like I'm not really making too many games on this, but fine, I gotta do that contract work, that really big one. We have our whole team back, yes? Yes, we do. Yeah, let's go. All right, come on, team, let's do it. 3 weeks. Not much time, but get to it. We can do it. I think, I hope. Fine, at this point, I'll pay the penalty if I can't do it. I just want to see. Can we get there? I don't think we're going to get there. But fine, we've got 40 million units, or $40 million in sales on everyone's Pirates. Okay, unfortunately, we did not. So, denied. All right, so fine, we had to pay him. But either way, it's fine. And now, if we want to make a game, we're going to run something that's for everybody. Which is a good idea. We should sequel something, though. Fine, because we didn't sequel Dodgeball Dilemma. We're sequeling it now. So, like, fine. Action Sports still going Action Sports. We're going to run that on the new systems. Because, yeah, people love their sports games on their consoles. Because, yeah, remember, Madden is out this year. And there is Din playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the new one, the roguelike one. Name will be below, unless I briefly look up what the name of that new TMNT game is. In fact, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna do that just because. Splintered Fate, that's the one. And he's getting a physical version soon enough. I think it's in October. So at that point, that's the one. Because yeah, the perspective of loving roguelike games that way, and having with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So like, hey, there you go, that's a cool concept. And remember, since we're on Switch, anybody who's on Friends List on Switch is there. Fine, there's Wii U. We can run Wii U still, and still has a decent market share. We're giving this to everybody. We're going large and in charge with Dodgeball Dilemma 2. Okay, so unfortunately, yeah, it's not capitalizing dilemma. Fine, now it is. You can go into that dodgeball dilemma. Tube. I gotta come up with something clever. Or fine, something that fits as far as dodgeball, dilemma 2. Out of the way. All right, there you go. Because I don't want to have dodgeball or dodge twice in the title. It's like, I know the console wars show said this. I don't remember what game it was they did a show on when they said this, but they said, "You're just mad because they rejected my they rejected my perspective of. You're just mad because my idea for Speed 3 was a good one, just Speed 3, airspeed. You said on a plane, it's like you can't name have speed in the title twice. But either way, fine. We're not going to have dodge in the title twice. We'll have fitting out of the way. Fine. It's not. It's also gonna be like Bully on PlayStation 2, the Rockstar game, and then it was on Wii and it's not on PS3. It's on 360. As far as how it was, you have dodgeball in that game, but in this case, yeah, we're gonna make it a full game. We're gonna go crazy, and we're gonna have a nice story as far as it. So they Captain Tsubasa as far as that. Fine. That's the football case of it, or the soccer case of it. So in that case, we got our big engine case. There we go. There's some gameplay. There's some story going on, sort of. We'll have a little bit. But game interview time. Jillian Rickstall from Gamer Pro. Yeah, rest in peace, Game Pro, by the way. Want to do a new case? Do you think it'll be well received? Don't know. Hope so. Hope people want to see Dodgeball Dilemma coming back. Honestly, our design cases, though, is something that seems like it's lacking the most, but fine. Sort of, fine. It's not lacking. It's just the case that technology is going up way, way faster. Fine, we're not at the art stage yet, so fine. That might be part of the reason. All right, so here's the switch, or the swap. So yeah, let's see what we got going on here. Level editor, there's not gonna be much reason for a level. Fine, I guess level design's gonna matter. I guess it will matter, sorta. Dialogue, we do need a little bit for trash talking. We definitely have that with voice acting. All right, that'll be fine. Then again, I got people focusing on tech. But fine, I have people focusing on art too, to a degree. All right, so what's going on Switch? It caused an unusual social media storm. Okay, this is the other thing. Let's talk about the Switch. This is also something that kind of came into play. And that was the cartridges. People put them in their mouths. I don't know if it's not because people are choking on them, because they're tiny as far as the cards for this console. But they then said, "My God, this tastes horrible." And they realized the reason for that. They were intentionally made to taste that way so that if you actually put it in your mouth, you just spit them out instead of swallowing and or choking on it. And then they said, wait a second. So it's pretty much an encouragement saying, like, try your cartridge. How's it taste? And sometimes it tastes different. I think Ed Wack has said specifically he's tasted different ones like, ugh, it tastes awful. Other ones in a slightly lesser state of awful, I should say. But this is what happened. They were coated with a non-toxic bittering agent, but one that does not taste good. So that, yeah, so children might not bite on or swallow them. But the idea of the perspective of the console itself is doing really well. And the Switch definitely is doing well, and we're running into, going next year into 8 years of the console. It's still going really strong, even though it's like, yeah, it's underpowered and things. And there's stuff you can say about development on this console being, you know, shoddy with people, including Nintendo themselves, with certain things. But still, it lasted for a reason. And here comes E3, but before we get to E3, let's get our tech running. In fact, let's also get... Actually, yeah, Tony Rodriguez is good with his stuff. World design is going to be good. Everybody, I think, is in good shape here, so fine. There we go. There's that. Going to E3. Yes, we are going to E3. We're going big on that one. We're also going big on a marketing budget. There we go. We're running on everyone specifically, so at that point, right, that and boost, boost, boost. And the good news is, yeah, when you go into menus like that, I probably should have mentioned this earlier, you make it so that the game pauses. So in that case, yeah, you want to queue actions up quickly? Yeah, you can do that. got a hype machine on this one, no question. And E3's just starting. Perfect timing. Hi, Gemini 96. So good to see you rolling in tonight. We're going back to Game Dev Tycoon for the Switch we're running. We're at part 2. Fine, we've done 3 videos so far, but it's been a while since I come back to this. So we're almost at the end as far as the main run of it, but I'm coming back to it in a couple weeks to show off pirate mode and other stuff. It's basically just pretty much an open mic night as far as like building games. I'm building Dodgeball Dilemma 2 out of the way. We had Dodgeball Dilemma as far as a dodgeball game running. We're at E3 getting a big booth. Running as Tamsoft, who made the Onechambara games, and Ballerina Toshinden, and Guardians Crusade on the PlayStation. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to let memories flow on Game Dev Tycoon if you played it, either on the PC or on the Switch. And we're the #1 booth, by the way, as far as because of how much we put. And yeah, feel free to keep going as far as, or if you have ideas of games you want to see made here, we can do that. We got bug testing. Pretty significant bug testing as it is, but we got time. Yeah, good news is we got good stuff as far as how far I've gotten, and also the case that I wasn't sure if I'd be able to finish this game as far as having not touched this for a couple of years because we had gaps in schedule for this as it was. Either way, it's like, yeah, there we go. If you want to go into the stuff on that Nintendo Direct that was this week, the fact they're bringing back Power Stone, oh my god, I'm going nuts on that, and the Tetris Forever collection that they got coming out later, and the Castlevania Dominus collection, which I bought day 1. I was like, yeah, I want that. For sure, but we got good stuff as far as our new best on everything, so there we go. Boom, boom. You're increasing experience because our staff leveled up. We got a raise. We got Meguru Miyamoto, as it was. That's that perspective of how kind of tongue-in-cheek this game is, but really fun. And you have co-op play as far as research. Probably should do an engine just because I got tons of research points, which I haven't had in a while, so I'm going to start doing that, but I'm also going to get a game report running on this, see what are our hints we can get. Let's do some research. Let's build an engine. Why not? Let's get some stuff going on. Let's get, we'll get some surround sound. I want each of my team members to start researching on this. Let's run, I probably should have put online as far as what we got now. Fine, we'll put on online. Put you here, training, oh no, not training, research. And then we'll get a reviews on our game, see if it's well reviewed. I'm thinking maybe, given how everything we had, but it's never a guarantee. Minigames, we put minigames in there, AI companions, virtual economy. I'm good on the 3D graphics. I mean, I don't think we need to enhance it too much more. That could feasibly put us over the top. I do have just enough. We are building a new engine. You know what? Interactive story, yeah, we could do that. Fine, let's blow them away with our tech. Or try to anyway, so fine, do it. Okay, so Dodgeball Dilemma 2 out of the way. So how are the reviews? Let's see. 10 out of 10, outstanding achievement, awesome. Can we get a full case of this? 10 out of 10, must have. 10 out of 10, awesome. Okay, one more. Can we get 10 out of 10 perfect across the board? Ooh, never can. But either way, I'm not complaining about that. 10, 10, 10, and 9, I'm definitely happy about that. That means good sales and cases where people like what we got. But I think at some point we've got to start getting stuff going on. And I timed that perfectly, so we have sort of a trend going on. Sort of kind of. Okay, and we just got a million's worth in units. And compares are jealous about that. Now, whilst they're developing that, and we got a review, okay. So, outstanding responses on this. They said it's a newer engine than the original game did, really driving technical innovation, which we definitely did. Yeah, if you think the engine's nice now, we're gonna put another one out. I should show making a console. Oh, Jesus Christ, given how much money I'm making on this game, we're definitely gonna show a console development. In fact, let's develop a console now. Yeah, because you get your perspective going on this. Fine, we'll do it in a second, as far as getting that run. 5 million in sales, damn, okay, look at that. And here's our game report, what do we got? Platform audience match, PlayStation 4, and everyone is great, or play System 4 and everybody is great, and sound's important. Okay, good. So with that, I think we're in good shape. Also researching our own convention, but I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna develop a console. Okay, you get the hardware perspective going on. Usually you have to get tech and design specialists going on. I'd go AI. Oh, you do? Okay. Actually, hang on. AI for what? Oh, you mean for... Oh, for stuff in engine. You know what? Fine. I'll take good advice. Let's take that. So where is that? Wait, do I have an... Oh, wait, AI companions. Okay, so fine. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do contract work because what happens when you run contract work, that's something you can have to build up your research points. I need more research points. So I'll do a couple of these just to build that up because as I go along, I'll be able to make that. Also, we have the rise of VR. Virtual reality headset promises a path to the future with true 3D immersion, which looks like a giant pair of ski goggles with a large field of vision and near perfect motion tracking. First test listen players motion sickness with the right game can certainly deliver a new level of immersion, which it definitely did as far as it. Also, you can do Visorist support as far as your game, and there we go, did that. And we need 40 for the AI, so let's do one more contract. I think I do the space shuttle program stuff in a few weeks. I hope I can. You do want to do the ones that are higher when you have enough of a team that can work it. And yeah, fine. The team is going well, but fine. The technology is going to be a question. The design is the yellow, by the way. The technology is the light blue. But we did get it. In fact, I'm doing this more for another reason, and she's going on vacation because she's getting sad. If you have them in a case where they're sad, send them on vacation. Otherwise, they easily will quit, although I've never tried to make them quit. Also, it's one thing, they will not work as well on a project. They'll basically say, hey, you know, we're not going to put as much into it. So yeah, you said you want AI companions. Let's get some AI companions, why don't we? Good suggestion, and we'll do engine, and then we'll get game, and then we'll put in for console. Okay, so we sold 8.1 million units and got $113 million. Okay, that was a huge success. But fine, we got people on case of that. So vacation time, and you too, fine. Because I do want them set when we're running the engine, and I also want them set when we get so set. We'll run AI, no problem. Good suggestion, and good way of thinking, because the thought of how do you build on the last set of games you made? And you'll see reference in there to Okami and Bit Trip Runner. I think Choo Choo Rocket, maybe that's Super Mario Brothers. I think Silent Hill, Super Meat Boy I know is definitely the case, as well as Halo and whatever Hero Citizen is. We got our R&D lab running. Fine. They're sad too, so yeah, you gotta go on vacation. You know, fine, in this case, it doesn't matter. I've got enough capital coming in, we can get this set. Or enough capital to manage, I should say. It's not coming in because we don't have a game on the market yet. Well, I'm gonna put a game on the market when E3 comes around. E3 comes around starting in June, but at May they say, hey, you want a booth? So let's start this and then we'll make a game. So yeah, we'll run online. We'll run AI companions. So yeah, we better AI and AI companions, so we'll have that. Graphics are, right, because we're running the more advanced graphics. At that point, you don't necessarily have to run the 3D graphics that way as far as Volume 4, but you do have to go back as far as leveling with that. We'll run surround sound, we'll run stereo sound. Actually, wait a minute. I'm trying to remember stereo and surround sound cancel each other out. You know what? Fine. We'll go old school this way and a drop in the bucket. We'll have all those options of sound. Because I know Blood Spice Moon mentioned this once in the show. It's like, I remember when games had mono sound. Nowadays, they don't. And fine, the only case I ever say you should do mono sound is if I have tech problems on the show, I do. And like, yeah, please don't have that. I have a new mic set up for this one that I'll use actually for my solo stuff for some time. Also, an engine name. Fine, I'm gonna do 10 with an exclamation mark, which is gonna be a case of like factorials. Fine. I always saw it when I learned factorials as far as that, you know, it's like 10 times 9 times 8 times 7 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. But whenever I saw it as far as in my thing, there's like, oh, it's 10 factorial. Like, no, it's not. It's 10! You just yell it out. That's what it is. Yeah, my brother and and I were always about that. So like, I was like, because I was learning that, it's like, it's 10. It's like, wait, no, it's 10 factorial. It's like, but doesn't that sound better? Okay, trends or simulation. We should make a sim game whilst the market is saying, hey, we want a sim. But here's the deal. Before we do that, I'm gonna get that engine. I feasibly want to time this enough so that I can get the engine done. Oh yeah, definitely get the good laugh as far as what that is for it, or like the sheep case. Definitely a good case. Okay, so. Okay, I'm gonna go for, you're probably wondering, I should go for a large booth. Because when you go to E3, you usually want to have a game in development, or if you have a game on the market, you get a bonus sales or bonus hype. Thing is that if I'm going to give a medium booth, I'll tell you why. Because I don't think I'm going to have a game in development, and if you do start development of the game right away, you'll not get bonus hype off of that. At least I don't think you will. But I'm early enough into it, I think I can do this. So fine, it's going to say, hey, your engine's done. I know it's done, so we're putting it right here. So as the market's looking at simulation games, let's look for a simulation. Fine, let's do a simulation. There we go. We'll figure platforms later because I have multi-platform running. Run multi-platform. Let's run... I probably should do colonization simulation. So it's going to be like, I don't know, civilization or something. Yeah, it's a great combination. Let's also run... Put this on the PC. It's going to be hardcore gaming. We'll put it on the... put it on the PlayStation 4, and I can also put it on either the Swap or the Switch, the Wii or the Wii U, Xbox One or the Xbox One, the DS, the GS, the GurPad, the GurPhone, the iPhone, iPad, the M-Pad. That lasted a while. We're gonna put it on the Ouya, if you're familiar with this one, Gemini 96. It was this kind of Linux-based mini console. You know, just for the hell of it, I'm gonna put it on. Also, it is a low license cost. Although then maybe we should put it on the Switch. Fine, I do have Civilization 7 coming out next year, but it is a high license cost, so fine. A license cost I can afford. And I don't think I touched Switch, so fine, screw it, we'll put it on the Switch. And we'll come up with a name later. Gemini 96 and or chat. You have a name as far as this colonization simulation you want to have. Say the word, we'll have it set. And there's graphics 5, let's go. Game engine complete, yeah, and we were already making a game on it. And, right, licensed game engines as far as this. Okay, there we go. So that's set there. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna run online. Okay, fine. All right, so I guess multiplayer overwrites online, or online overwrites multiplayer. I was not aware of that. Okay. So, and it does cost more, but that's fine. So online, we want some tutorials, user experience, we'll have achievements. Character progression, yeah, I can get that. Linear story, advanced cutscenes. AI will come to the picture later as far as stuff we are building into this. So far as our engine's concerned, Suzanne Sandoval is our best on engine work. So I'm gonna focus on that a little, but I'm also gonna say ourselves here as far as gameplay, because that's the one that's most important based on the plus symbols, and the minus symbols means less. Even more plus symbols means more or less for it. But since this is a large game, I do want to make sure that we're kind of having this in focus enough so I don't totally get the team going nuts with being overworked. Okay, I do have a hype machine starting to go, so actually I might time this perfectly when it came to the E3 thing or the G3 thing. And the Wii U will come off the market, the Wii will come on the market. Also, I'll do marketing a little later. Actually, I'll start to feasibly get a boost from this. So fine, we do have this game that's not in dev yet. Or fine, it's barely in dev, it's not named. And since we did get a medium booth instead of a large one, because I wasn't sure if I'd be able to meet this, the hype you get off of this and the fans you get off of this are not as much as you would have if you had a larger booth, but that's fine. Okay, even so, we still were at number 28 of our conference attraction. So yeah, we built up a perspective of fan base, and we got a company called All Your IP Belongs to Us, or US. So yeah, reference to zeroing from Toplan for Sega Master System, or Sega Mega Drive. I don't know why I said Master System. Our Engine 10 is infringing on one of the patents. Wait. Okay, is that like Blind Squirrel Games where they didn't cite the engine? But wait, we did cite the engine, but hold on. They graciously offer a license a patent for $16 million and wants to give us a 50% discount to pay them without fighting in court. Okay, actually, I never saw this before. We get paid and hope they don't bother us again. We refuse and try to resolve it in the court system. Or we could rally our fans to fight them for us. Huh. Okay, this is not... So basically, I can avoid paying money. Okay, I've never seen that before. All right, so I'm gonna pay for this. It's fine. I have a 50% chance of it working if I go to court. It costs me more. I have a 90% chance of rallying my fan base, saying, "Yeah, we're gonna feasibly, I guess, intimidate them." I'm gonna pay for it just to see. So, okay, because at first I thought, wait, is this a scam? And also, when am I doing console? Fine, I gotta do a console. Let's develop one. And since I'm in a big enough case, we're going to develop the variation 5. We'll call it the, I don't know. Fine, I'll call it the SOGS box. On my practice, I called it the 3D DEEO. Fine, we're having the SOGS box. That'll be the name of it. Okay, QA budget up high. Okay, I can rationalize this now. We'll do the nice blue that way. And then, yeah, you have to basically put in what are you running. Shit, this is going to cost a lot of money. Yeah, I was going to wipe out half. You know what? Fuck it. We're not doing it yet. I want to wait. We'll wait till our next game, and then when I know I'm going to be set. I don't want to wipe myself out when I've only 5 years left to beat this. Okay, so now at this perspective, we're running AI. So here we go. As you said, AI companions, better AI. We have that. Good suggestion, Gemini 96 for sure. We'll have a level editor because that's the idea of this. We'll have voice acting. AI is going to be vital on this one as level design. I'll wait for the Shigeru Miyamoto there because he's our art guy. We'll get to the end, we'll have our hype machine going in full force and get stuff going. All right, so we made $67 million on the Wii U. All right, so yeah, just keep working. We almost have it. I also do want to make sure that I can get to the end as far as, fine, get to the end, that's one thing, but also make sure the market doesn't normalize before I release this thing as far as strategy. So as I point out, since we're doing a larger game, it takes longer to develop, so that's something to keep in mind as well. Okay, so surround sound overwrites, okay, yeah, it overwrites everything. It overwrites mono, basic, and stereo. Okay. It's fine. Graphics are there. I think that's good. All right, so fine. That's the case. Let's also get a marketing budget. So yeah, we're doing okay. I mean, I've got a good amount of money. I can feasibly coast to the end. If you're, at this point, you feasibly could do that. But I'm gonna try and feasibly keep going big. Shit, I forgot to do something. I forgot to boost people. So boost, because yeah, when you run boost, it means that they'll work more efficiently, or mine, they'll work faster and harder. Feasibly as they're doing bug testing, and also, I guess, adding stuff in the game as we go. But yeah, lots of bugs in this game, so we gotta get that set. Yeah, technology's pretty damn high. There we go. And something came there, so crap, it just normalized right as we finished the game. That's the risk you run, but still, it doesn't matter because we have a good case of our new best on design and tech. But we do need to get a sense, and congratulations on the raise you're getting, Suzanne. So fine, name is, let's see. Fine, let's, we'll find out, what do we want to do tonight? The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Yeah, we will take over the world. Fine, no, over is going to be capitalized. It's feasibly if you, as far as fine, you don't necessarily have to capitalize the there. Sometimes you do just because, take over the world, right. Because it is colonization, you are colonizing the case of the world. Perfect. All right, enjoy your raise. No loading. Yeah, right, I forgot. You can also research lack of loading. So yeah, you basically hide it or you have stuff going on there. Also, first views came in. Let's see how taking over the world is going to look. Stuff is high, so maybe that's a good sign. 8 out of 10, very enjoyable. That's not always a guarantee saying it's going to be amazingly reviewed, but well reviewed. Great game, says Informed Gamer. Focus on gameplay served well here. And lastly, played it for days. So, pretty good. Not in any way a case of saying, hey, that's a bad situation. In fact, one thing I want to look at. As far as our game history. Fine, the game based on the Card Talk, that was... Fine, I'm thinking, what's the worst reviewed thing we had? Fine, the not Wild Arms, that's Crazy Legs. Yeah, we had Tonight. Only Hard Hat Harry. Fine, that wasn't horribly reviewed. So nothing that was really awful. We'll go over our full game history when we're done tonight. Back to 1 million units in sales. It's not going to be the massive success the other one was, but fine. I'm going to do... We're going to try something a little different. I'm going to have the what is it? We're going to run the SOGS box still, but I'm not going to put as much into its tech or to its QA budget. I'm not going to put max. I'll have enough, but I just want to see. Because I thought, hey, if I could justify the cost, I'd do that, but... I do want to have stuff going on, run surround sound. I can justify that, I think. Okay, and I got to put money into this, so every month we'll have that going, and that'll be the cost. But yeah, it's gonna run us some money. And also feasible to count as far as, you know, getting a hype train running. And there are the girls in lab coats getting set as far as that. Okay, so the release analysis was dogs aren't that important. PS4 and simulation's good. Switch and everyone is great as far as an audience match. So that's good. And as far as this, I want to make it so that we have the R&D labs, we get our case of our own convention. We do want to feasibly get something going on. Let's see, can we do a publishing deal? We make something in the Ouya. You know, let's make something in the Ouya. Why not? It's not going to cost much. And do they have a limitation on size of game? Yes, they do. So I can't actually do much. So as far as something casual, what's going to be a good case of something that's casual? How about casual comedy? Fine, I guess anybody would want to laugh at a game. At that point, we're not going to just put it on the Ouya. I'll put it on the PC. I will put it on... Fine, since Switch is a casual console that way, let's run on the Switch. We're on our engine. That apparently is a copyright case. I did not know that. I'm not mixing something else. We're just going to keep casual this way. And fine, let's see. Okay, fine. I'll reference The Empire Strikes Back with this one. I was thinking like a comedy game. Feasibly, the idea, like, hopefully the audience will not think we're attacking them by saying this. So, laugh it up, fuzzball. As far as what Han Solo called Chewbacca in The Empire Strikes Back. All right, so fine. Feasibly, the idea is like, yeah, you're gonna have to laugh it up, fuzzball. All right, that's good. Yeah, I could go text, but they're gonna say, what the fuck is this when we're running 3D graphics for so long? Okay, so that's good. But yeah, Monica's getting, you know, nervous as far as this. Online, fine, everybody wants to laugh together. That's gonna be the idea of what this is gonna be. But also, I'm kind of in the dark on this one. I've never done a casual comedy before. That being said, I'm thinking if we're running comedy, I'll tell you what's gonna be really, really important. Story. It's gotta be funny, that's the idea. We want this game to be pretty funny, and we want the engine. The engine's not gonna matter too much, but yeah, that's gonna be vital. Yeah, it'll work, I think. All right, we're getting an interview. You want to do it? Sure. Okay, since you're making this, what do you think is more important, gameplay or dogs? Okay, this is obvious, dialogues. Unless they come back and say, no, it isn't. We'll see. They don't agree. It's a comedy. It's like, wait, it better... Okay, so fine. The industry does not agree with us on that one. All right, color me surprised. Gameplay is more important for this than dialogue. I was like, fine, I think it needs it because it's got to be funny, right? You wouldn't want a comedy that's not funny. That's the worst thing in the world. Comedy's always harder to do than anything else, so that's part of it too. We're playing the organization our own convention. Uh-oh, Take Over the World had bugs in it. You gonna patch this? Sure, let's see who's not doing anything. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait on... Yeah, we're at that part of development. You patch whilst we're at the next stage. I'll run everything as far as what this is. AI, level design. Fine, that tells us dialogue isn't important. Like, I think it would be important. Or it should be funny, at least. AI, I don't know if AI is gonna matter too much. I don't know if level design is gonna matter much. I think AI might be more important. I guess. Okay, let's do that. All right, so Monica's getting upset. Fine, so we're running medium game. It's not gonna be as much of a push on that. Actually, wait a second. Right, okay, that's right. When you're running, advertising magazine. Hang on, let me see something here. Oh, right, I forgot. You have, right, I have our own gaming convention, because when you research that, you get a one-time usage where you have your own gaming convention that you run for free, or as far as you don't have to pay money for it. But we also have E3. Wait, do we have E3 coming up? Oh, maybe I override that. And it sold 5 million units for Take Over the World. It's a good case of that. All right, so on graphics, we got the graphics running. Sound, I think, would be pretty damn important too. And then our tech. Oh, wait, April's not doing anything, so April, you gotta help us. Oh, well, I was like, yeah, trying to get over there. Come on, let me get over to my team, or fine, can I? There we go. Open world day and night cycle. I guess fine, I also have an orchestra, so it'll be like a romantic comedy where you have this orchestral soundtrack that everybody hates as far as like emphasizing the jokes. Or fine, I wouldn't make a case of saying emphasize the jokes too much. I would say like, fine, we're gonna have an orchestral soundtrack. That's gonna be nice, but all right, fine. I guess I can market this on top of that, and on top of saying we're gonna boost people. And you know what? I'm gonna wait. All right, so we had 5 million units of Take Over the World and $70 million in sales. And they're happy we released the patch, no problem. And yeah, where's our, okay, now I guess it's next week is gonna be our convention. Waiting on them to be in boost mode more. All right, here we go. So fine, our convention. So bonus hype and new fans. All right, there you go. And it's still a pretty good amount, so it's like E3, so I guess it overrides E3. First, like, hey, you run both at once, but I guess not. Okay, so we had 1.5 million visitors at our convention. All right, so there we go. They're all at 2. So boost, 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 and then vacations for basically everybody at the end of this. Wait, I put a marketing budget? Yeah, I did. Okay, never mind. I was like, wait a second, did I not market this right? I think so. We had our own convention and we had our own case of shit, me introducing a bug. Fine, it's 1. Oh, well then again, it's not the biggest thing we've had. But either way, it's still not too bad. We're almost at the end, as is. So vacations for everyone. Oh, fine, for the people who really, really need it. They're going on vacation, and then everybody else will go on vacation later. Okay, let's see what's gonna go on this. Okay, so first reviews of Laugh It Up Fuzzball. Our casual comedy. As long as it's decent enough. And Ouya, uh-oh. 2 out of 10, utterly uninspiring, uh-oh. 3 out of 10, disappointing, crap. 1 of the worst, oh crap. All right, fine, it's usually at the end we get bad cases of it. All right, 3 out of 10, wasted money. But if nothing else, I got to show that, which is, well fine, first off we want to see what happened. Maybe there's a perspective why this didn't do well. I mean, we had to do what we were asked for our requirement. The point is that we have to pay a penalty now. But fine, we have a decent amount of stuff. But oh, wait a minute, new Microsoft console. Mbox Next. It has a motion sensor add-on for the Xbox One built in, which it actually doesn't in real life. But it's running as a 360 in terms of how it looks. Doesn't live up to expectations. Per contract, penalties apply to your account. All right, so yeah, unfortunately, we lost some money. Still selling okay, but still people like, yeah, they're not liking what we got. But I do want to see this, which is what happened here. Why is it that it was not well? I think it might be the combination of stuff, but we'll see. So maybe that's a hard one to do. Common casual is a great combination. World design is not that important. Planet and genre match of PC and casual is terrible, but I didn't just put it on the PC. I put it on other stuff too. Okay, we should try to focus on entirety in the development of the game, which we did. Our family is big enough to make self-publishing medium games viable. Well, fine, it was a contract that we did, so that was why. But unless they give us a great royalty rate, maybe publish them themselves. They just thought that, hey, you know, if that's the case, just do it that way. Fine, we're sort of losing fans, but not horrifically so. Fine, that being said, we got to rally. We got to get a really good game. I mean, we're going to get to the end of this. It's not going to be a problem. But yeah, we're losing money a month because of what we got. But let's see. Another project we can do. Internet opportunities, AAA. I don't know if I want to run AAA. In fact, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take out of the R&D department. We're going to run the hardware. So the hardware is going to be going like $1 million a month. Oh, yeah, you know, actually, no, that'll be fine. But I think we need to rally. Now, I'll tell you how we rally. We rally with the sequel, but I'm going to wait a little bit. Also, not Sony has a new system. They have the PlayStation 5. Here it is. Looks a lot like the regular PlayStation 5, but not quite as much. It's an incremental update coming out later next year with a form factor that mirrors the PS3. It's kind of curved the way the PS3 is as far as how the PS5 actually is. We'll see how it fares against its competitors. Also take a look on, I don't think I need to engine this again. Okay, it didn't do that great. But actually, let me look at one thing, which is as far as our game history. Yeah, we lost money on this. In fact, I think that's the worst thing we've done. Yeah, that is fine. I don't think Papa O'Doyle had that bad of a reaction. So fine, we got a sequel something. So let's see, what have we not done? The Truth Is Out There was our biggest hit, or one of our biggest hits. Actually, it might have been our biggest hit. So we're gonna do the UFO action game once more. And I know it's tried and true as far as what it is. We're going to put this on the Switch this time. We're also going to put it on PlayStation 4. And yeah, you know, we're going to run full consoles. Yeah, DS has ran a while as far as it's so fine. That's good. We'll go large, which is fine. I was going to say the truth. The truth is out there again. Oh, okay, no, there we go. I do want to have that. The truth is out there again. Okay, yeah, just go this way. Yeah, also, why am I using analogs to go through this as far as instead of D-pad? Because you can use either one. And their big engine, let's go, and here we go. Fine, we're fine as far as how money is. I have to be really bad with money in order for us to lose at this juncture. So it's not going to be a factor. We're okay. We'll be able to make it. As soon as we've been perspectives of a classic reference is fine. I'll say one. You're gonna make it after all, like the Mary Tyler Moore show. Rest in peace, Mary Tyler Moore. You're a great actress and a great person as well, from what I've understood as far as you. Okay, so yeah, we'll hold. Actually, you know, we're gonna hold off that way. I'm gonna put April on that. Gameplay perspective, that'll work. But yeah, she's our engine woman, so yeah, she's going full all the way. Still out there, and we're gonna run online. So yeah, we haven't done online on this game yet, so we'll do it now. Yeah, this will take us to about 5 hours. So I wasn't sure if we finished the main thrust of the game tonight, but that being said, we will have another look at this in a few weeks. Actually, we're not going to have a show next week, and I'll explain that a little later. Okay, not live, we will not. But we'll get into that in a sec. All right, so the M-Box Next is out. And let's see. So next stage, everything is marked as good. Our other engine man of David Drabin is good. Monica's there. Meguro, we're waiting till the end of development for. Actually, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start. Oh, fine. I'll let the hype train go on its own. Which even with me sort of losing fans and money on Laugh It Up Fuzzball, it's something that it still was something that we didn't do too bad. It's not like, hey, it completely destroyed our company. We didn't release a broken game. That feasibly might have done it. Although I don't know to what degree that feasibly is something that can ruin you if you like release it with like 61 bugs. Not that I'm going to. I mean, given all the talk I've said about Pokemon Violet version, yeah, damn well better not do that. I'd be a total hypocrite. But anyway, so Suzanne, you're gonna be off a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, he's going fully on that, and then April. Let's put Tony there. But at that point, also let's put April up here on world design. All right, there we go. Yeah, with this, I think I can also put more into that on Tony. Okay. I like the look of that. Let's also get a sense of, okay, that's good. So let's go now, and then I'm gonna put a marketing budget, and then E3 will come up. Yeah, by the way, when you do your own convention, you only do that once. So you don't have something else going on. So you can't do it repeatedly, you have to research it again. PS5 is out. Market's normalized. E3's here, and since I will need time for bug testing, let's get a large booth so we can have a month to be set up. Oh, wait, boosting, shit, I keep forgetting to do that at the end of dev. If you don't want to do that just so I can get a big push across the line when you're running it. Okay. And just wait for E3 and let's go. All right, so bonus hype of 200, new fans of 9,400. Awesome. We were the #1 booth. Also, they want Game Engine 7 that way, so fine, give it away now. And, okay, good. I just want to make sure there was nothing unbugged, but yeah, our design's awesome. Or not our design, our technology is awesome. I mean, our design's pretty damn good, too. We're going to invest on technology. All right, so level 9 for us. Also, I got to level 10 off screen, I think. I think that's the one I got. There is an achievement I got off screen. I will have an edit about here. I don't know how this is gonna go because I get the sense I've overworked and I didn't necessarily get any set, but well, we'll see. Oh, level 10 with a character. Okay, got achievement. All right, so there you go. That is, I'm gonna have that editing fodder. All right, so let's see, the Andes. Yeah, we're flying over the Andes of the Brazilian soccer team. What's going on with that? 3, it's a waste of money. So yeah, they were not fans of our Andes game. 1 out of 10, it makes you cry. Well, hey, the disaster in the Andes did. Bin material, Game Hero. 1 out of 10, I still have nightmares. Okay, well, fitting for that part of history. And that's how I got that one. I don't remember off the top of my head what it was, but you'll have seen it. But I did get a raise for some people. Immersive storytelling. And yeah, our fans were happy with who we had. So, the truth is out there again. We're sequelizing a game that was loved before. Hopefully they love it again. We'll see. They do. 9 out of 10. One of the best. We did get a 10. Best of its kind. 9 out of 10. Cannot wait for the sequel. And 10 out of 10. Everyone loves it. Okay, by the way, if you're wondering, like, where's the spike in audio with me looking down like that, I have a different tech on this one. I just want to make sure the battery on this thing isn't dying because it's a wireless setup. It's the wireless ME. You can thank Inherit for the purpose of that one. And since the Samsung G-Track Pro is feasibly at the end of its life, and I'm doing a solo show, I'm using this. Hopefully it's not coming off bad. Dolphin told me it's not, so I'm definitely going to trust that perspective. But either way, let's also do a report, see what's looking like this. 1 million units already, and the excitement's good. Point where I think we can start putting more on this perspective. A newer engine and drove technical innovation for the purpose of what we had. That's good. Fine. Do I want to put more in research and development? I mean, fine. I think that it feasibly can help the console. You do have to have a large amount to get the console going on. And I do want to get that set enough to show it launching. Also, tons of stuff I can research now, so fine, I should start doing research. So what can we do that's new? No loading. In fact, we'll do another engine, I think. Everybody's going to research stuff. Let's do that. Let's do interactive story. Immersive storytelling and skill tree, FMV, moral choices. I think people would like a dynamic environment. Let's just go all the way. Dialogues are not at all important for this type of game. Switching action's good for platform genre and topic audience of UFO and everyone is great, as we knew, but we're all set to that. Okay, so let's do that and make another engine. Here's my thought. Is that actually going to anything? To the point where, fine, if it isn't, I'm going to say, fine, we'll just put on, let's try internet opportunities. I didn't do that on my tests. I did AAA games. I'm not going to run a AAA game. I just want to have enough going on to get the console running above anything else. And yeah, look at that stuff going out there. Okay, so yeah, going well. Yeah, so we're going to run a little over 5 hours, but not too much. I'm going to at least get us to year 36, and that'll be in. Or yeah, because you have to get through year 35. Year 35 is the last one, and you get that and you win, but it's also something that after that you can keep playing. Just they stop the story content. Wait, no, did I put... Okay, I didn't put anybody on vacation who needed to be. Okay, so we got 9 million units and $127 million in sales. So yeah, we're doing good. But fine. Everybody's going on vacation, I'll tell you why. We're going to come back, we're going to have a nice engine case, and then we'll go and hopefully get the console. You do have to have enough capital for that, but I'm doing decent on that. Okay. Okay, everybody's back, so let's get our engine ready to go. And this one I'm gonna remember her name, which is to reference the movie. This is Spinal Tap. This one goes to 11. It's also the name of an achievement in this. You have to get an 11 out of 10 out of a reviewer, but I've never been able to do that. I don't know what you have to do to make that happen. Oh, it's not enough. Oh, fine. I'll tell you what. In fact, instead of that, we're gonna. Oh, I'm hitting X. Oh, and I hit Y. Fine. Hit backspace on the B button. Fine. Yeah, if you've ever seen that movie, the idea of making the amps go instead of 10 to 11, like, well, why don't you just use one with 10 but make 10 be a little louder? These go to 11. So yeah, I can't argue with that logic. Fine, still the same concept, but yeah, these go to the 11. Okay, so what we're gonna have on here, we'll have the new stuff we picked up. Interactive storytelling, immersive storytelling, actually, that's good. Dynamic environment, no loading screens. Graphics are set, everything else is set. Fine, I think this is gonna go to 11 enough. I'll tell you why. We're just gonna put every damn thing I've got into it. Because why the hell not? Actually, wait. Okay, no, I can put everything. Not that it matters, but fine. Since I have everything, we're going to 11. We're going big and then going home. Yeah, there's definitely a lot we're gonna have to get set, but yeah, we'll also get a lot of research points for doing this. And yeah, we're only a couple years out, so we'll be fine. If I thought we weren't gonna be fine, I wouldn't be doing this, but I think we'll be all right. Engine boost when you're running in this perspective, building an engine, but yeah, we're okay. Okay. Yes, it's going well. Okay, source started this. What happened? All right, there we go. So these go to 11 are set. So let's get a new game. Let's go big and make something nice. And where are we at on calendar? Okay, we're coming up to E3, or fine. Just have to pay attention when June is. Fine, it's Summer Games Fest now. That's the idea of what it is. We're gonna build a new game. We'll go large and in charge. We'll use another perspective. Let's see, what have we not done? We did do colonization. I tried construction earlier. We did UFO before. Fine, prison. Let's go back to jail. So we want a prison action game. We'll do that. We want something running mature, so we run PC. We will run... Fine, so we can afford the next generation of systems. Let's pay a license cost for PlayStation 5 and also the not Xbox Series X. We're going mature. Okay, that's good. And our engine there. Yeah, ready to make our Great Prison game. Well, we're gonna get something in just a second as far as what that is, but yeah, we'll run online. We'll have an interactive story. Oh, okay, so immersive storytelling overrides interactive story. Okay. Okay, I didn't know necessarily that that's how it went, but either way. All right, since she's good in engine, we're good on engine. We'll be set there. April and stuff like that. I think that's good. Our technical examination came to the conclusion the internet's a huge opportunity in the gaming industry. Sees some small signs on how it says multiplayer can be, but they're usually an additional feature, not the main focus. We develop technologies to create massive multiplayer online games where tens of thousands play together, but you're gonna need more research to do that. Also, we could start developing an online distribution platform like Steam, I guess, pretty much. Instead of buying games in local stores, we can download them directly from our servers. We cut out the middleman and we can gain a large share of the market and additional income to fund our developments. So by doing that, we unlocked Codename Grid and MMO. I'm not gonna run it, but I wanna see... Actually, wait a second. Oh, I can't do research whilst I'm in the middle of a game development. I can't even look what it was. I'm curious how much they want for that. So if you're doing a prison action game, what should be running, focusing on, dialogues or sound? I think sounds. When you stab someone to death with a shiv, it damn well better sound good. And the industry agrees. Okay. Yeah, because I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm trying to remember if I made this as far as my game was. You know, let me go back to my game history briefly. Okay, so I said I didn't make it tonight. I want to make sure that I didn't make it last time. I think I did this on my test play. Yeah, I did. Okay, so we're going to make it this time. I know what I'm going to make. As far as I'm going to name it. Okay, so big booth. We can afford the big booth now, so we're good there. You just have to get up enough as far as money and you'll be set. But it's basically just the idea that pace yourself, and then you're able to run stuff that way. Okay, so next level. Dynamic environments, no loading. I don't think we need a level editor for what we're doing. Definitely want AI companions because of how I'm gonna be running this. Okay, that's good. All right, so there we go on our stuff. Let's see what E3 brings. Yeah, they don't know what this is called. But fine, I'm getting decent hype. Not as massive as I'm expecting. But we got a bunch of fans here. In fact, we got more fans as far as that than we had before. But fine, still #1 booth. So some things aren't changing. That being said, as soon as we enter the last stage of development, I'm gonna go into marketing budget again. And we're almost at the hardware thing. You wait for that, the green in the back there to get to the top, and then you'll be set. So yeah, and then we'll make a game on that, and I think we'll be at the end of our run here. That's good. Okay, that's fine. I have to make sure as far as rich backstory, based on what I want to do, we're gonna have a rich backstory. Get that set, get a marketing budget. And then remember this time to boost people, as we're gonna push this into overdrive. Alrighty, look at that. Yeah, I do love the team we got, no question. By the way, we're going to announce our console. Yeah, we're going to announce our console. Okay, there we go. When you get it high enough, you're able to run. So yeah, give us a press release, please. Here we go. In a surprise announcement, Tamsoft, becoming known for making games such as Professor Layton Meets Dracula, revealed a new console, that being the SOGS box, said to compete the high-end consoles that Microsoft and Sony have. We'll see how much impact it has. So we announce it when that's done. As far as the top of it gets released, and then you have to manage maintenance on it. And given that I didn't put it up to maximum for, quality assurance, I'm gonna want to make sure that's set. Also, fine, I want to do one other thing, which is, when it comes to a game, I think I figured out how I want to make... No, hold on, get the bug out of the way. The perspective of doing the Easter egg thing. Because I think I figured out how to do it, now I'm looking at it. Oh shit, I gotta name this thing. Right, the prison game. It's Oz, the game. You're familiar with the TV show from HBO back in the 90s. It was hardcore for sure. It was very harrowing, but had some great performances in it. It's very gripping and also absolutely dark. They're running mature rated, so that's fine. We'll see. Our perspective on the X-Files served us well. That should be good that way, so we'll see how they take on Oz. And time for promotions, and we got Dynamic World set. Okay. So I'm gonna wait till the console comes out. Let's see, how is Oz the game? Please tell me they like it. Like the show, they like it quite a bit. 9 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Okay, fine. There's the 8 from Game Informer. Love it. More, please. And then 9. Awesome. Okay. So selling nice. Now let's see, what is our game report? Let's see what happened. All right, 1 million in units. So yeah, we're doing good. Licensing of engines. All right, MMO is here. Okay, so basically you are allowed to create them after you unlock it that way. This is a distribution thing. I mean, I'm running money in this anyway, so why the hell not? I'll let it go. I do need to get the perspective of our console running. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a game on our console. No, we're gonna make Okami over there, but we're not gonna call it Okami. I'm gonna call it Wolf because I want to see something. I want to see if that's what you have to do for getting an Easter egg. Story quest's not important, which is weird because Oz is a great story. Platform match of Xbox Next in Action's good. Prison Mature is obviously the way you want to go. All right, fine. We're almost done. I'm gonna do a contract just because. Let's do a big one just to see that our team can manage it. Look at that. $205 million. We're not gonna have trouble with our money anytime soon. I had to do something really, really stupid in order to ruin that. But even now, at this point, I don't think we're gonna be in trouble. Right, bye-bye to the PlayStation 4. I got $351.4 million off of it. And 5 million units for Oz. There we go. And since we got it, I want to make sure that everybody is set for what I'm going to do next. So vacations all around, and then we will get one last game, and then our console is going to come out. I at least want to show the console, because that's pretty cool that you're able to get that running. Okay, yeah, I think it's 2,500 points worth. You get the console, I believe. Action's where you want to go now. All right, fine. I'm gonna wait a little though. Okay, we'll do one more contract and then we're gonna make another game. Yeah, this is not gonna be much as far as that. They'll be fine. Okay, Oz made almost $80 million in sales, and it was 5.6 million units. Good job on the contract, and there we go, 2,500, you have the Horror Lab. Okay, so when you get to 2,500, your console comes out. Doesn't seem on par with high-tech competitors, we'll see what that's about. Seems like the list is a bit slim. Really? Okay. There's way too many gadgets and controllers to be available for this. Average build quality, so don't expect it to last forever, but you shouldn't see many issues. Hard to say whether it'll do well because there's so many other good products on the market. We're pointing out when that happens, you also want to have a budget on your Horror Lab to basically make it so that when people have trouble with their console, you basically have it set up so they'll be able to fix the issues with it and not have a backlog. Others like, hey, we sent our consoles because they're not working and it's a problem. So fine, I'll tell you, we're gonna do that and we're gonna make our next game. I'm gonna make Wolf. Yeah, it is Okami, the game from Capcom and Clover Studios. Probably my favorite game on the PlayStation 2. It is a fantastic game. You never played it, and we'll play it in a couple of years because I want to celebrate 20 years of it. So fine, for Okami, we'll make Okami that way. It is a, if you've never played it, it is a fantasy game, or fantasy action-adventure RPG, or it's an action RPG that is set in feudal Japan. And you play the reincarnation of Sun God, Amaterasu, as it is. And you have this like a flea man, Isun, who has a thing for women who are very shapely. And you make it so that you kind of go around to save the world and bring darkness back with your celestial brush. It is an amazing, amazing game. I'm running it on PlayStation 5 as is, as well as the new system as far as Xbox, and then Twitch. One engine as far as going to 11. I'm curious then if this is gonna work as far as the Easter egg thing, because I don't know how to unlock that. I'm thinking maybe because it's up on the wall, we see it, and we're gonna give credence to that. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna start something on development. So you do have to get the game in dev in order to get and pass development stage 1 in order to start getting a hype train going on. So for this game, it's worth pointing out, it has immersive storytelling. It absolutely does. The cutscenes are advanced as far as how they are, as far as the way the graphics are running. It's amazing as far as that. Character progression, better user experience tutorials, yeah, it's fair enough. We're not doing multiplayer. This game is a single player experience only. Story quests are gonna be vital on this one, so we're gonna get our artistry going on. Okay, she's on engine, wait no, she's on engine, so we want our artists. But I also wanna make sure that we're set for, when we come to this later. Fine, gameplay is good. Engine, fine. Engine is, what do you think about this? We do want the action mechanics to go well, because that game does have really good action mechanics. If it's RPG, we do want the quests to go, so I think that'll work. So yeah, hype train running, and then, fine, we're gonna call it the Summer Games Fest now, because E3 is no longer. But it did serve gaming well for a while, as far as, you know, always looking forward to it each year, but now looking forward to something else. Oh shit, and I didn't put it on our console, fuck. I forgot about that. And I can't go back and do that. I always forgot to do that on the test play. Like, wait a second, hold on. But still, we're selling money, so or selling consoles. So yeah, people playing consoles that way. So fine, and when it comes to this case, the dialogue actually is pretty vital. The level design, AI is not as much of a vital case for it. Voiceover, you have like the gibberish voices like Banjo-Kazooie. It's really nice. There is loading, but I'll keep it that way. The environment's kind of dynamic, and the AI is, yeah, that's fine. I will put April on development at the end of the case of it. And I will make one more game. I'll make it on our new console. I remember just to put it on the console. I always forget. When I was doing my practice, I forgot. Yeah, the money is coming in decently for that. And I believe also the fact you have a console is also based around when you do E3 and things. Fine, let's also get the sense that we're going to start the large marketing campaign now. Inbox 1 is gone. So, alright, as far as graphics, I do want the graphics to be nice because that game has beautiful cel-shaded graphics. Yeah, he's kind of in a case that, fine, he's going to be pushed. Fine, you know what? I got to take a load off him a little bit. But he's going to be overworked if I don't do something about that. So, fine, we're going on that one. I think. Fine, also, as far as making this game, it has a beautiful orchestral soundtrack. It's amazing. And I think there's surround support on it. Even on the PS2, I think there was. So let's see. Fine, let's put tech here. Fine, maybe, oh no, hang on. I want him there, I'm not working him that much. Actually, what if we put ourselves here? Okay, it's not gonna help much. April does need to do something. Fine, you know what? Fine, we're gonna do this way. But he's my best at this. Fine, you know what? You're gonna have to be overworked. I'm sorry. Well, fine. That's the thing. I don't want to overwork him too much. Maybe cut down somewhere else. Fine, I'll overwork somebody else for something that doesn't matter as much. Fine, we're almost at the end anyway, so I think that's fine. Usually want to avoid that, but as I said, at this point, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. But so far, not going too badly. And then we'll almost be done. We hit the cases that'll be on the show for the night as far as year 36. I mean, our stuff is set, and I keep forgetting to boost. There we go. Normalized perspective on the markets. Yeah, boost, 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 so we can get those bugs fixed. Or it's 3 games on Xbox One, making $280.5 million. Oh, shit. I beat it? Uh-oh. Shit. I didn't mean to release it with that many bugs. Uh-oh. Oops, I hit A. No, I'm trashing this. I've never trashed before. We're gonna trash. Yes. Any dev experience you got, game development? Yeah, I made a mistake. I'm trashing it. Sorry. Oh, celebrity voice acting. Okay, so yeah, sorry about that. So our work was for naught, but fine, it's okay. Fine, we'll make it again. We'll make it again. I'll make sure to put it on our console as well. Also, when you have that, you don't have to pay dev costs. But we will still put it on other things. We'll put it on PlayStation 5. We'll put it on Switch. Fine, I'm basically just starting development. Yeah, if I didn't have the case of the bugs, I would have released it, but since I did, it's like, fine. That's usually, I guess, the reason you'd want to, not release your game. Because you're like, wait, like me, you forgot to, you hit the A button by accident and have tons of bugs in it. I'm not releasing this game with bugs. Fine, we built a hype train up on something that didn't end up coming out, but it's either way. That being said, I can still get this stuff going on that way. Fine. The one thing I'm also going to do is I'm not going to pump in him as much onto our story and quest. I'll put Tony on that one. As far as that should be good. All right, we're doing an interview. Okay. you expect it'll do well? Don't know. You'll see it on our new system, though, so don't worry about that. Alright, so yeah, going well as far as what is. Also, when you hit year 35, the beginning of it, you're going to get a notification in just a second. Or soon enough. Okay, so for this, we are going to run the no-load screen still. Level design is going to be important. He's on that. I don't want him on that completely. Wait, Tony I have on dialogues. I don't want him on that, I don't think. Yeah, Meguro, I'm saving to the end because I want to make sure that that's fully set. Okay. It's set. We are good. I don't think we're going to get to E3, but we'll see as far as what that is. At least it can, you know, get stuff running. All right, also our R&D lab is done. So we have our distribution platform. Since you have a console integrated, it boosts our market share. Every month it gives income and boosts our ability to create new games and develop projects. I don't know if we have to put money into it. I guess we do. But either way, you're going to be able to buy it first on our new service. Okay, so now that we're here, there we go. Fully on graphics, on world design. Put you there. On sound. Let's put... Fine, I want Max on sound. I absolutely want Max on sound. He's working all of his perspectives that way. She's gonna... Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, I like the look of that. That's good. And surround sound and orchestral. There we go. Yeah, I need some more water. Fine, I've been rolling... There's only... Okay, no, 2 bottles. I always have a couple on hand for the show. Oh, and boosting... Fine, not that I'm going to be able to get as much out of boost this way. And also, I don't... Did I put a marketing budget on this? I don't think I did. So I'm putting a marketing budget now. Okay, here we go. So when we get to month 4, here we go. We at the Worldwide Game Developers Guild are going to give you a special award ceremony at the end of the year, so please come to us. Yeah, if you get to the year of the difficulty you set without going bankrupt, it basically tells you the game ends at the end of the year. So we're finishing the game tonight. But we will have another brief look. I'm going to have a little bit of variety show when we come back to explain this a little bit. Yeah, just remember, do not. Oh, fine. We're going to E3 with this game. Whilst they do bug testing, do not hit that A button. I'm not doing that. I made the same mistake twice. Because the marketing hype going on. Yeah, last bug, but just wait. There we go. Okay. So I got Wolf on our new system. It is not Okami, but we got bonus hype, we got bonus sales on the console. So yeah, you're gonna have sales going on and also on the distribution platform. And Jesus Christ, look at that. I introduced another bug. And #1 booth, but yeah, and that. We gotta want that set. Here we go. So look at that. Achievement in artistry, yeah. That is Okami for you, no question. It is absolutely a triumph in that. It's a triumph in everything. I love that game so much, and I can't wait to get to it. And the only reason I'm waiting 2 years is because I want to celebrate 20 years. But yeah, we're not trashing this one. There we go. And let's also do a, fine, later. Fine, everybody on vacation except for ourselves. Fine, we're on the business. We can't do that. And with this, we're going to have made it. Vacation. Okay, let's see how it is and see if it goes to the perspective of the Easter egg. I don't know if it does. I don't think it's doing that. So not as well reviewed as I would have thought. 6, could have been better. 7, good game. Okami itself was a shower with praise. Fantasy action RPG is a great combination, though. That's true. And I like it. So I like it, just not as well reviewed as you'd expect. But either way, we're doing good. Okay. So it's still selling. People are liking it. They like the excitement. And yeah, there you go. But here's the question. Game report. Let's take a look at what happened. I mean, it's still making a profit, so it's not like... Fine. Okami itself was a game that was well-reviewed and didn't sell that great. But Capcom kept re-releasing it, thankfully. So that's something. This is kind of a little bit in reverse, where it didn't review that great, but it still sold good, or well as is. Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure that battery isn't dying on this thing, but yeah, this thing is actually holding up really nice. Okay, so let's see. So, fantasy action RPG is a great combination. Sounds quite important. Graphics are important. Platform genre match on our console in action is bad, so I don't know what determines that. Because, like, wait, you're doing a system. Who's to say that it's badly receiving certain games? So you can't predict that. So that's very interesting to think about. But on platform audience match on PlayStation 5, and everyone is great. Maybe our system isn't powerful enough. But either way, we got it, and we're set. And with this, you know what? Let's research and development. We're going to boost it. Let's... Oh, right, we can push graphics even further. Licensed game engines are AAA. Let's get AAA going. Not that we're going to see it. Basically, it lets you create games with a massive, massive budget. Yeah, just we have our full team. There we go. Look at our nice company. There's Tamsoft for you. Going really, really well. As far as hardware is concerned, you make another console. We're not going to do that. We just have the one. So yeah, just sit back and let the stuff go in. You know, let's do one more contract for old time's sake. The vacuum robot. So good job to our wonderful team. And ending the game on a high note, no question. It's off the market, it sold 1.6 million units, but got $23 million of sales. Boom, there you go. Good job. And one last one for old time's sake. Yeah, let's work in the movies. Why not? Also, I'll boost him because I'm not going to make another game. That was our last game for the night. And feasibly... for some time... Oh, what? Well, fine. I'll explain that in a second. How we're going to do that for a couple weeks. Alright, the Worldwide Game Developers Guild has awarded Captain Proterova, CEO of Tamsoft, the Lifetime Achievement Award for contribution to the game industry. Captain Proterova has, during his stunning 35-year career at Tamsoft, delivered many groundbreaking games. And we made it. Company's most recently known for Professor Layton Meets Dracula. Well, not that recent. We had other stuff. The Truth Is Out There was better reviewed than that. But they're also known for the Sogs box, has done very well on the market. With that, you beat the game. There's an indie game achievement, but I already have the achievement for it. We'll go with the achievement list too. Here's the statistics and your final score. You can continue playing after that, but all the story content that goes is not happening. So the most expensive game you made was Wolf at $8.5 million. Most profitable game was Professor Layton Meets Dracula, so it was 191.M, or 191.3 million. Popular Joe is the least profitable game at negative 487,900. We use fantasy as a topic the most. It's 7 times. Most genres, action, 19. Research 20 topics. We had total research of 42. Design points generated of 5,148. Technology points of 7,506. Small games, 9. Medium games, 25. Large games, 8. No AAA games done. Good games made, 18. Top hits made, 8. Publishers that you used as far as publisher contracts, 7. Self-published games, 35. Bestseller was Professor Layton Meets Dracula as far as 17.6 million units. 829,000 fans we got. 285,300, or 285.3 million in cash, and 1 custom console. Our final score is 35,826,318. And when you beat the game, that score does go on a leaderboard as far as in the game, and you get the heart of Greenheart Games. Congrats on finishing the game. Thank you for playing. If you enjoyed our little game, please consider telling your friends about it. We are telling our friends about it, and in that case, I will go into final thoughts on Game Dev Tycoon. Keep playing, but there will no more platform releases of story elements. So good job. And there's our last contract. So, there we go. In fact, I will show this. Hit the minus button. Go back. You have a high score. Actually, that is feasibly another high score I think I got from, oh no, that was from this. Okay. Also, here are the achievements as far as what we got. The ones we didn't get, we're getting 11 out of 10 rating. Fine with Easter eggs. I don't know how to do that. I sell 10 million copies of a game without the help of the publisher. I thought I did that, but maybe not. That's copies. Perfect 10, get 10 out of 10 from all the reviewers of all 4. I got close a couple times, but you always get the 9. Beat against all odds. Pirate mode, yeah, let's talk about that. Also show Red Barrel some action, I don't know what that is. Be a successful game in each of the 5 main genres. Statistical anomaly, reach level 2 in pirate mode, yeah. Because that's the thing as far as this. I'm going to come back to this game in a few weeks. I'm going to show off pirate mode. That's the one aspect we didn't do. That'll be our finale of the game as far as what I got as achievements. Fire someone famous, max employees, level 10 with the character. I got that off screen. That's the one I got. I'll have edited it in for that. Diversity with having a male and female staff as far as it. Inspire company name that's based on a real company. We went Tamsoft. Support a young startup, buy the game. This is a freebie they give you when you first start playing. Finish the game as we did. Develop the game within the game, which means develop Game Dev Tycoon within this. That was the thing we did last time. Reach level 5 with the character. Get a game with a good topic genre combination. Get a $500,000 engine made. Set new standard in early gaming industry. $100,000 in a new engine. So 500,000 units without help of a publisher. Million without the help of a publisher. And $1 million engine of putting $1 million into it. So, I'm going to save this as far, actually fine. Well, it shows there's load, it did do an auto save. That's what I did on my tests. But it's going to save it down here as far as what it was. So let's do a save right here. And actually, fine, there are the credits. I will show that, actually fine. Actually, wait, fine, that's where I put it. So, oh, wait, was it? Yeah, maybe so, but either way, it's fine. Because fine, let's look at, fine, because these are the options as far as what you want to do, and then fine, we'll look at the credits, why not? Okay, because that's Game Dev Tycoon, ladies and gentlemen, from Greenheart Games. Their next game is coming out on November 5th, that being Tavern Keeper, from Patrick and Daniel Klug. Definitely did a great job for this one. We're coming back in a few weeks, but before I explain that, my final thoughts. This is a really good game. I thank Proterova for introducing me to it, even though his horrific behavior led to his banning from the program. But even though there's other cases of people who know this who also kind of have a perspective of themselves similarly. But I'm not going to blame this game for elements of its fan base being not good. Hey, the game's still great. If you haven't played this game, it's only about $15 so on Switch. At least I think it's 15. I kind of want to actually check that now, just to see like how much was this. I bought this game so long ago as far as it. I don't know how much they want for it. It's on the PC where it's usually cheaper. Okay, it's 15 bucks on Switch. It doesn't often go on sale, but it's definitely worth the money. You're getting a lot of game for your money, a lot of variety. It does get you into that mindset to kind of really think, and it is very addictive. And a reason why, game developers are harmed in the making of this game, for sure. We hope you enjoy this play as much as we created for you, and thank you so much for your support. You're welcome. Thank you for creating a cool game that's not just the idea of like the Tycoon game, because it's not officially part of that franchise. The case of, hey, let's get a perspective of running aspect of what your development is, and it puts you in that mindset, and it really can kind of get the creative juices flowing, even if you think you're not a creative person. Because I sometimes get a sense like, what do I name some of these things? What do I want to do? But this game is so much fun and so well designed, and it's such a utilitarian but very appealing look and sound to itself that is infectious, and something that if you haven't played it, I would suggest it. It is cheaper on the PC if you're going to get it anywhere, and because I think it's 10 bucks on the PC, you can feasibly mod it on the PC, and also it's something that it goes on sale more, but even if you're just going around the Switch, it's really, really good. And yeah, Switch should definitely be proud of the fact that this is the only console port of it, but it is really, really good, and yeah, someone who loves the history of gaming, as I mentioned, this is a game that's definitely right up my alley. It does play to that perspective, but you also feasibly learn a lot, and also it's very tongue-in-cheek with how kind of humorous it is, but also being absolutely on point. They clearly knew what they were doing, and there's a reason then why it's taken them 12 years to make their next game. He's like, wait, are they lazy on this one? But no, they said, after the success of this game, which kind of came out of nowhere, they said, we want to get our next game right. They've been doing like alpha testing for that specifically for Tavern Keeper. And clearly, yeah, the Klug brothers have something going on for sure. And I'm definitely excited to see how Tavern Keeper turns out. It's PC only as it is on November 5th. Might put to console, who knows? On the back of this game, I definitely will follow them to see what they got. And it is a great case. And I recommend you give this one a shot. If you love Tycoon games like this, you love game development, you're interested in that, you look at this and say, yeah, this is the Ring of Truth, and it's a lot of fun. So, as far as our next element to this, because yeah, there's one aspect of this I haven't shown yet. I will give a little bit of a preview. Oh shit! Actually, wait a second. I can do that now. Oh, great, because I did that. Because all right, fine. It's showing what this is. You have to give a name, but fine. I'm gonna do one thing, which is okay. Fine. I want to show this. This is what I want to show. Game length. So we did the medium difficulty. It was 30 years. It stops at 30 years as far as it 35, which is medium, and then 42, which is the hardest. But we're going to show off in a few weeks. I want to show off pirate mode. What it does is it reduces sales on your games because there's going to be pirates going on. It is basically a harder mode on top of feasibly the hard difficulty because what it means is that you develop copyright protection, but the fans will not like that. It is something you have to play very strategically in order to be able to survive. And fan mail that's devoured by true events will reach your inbox from time to time. So they are speaking from the heart when it comes to this. It's clearly a game that was a labor of love as far as the Klug brothers. And you can tell that. And Pirate Mode is a mode that they give you in both the PC and the Switch versions where you're able to play that way and have that extra perspective. There's also on the PC, if you pirate the game yourself without buying it, the game is unbeatable, and they specifically did that on purpose. On Switch, you can't do that, otherwise your Nintendo account's going to get locked out anyway. But what we're going to do in 3 weeks, that's going to be on September 21st. We're going to come back to this game as a little bit of an extra. I'm going to look at Pirate Mode, we're going to play a little bit of it, we're going to see how far we get. I'm going to go to get a game over. We'll see what happens. But the other thing I'm going to do is come back home. I'm going to show off on top of that. It's going to be a little bit of a variety program. Because basically our full play of the game is done now, but I'm going to show off that case. Because fine, even the unfortunate circumstances as far as Proterova doing to himself what he did as far as saying, hey, he's not on the program anymore for it. And unfortunately, I had to make that decision. I wish I didn't have to. But he said he, to quote the television show Doug, he chose to dance on the wild side, and now he must pay the price. And he did, unfortunately, and other people have been on notice. Nocturne's on notice as it was, but she got the message. That's the idea. She absolutely got it. Even my own brother I had to kind of give that talk to, but there's other aspects of him where I kind of get it, but still say, it's like, not that bad, but still, okay, it's like, yeah, please, I don't want to have that happen. Fine, it was so close to when I did the Lunar part for part 6 for that. Maybe I was kind of sensitive that way with him, in all honesty. But still, I'm not going to necessarily discriminate that way. So it's a case like, hey, if I have a favoritism someone and it comes to a case where I think I can't be in a good case of thinking they should be on the show, I will feasibly have to make that hard decision. I wish I didn't have to do it, but I am glad he gave the perspective of this game and the stuff that he gave to the show, although, as I said, yeah, his actions speak for themselves. And yeah, it's understandable as far as why. But I'm not going to, but since it was a request of his, I am going to feasibly show the game full. It's like, hey, I'll at least do that. I'll show the game that much respect as far as it's. So we're going to show off how Pirate Mode works as an extra. But the other thing we're going to do is we're going to show off 2 Konami collections as an extra. We're going to be showing off Castlevania Dominus Collection. This just came out this past week that has all 3 of the games from DS. There'll be Order of Ecclesia, Port of Ruin, and Dawn of Sorrow, as well as Haunted Castle, the original, and a great remake of it by M2 ported this and did the collection. That is Castlevania or Haunted Castle Revisited. It's the first original classic Vania game in 15 years since Castlevania Adventure Rebirth. And though I do wish that was on this collection, the fact they remade Haunted Castle, which also is a game that is a notorious reputation, that gives me hope that eventually when we get to another Castlevania collection, that I think we get that one. Fine, it is M2 who made that remake as well as this one. And like with Castlevania Adventure Rebirth, it has an unbelievable remix of Lullaby Sent to the Devil. But yeah, we're going to take a look at that as far as showing off all the offerings. That's a little bit of an extra because, yeah, we did that with Rockin' Adventures Resparked, so I may as well do that for this. And I have the Felix the Cat collection that's coming in. I just got the shipment information from Limited Run Games. I'm going to be getting that. I will show that off as well as a little bit of a taste. Yeah, Suikoden is coming. I don't have to beg for Suikoden for Chasm 22. Him and I are absolutely on top of the world saying, hey, that game's coming back, and we're absolutely both looking forward to it. And he will be playing that game for the show for us starting next year at some point. We're going to figure that. But yeah, that's what we're going to have on September 21st. That being said, let's go back in here just to have perspective as far as the music. I'll go back on the credits once more. Let's talk about schedule because, well, we're not going to be on next week. Well, sort of. As I mentioned before, on September 7th, my cousin's getting married. I am going to be there for that. I'm not going to be on the show. So I said, fine, we're not going to have a show that week or next week. That being said, I did record extra footage for Pokemon Violet version. Since Edwax said to me, I want to get to the DLC, I think I'd like to see it. I said, okay, it's a viewer request. I'm not going to deny that. We're going to do that eventually, but since there was post-game content to show, I have 8.5 hours worth of content to show that and also show me patching the game live on the show. In fact, I will indicate that now. I played through the entire game as far as version 1.0 and start here. Wait a second, it's 3.01. How'd that happen? Well, I'll tell you how that happened, and you're going to see how it happened next week, because what I'm going to do is, since I'm not going to have a show on Twitch next week, so please do not come to the Twitch site next week because we will not be here. I'm going to have a live premiere on our YouTube site. It's going to be at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because of the fact that it's 8.5 hours worth of content that I have for that part. We're going to be looking at all the classes that we have as far as our school, all the extra stuff as far as the extra Titan Pokemon that are around, and the legendary things that are locked behind the stakes in the ground, and some other stuff as well. I'm going to start that at 4 p.m. for the purpose of that as a live premiere on our YouTube site. It's also actually the time when my cousin's getting married, so as she's getting married, you're going to be watching that. I'll be over there for sure, so you're going to get a show next week. I've already edited it. It was edited a couple of weeks ago and recorded a couple of weeks ago, so some of the stuff we talked about tonight when it came to the Nintendo Direct stuff is not going to be featured. I do feasibly talk about stuff that feasibly is not cases where I knew yet, like, for example, Nocturne getting in the case of feasibly doing stuff for the off-screen practice or the off-screen cleanup for Crocodiles of the Gabos, specifically. Which I didn't know if that was the case as far as what she was going to be doing for stuff for herself, because actually I didn't know that idea yet. But I have that show. That's going to be our show next week at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at our YouTube site for Super Bowl Game Saturday, which I have a new logo of now. I figured now is a good time to do it for the purpose of it, and it does look really nice, and is yeah, definitely the perspective of our fun ideas, our Saturday night program. But as far as when we're coming back for a live show, and this is where schedule is going to be mostly the same, except for what we're doing on the 21st. On September 14th, we'll be back. We're going to be playing Super Hang-On for not Super Nintendo, for the Xbox Series X. We're going to be running Yakuza 6 Song of Life for that one. Well, I first wanted to see it. This is going to be our viewer request for September. It's a fun arcade racing game from Sega from 1987. You're on motorbikes, and it is a lot of fun. Hopefully, with this tech I'm running, I didn't have hissing on audio. This thing is basically brand new. There's no way in hell it should be having that. And the battery is lasting almost over 5.5 hours. So that's good as well as far as the longevity of it. We're going to have that. We're going to have our look as far as that and feasibly anything else you might want to see as far as in Yakuza 6 when it comes to that. But we're going to be focusing on Super Hang-On. And I think it'll be a Sega racing game show where I don't have audio problems. Which means that eventually I'm going back to Daytona USA and Outrun for case of that because it kills me that it was a case of that specifically. 21st, as I mentioned, it's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're back on the 14th. Same on the 21st, where we're going to look at Pirate Mode for Game Dev Tycoon. Here is our last look. And then we're going to take previews of the Castlevania Dominus Collection and the Felix the Cat Collection. So double shot of Konami for you. And then we get to the end of the month when Nocturne's coming back at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 28th for Croc Legend of the Gobos. She's going to be feasibly finishing the game that night. The idea is that she's just going to do her off-screen perspective for that, or fine, on her Twitch site. So I'll go subscribe to her specifically if you want to see when she does it and when she goes live. I don't think she has yet, but still a case where there's a lot of time that way, so it's not something that needs to be super strict, but something that feasibly she's going to do it. She did say on the show she's going to do it, so also one of those people like, hey, when you make a promise that way on the show, I definitely keep the promises that I make on the show, even in the case of saying, hey, you know, I'm gonna have to make a tough promise as far as what it is for this, but also the promise of coming back to this game. I want to at least do that. I felt that was the way to go. And even if the stuff with Proterova hadn't happened, I would have had to do this on my own anyway because of the way schedule is concerned. But that being said, yeah, the idea of like a respect case, and that's what we do on this show, really. So that's above anything else where it's kind of coming from. But September 28th is maybe the finale of Croc. We'll see as far as that. And they did show the HD version that's coming out feasibly next year. They said it's feasibly PC and console, but they haven't specifically said much. But Argonaut also is back. So yeah, we're going to be also celebrating their return to gaming with the start of our Halloween block the week after that on October 5th. We're playing Scooby-Doo Mystery for the Super Nintendo. They made that as well. Actually, a lot of people who worked on Croc worked on that. It is a different game than the Sega Genesis one, so we have a reason to play the Genesis version, though I don't own the Genesis version at this time. Now, if you want to see stuff with Scooby-Doo, we have our first look with the first Scooby-Doo game I ever played. One where you're going around on 4 mysteries and solving them, and yeah, you have to find who is responsible for it by searching around for clues and building a trap, and then catching the ghost at the end to see who's really behind the mask. And also getting a sense that, yeah, they would have gotten away for it too if it weren't for your meddling kids and your dog. But yeah, that's be our idea as far as our celebration of the return of Argonaut. It's good to have you back. And it's a pretty interesting game, that one, and definitely going to put ourselves in kind of a fun, spooky atmosphere for the Halloween season. Then on October 12th, the Cautionary 64 and I were talking about this. I think we've decided what we're going to do, although it's going to be a question of how we're going to do it. We're going to play Until Dawn. This came out in 2015 for the PlayStation 4 from Supermassive Games, but we might not be playing on the PlayStation 4. This is going to be a little bit up in the air because it's getting a remake, actually the week before. It's coming out, I think, like 3 days before the Silent Hill 2 remake, as is 2. We are balancing between whether we're going to do the PlayStation 5 version, basically pretty much new after it came out, or run on the PlayStation 4 because the things they change, and also there is licensed content on the PS4. And if there's a case of stream mode, the way that the Quarry was, or other games like this are, we might run on the PlayStation 5 unless there's a case where this new version is going to be really, really bad. And also, the Cautionary 64 he has on the PlayStation 4, where if we were going to run on that, or if we were going to run on that, and we might, we'll back compat it to PS5 for the purpose of running it. But we might do it on PS5 unless it's a case where, hey, they screw up the version. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. And he also said, I don't want to necessarily buy the remake for $60. I don't have it, so I basically said, fine, you know what, I'll buy it. We'll see, and we'll get a sense. He did say October 12th is going to be best for him. I think that's what we're doing. We'll be easily doing it on either PS4 as far as the original, or maybe the new remake. Feasibly the case of us having a newest case of the game from its release to us playing it. And hey, he wants something that's, quote, scary as fuck, and we're going to have that. That is Until Dawn. It is very interesting. I've seen this game being played. I've not played it myself. But it is definitely in a case of way of Supermassive Games. It's not them who's doing the remake, though, it's worth pointing out. But still, the idea is based on their game, and we're going to feasibly show it off. And it'll actually kind of be blind for both of us, because I've seen bits and pieces of this game being played. I think he has too, and he has it. But he also says, hey, you know, I want people around when it comes to doing a horror game, like we did with Man of Medan last year. So in that case, I think that's going to be what it is, and we're looking forward to doing it. Then we get into the month later, we're going to be doing, on October 19th, I think I might put this on October 19th, unless I get a different answer, I should say, as far as elect first, because his pick for this year for the Halloween block is going to be Twisted Metal on PlayStation. I'm probably running it through PlayStation 3 because of the digital manual, but his birthday is actually the Saturday when our shows. I'm not going to put it on that because, assuming he doesn't tell me, hey, he's okay with it, I'm not going to put it on the 26th because I think at that juncture, I'm like, hey, he has a life, he has friends and family. I'm not going to say, no, ditch them for us. No way. I appreciate everything he's brought to the show and joining us. But that would not be fair to me. It's like, hey, you want to enjoy your birthday, it's a big case, you do it. We're definitely thinking about you on this show. That's the idea of what we do. We do form bonds this way as far as how it is on our program. And that's something I take very, very seriously. So as I said, I was promising this 3 years ago. I said, we got to get Twisted Metal. So we'll do it on October 19th, unless he says, fine, I want it on the 26th. But we'll find that out in the future. As far as how we'll do it, I'm going to go through the game. I'm going to beat it with one character. And then I'm going to put passwords in, I think, for showing off all the other ones. If I need another part for that, I might push that into next year. That is, unless we don't need another part of Croc after the September 28th show. If we don't, I will come back to that on November 2nd for another part. If I do, though, I'll come back to it in January, because I do want to make sure I show everything off. I do have practice. I got to continue on that one. And also on the 26th, we're going to be celebrating that. Again, these might swap as far as what the dates of these are going to be, but this is where I have it tentatively speaking. We're going to have our first TurboGrafx 16 game on the program. I mean, we had our first PC Engine Super CD2 game on that weekend last year of Castlevania Rondo of Blood, even though we ran on PSP. But it's also going to be that case where we're not running exactly on the form factor, but it's kind of close. We're going to be using the TurboGrafx 16 Mini to show off Splatterhouse from Namco. It's an arcade game of Namco's, but there's the TurboGrafx 16 version. We're going to show that as far as Rick having his body taken over by a mask that latches onto him. He has to go into a house full of horrors in order to save his girlfriend, Jennifer. So we're going to play the TurboGrafx 16 version of that. There also is a code for Infinite Continues if it has to come to that. But that's going to be an interesting case. We're also going to show off the TurboGrafx 16 mini unit. I've been looking for an excuse to show this. And that being said, I might play the game first, and we might go to the end and show off the unit as far as going off for everything that's in it. Otherwise, I'm going to be like 2 hours before we play a damn game. And I think that's fair, but we'll show off, we'll say everything that's on this. I think I'll put that at the end of the show, because Splatterhouse is not that long a game, and it is pretty straight port of the arcade game. I've actually been using that as practice when I've had cases of it too, but I played the TG16 version, and it's actually a very close port. I figured I'll just do it on the TG16 Mini just because I said, hey, let's have a new case of this. I get to show this console off finally, this mini console that I've had for about 4 years, and a good approximation. It's seen as the best home port of it, and honestly, well, the only home ports of it that's not a direct arcade conversion. Which there is a version on the Switch in the Namco Museum Arcade Pack. That was my first time owning it outside of... No, it is my first time owning it, and I got the TG16 Mini for that. But yeah, that's what we're going to look like. And then we get to November, where if we need the last part of Croc, that can be November 2nd. If not, it will be feasibly another thing of Twisted Metal, unless we don't need it. And then I guess I'll come with a grab bag of something. I'll figure what I'm going to do. November 9th, we're playing Tomba for PlayStation. We're starting it. I'm running it on the PlayStation 3. It's one True L wanted to see. And we're going to start that game for sure. That was by Whoopee Camp. And we're doing this version because it's the one I have, and also because there's still the bug problems as far as the game crashing on the new versions that I want to avoid. But fine, I already bought it as it was, and it's run on PS3. We could show off the digital manual and all that, and start our adventure with that, with Tomba, who's going around trying to stop the evil pigs that came around and took his grandfather's bracelets. And it's a very inventive 2D platformer RPG mix. I was really surprised, I think, just what this game was, and also how good it is as far as the kind of game that it is. Because, like, okay, fine, it's actually ex-Capcom people. Specifically, it is... Let me get the name down as far as... Because I'm looking at my old book. I can actually look at my old notebook. Yeah, this thing is got a perspective. Yeah, the one that the Crochet Nerd 64 said, do all things with kindness. Clearly, if tonight's show is any indication, I take that very seriously. But that being said, it was by Tokuro Fujiwara, who was the executive advisor on the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. That's why I knew I could look this up and find it in my book, because I knew I took his name down. I was like, yeah. I said specifically, yeah, he was the director of Tomba, as it was, because he did executive advising on Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. But yeah, he broke off from Capcom and started Whoopee Camp and made this game. We're started on November 9th. 16th, we're going to be doing our look at Donkey Kong Country again to celebrate 30 years of the franchise with the portable versions. So Donkey Kong Country 1 on the Game Boy Color and all three of them on Game Boy Advance. Showing off as a little bit of a showcase, but cases where I think there's reason to come back to do those games for full, because they are really good versions. there's definitely a lot of unique things to them that make them, in case where even someone like me played them to death on the Super Nintendo, worth taking a look at these, and feasibly for a full show. But we'll go into that. I'm going to look forward to doing that. November 23rd, we are doing our Disney Game Show. It's going to be The Lion King using the Disney Classic Games Collection on Switch here. Feasibly showing all three of the versions that are in it, that being Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and Game Boy. Maybe beating them all. We'll see as far as that when it comes to my practice for them, especially Game Boy, because I'm not familiar with that one. Genesis, Super Nintendo, I can feasibly handle, but Game Boy, don't know. Actually, that's my first time I've ever played it and owned it on Game Boy. Then on November 30th, at probably early in the day, probably I'm going to say 4 or 5 p.m., we're going to be doing our Delisted Xbox Live Showcase Volume 1. There's so many things that were fitting for this. I'm going to have to pare down as far as what they are, but we've got a bunch of games from Xbox Live Arcade you can't buy anymore on that console. Maybe you can buy them elsewhere, but sometimes you can't as far as some of these. Some of these are lost to the ether for now. So hopefully us giving them attention will get re-releases of them, or show you the idea like, hey, you know, there's some pretty cool stuff in here. Maybe stuff that's also not good, but maybe the case that maybe even those bad games should have some attention paid as far as a learning experience. Sometimes the thought in my case, like, yeah, this game's gone, it sucked, who cares as far as the delisting. But you know what, maybe it's not a good thing, because then you get a sense of understanding maybe what went wrong for it, and maybe a new look. Maybe some of those games I'm gonna like when I get to them, as far as maybe like them more than I did back in the day. Although there's one, probably the worst game we're gonna show, and I will show that as far as this year's. I'm not changing my mind on that. There's no way in hell I'm changing my mind on that. If you ever played it, you're gonna know what it is, but I'm not telling you. We're gonna have a little bit of surprise of what it is. And I'm gonna have probably about 30 or so games, maybe more. Some of these are gonna be demos. I might not have a whole lot to go into, or that we can show, because they're not gonna run long. But as far as those individual games, we have our gaming feast for Thanksgiving. I'm loving those shows. There's always fun to put together and do, and I'm looking forward to our Volume 1 of that. We'll have Volume 2, but maybe not next year unless you want to see it next year, as far as our Thanksgiving show. Then in December, let's talk December. We have the next part of Tamba. I think we're going to do that on December 7th, I think, because that'll be part 2 for that, because we're not finishing that game in one night. Because on December 14th, I want to give enough time for this because I'm waiting on another thing from Limited Run. Well, actually 2 things. Fine, 3. The Felix the Cat Collection, which just shipped. The Clock Tower Rewind release, which actually they announced the date. It is on October 31st. It's coming out digitally, but they did say the physical version is going to be out in time for end of the year, probably November. I'm also waiting on the CDI controller because on December 14th, we're coming back to Super Mario Sunshine. Not much for playing, or fine, not much. I'm going to showcase all of the deaths I had when I did the practice of it over the past 4 months before we did it. Feels like it's been 4 months since we finished the game, even though it's been only about 2. But we're coming back to that for one last look. I'll be live on camera for that show. I'll also show the game being played with weird accessories. I want to see if I can get that CDI controller, the spoon, running with that game somehow. We'll see. And anything else to it. And then we'll have the week after that, Dolly Finn in chat. She's going to be back for Tetris and Dr. Mario for the Super Nintendo. When I first wanted to see that, she wanted to see it, and she wanted to be in on that. She said, please, can we do this game? We did the puzzle showcase last year. She said, is this on Switch Online? I said, no, it isn't. Like, oh, she was really disappointed, saying, I wish it was. Yeah, we wish it was. Also, that's one more thing to go back to the Tetris for Everything. Tetris NES is coming to Switch Online, as it is, this winter. So they made another licensing agreement, I guess, to make sure that Tetris game, after Tetris Game Boy, Tetris NES can come. Maybe Tetris Dr. Mario. Please, Nintendo, we'd love to see it. I'm not the only one. We're going to run on Super Nintendo as is. Mixture of Tetris and Dr. Mario with the mixed play mode, playing both games at once, or alternating back and forth. We're going to have a great time doing that. And then our final show of the year, we're starting Shenmue for the Dreamcast. I cannot wait to do this. This is going to be my gift to myself. I've been waiting to do this game for so long. I've wanted to do this game for so long. It's a game that means so much to me. It is going to be a boss play, as one who else said when we played Man of Medan last year, and I'm going the whole way. I absolutely am going to go the whole way for that one to share every memory I have, including showing off the trailer of the game before the game came out. That's going to be the first thing we do on part 1, and Dolly Finn's going to be in on that. She loves Shenmue as well. She said, I want to be in on this, at least for part 1. I said, absolutely, we're doing it. And then December 31st, we're not going to be live exactly. But I'm going to have uploaded to the YouTube site our annual compilation show as far as cutouts of stuff we had going on in our past programs. This year it's going to be all Super Mario Sunshine. So, Gemini96 in chat tonight and Chasm22 said, can you put together a smash cut of every single death you had with everything you did with this game? I said, absolutely. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a smash cut of all the deaths I had when I played the game. I already went through part 1 because I only had 3 deaths, but I had more going along further. And then also all the ones I'm going to show in the video clips I have on Switch for that showcase show of it on December 14th. They'll all be in one perspective. And there'll be some other aspects as far as going in there as well. I always love putting those together as like one last video for the end of the year, exclusive to the YouTube site. And that's going to be something good for your gaming enjoyment that way. Something to take us into 2025 in a good light, for sure. Another stuff going on into January. I'm going to have Tomba running. We're going to have Shenmue still running. We start Super Bowl Game Saturday, Second Chance. Our return to games we played before because of either tech reasons, cases where I played it before but didn't have the recording, so I'd have to go back to it again anyway. Or cases where chat, maybe you wanted to see something, we did it live. I'm like, I wish I was there for it. But I was like, you know what? Yeah, you can be there for it. We're going to make it happen. We'll let you know far enough in advance so that you'll be able to get a sense of what it is and tell us whatever you want to see come back to. Just because we played a game once doesn't necessarily mean that that's the end of it. There's stuff I can figure as far as different reasons to come to it, different versions, guests perhaps, and other things as well. Maybe also to fix text problems, as I mentioned, when it's come to stuff with myself, when it's come to some of the shows. But yeah, we're going to have that at least once a month as going into 2025, and we'll just tweak it at some point. That's going to be Chasm22's jurisdiction. Now that we have Suikoden 1 and 2 announced as far as the release date. Thank you, Konami. We've waited for a while, but yeah, we finally got there, and man, does it feel good. Okay. So with that, that's going to close Super Bowl Game Saturday for tonight, and yeah, again, we're not on next week, so that's going to be the idea. But thank you so much for watching the show. Thank you for joining us for our last look as far as the full perspective of the play on Game Dev Tycoon. But we're going to have a little more of it in a couple weeks on the 21st, and some extra stuff as far as a couple shots of Konami for you. Okay, so with that, have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your extended weekend, a great week coming forward, a great Labor Day, and a great week after that as well, since I'm going to be off. You will see us on the YouTube site at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on September 7th for the next part of the finale of Pokemon Violet for its post-game content prior to the DLC. But I will see you live here on Twitch on September 14th for Super Hang-On from Sega. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much, everybody. And take care.